14 years, it's just like, that's a statement of they're committed to skating. Detour, it's based around a skateboarding competition.
There's a lot of things to do other than skateboarding, which brings the outside world close to skating.
There's all kinds of stuff you can do. There's a cool art show. Skateboarding is an art, and it's something that everybody does differently. There's always awesome music. I think it's more fun to watch than your average contest. There's all kinds of cool booths, good food. Everything about Detour is just tight.
It's just a really fun weekend of everything that embodies skateboarding. There's not a lot of competitions like that. There's so much rich skateboarding history.
Christian Hosoi and people back in the 80s brought contests to World View.
It went from skate parks to the stadium thing.
Great run for Christian Hosoi.
It was explosive.
Yes. Detour's been through a lot in 14 years, and the fact that they're still pushing and they're still reinventing.
Congrats to Team Blind, back-to-back champions.
It means that it is really fun. It is a great contest, and that it means a lot to skating.
I'm from Hawaiian Gardens, California. It's 9/10 of a mile square, not even a full mile. Growing up was pretty crazy, to be honest. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a place that just makes you just want to do something to get out of it. The neighborhood I grew up in was kind of a gang-related area, I would say.
There's definitely more violence than skateboarding.
I had a gun pulled on me at one point over some stupid shit. Once they found out I was getting boxes, they were like, oh, we're gonna take you, we're gonna rob you, and take all your boxes. It's like, you see it going on, you see what you could become, but you don't wanna become it. So you wanna get out of there, but you just know at the end of the day, there is that chance that you might not. I was raised by my grandma and mom and grandpa. My dad passed away when I was really young, so I never got to meet him. Growing up skating, I would always ask, just because I was curious as a kid, like, oh, are your parents together? 99% of skateboarders I've met, parents were not together. You know what I mean? It was kind of like their escape. So I felt like for skateboarders, we all kind of look up to each other as like father figures, you know? Everything I do, I just feel like I put like everything I got into it, you know? I don't know what it is inside me, but I really want it. When I'm skating, it's like, if I'm really trying a trick, like there's really no stopping me. Commitment is something I learned through skateboarding. I saw the same thing happen to a lot of people. No drive, no dedication. Or if they did have it, something would get in their way and they couldn't overpower the obstacle. I kind of did my best to just learn from everyone else's mistakes around me and just power through them, you know, and make the most of what I got. In life, there's always going to be hardships, you know, but one of the greatest strengths that humans have is to overcome those obstacles. Times are hard, but we get through them, you know. We always have, we always will.
There's a lot of kids out there that don't have anything, you know. I come from Colombia, in a third world country where there's no jobs, there's not much stuff to do. I don't even know what I'll be doing right now if I wasn't skating.
Skateboarding definitely saves lives. It saved my life, literally.
I wanna be like them.
Skateboarding in Long Beach was just like the start of the positivity in our neighborhoods.
But all these kids, you know, let me throw a skateboard under their feet. It gives them something to do. It keeps them off the street, gives them a sense of family.
That was the best feeling ever when you're a kid and you're just skating for fun.
We just push each other. As long as we're skating together, we're always like ready to take on like bigger things.
You learn everything from your skate crew that you grew up skating around.
Skateboarding teaches you how to have that mindset of always being positive, always thinking you could do it, always getting back up after a fall.
And you finally get it, you feel like, oh, I earned this.
The problem-solving mindset and that mentality takes you through life on so many different levels.
Young kid could just start skating and just next thing you know, you're traveling around the world. I did it, and kids out there could do it too.
All right, welcome. This is Transworld Skateboarding's Battle of the Shops, presented by Bones Love Milk. We've got 5 of the best skate shop teams. In California, we got Active, Slappies, Pharmacy, LB Skate, and San Diego, and they're gonna be battling it out on the course here. And with me is Brad, Jay. We're live now.
We are live.
My co-host with the most. And we're just checking out all these warming up. So it's going to be broken down into 3 sections. The tech section's going first. It's going to be a 10-minute jam. Then we're moving over to the Hubbas for another 10-minute jam. And lastly, the rails with the final 10-minute jam of the day. Each shop has a 3-man team, 2 alternates. And what do you think, Brad? What are you seeing out here? The shops they're killing it.
Well, I mean, you look at these guys. These guys are shop skaters. Well, we've been seeing pro skaters pretty much every day that we've been out here. But you see what these guys are bringing to the table. These guys got the skills to get it done too as well. And these are some of the future guys that we'll be seeing competing with the big boys a few years from now. So I'm pretty excited about this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing some of the same tricks that the pros are doing. I mean, these shop rides. All these shops are legit.
Yeah.
I mean, we picked 5 of the best shops in Southern California. So.
Well, also the thing I want to bring up too is you think about the shops that we're seeing out here too as well. These guys are able to put in their own skaters to each individual section. So if you got a skater who favors the Hubbas, you can put that in there. So that's pretty good.
That's right. Let's take a look at the shops. First, Team Active. We're going to take a look at them. So skating for Active on the tech section is going to be Dylan Williams. You've probably heard of him. He skates for Santa Cruz.
And on the Slappy side of things, we got DJ Martin. He's going to be skating for the tech side there.
We're going team by team. Active's got Dominic Walker on the Hubbas. He skates for Element. He's legit. And then Trey Williams is going to be on the rails. So Active's team is stacked.
Well, let's talk about the Slappy's team here too as well. Look at Slappy's. We got Well, let's talk about the LB skaters. You got Noah Morris. Noah Norris is going to represent on the tech section. And then you move over to the Hubbas. You got Justin Damer over there for LB Skate on the Hubbas. And Mason Malone bringing it home
and that's the hometown team, LB Skate. They got a booth over here all weekend. And
are they favored?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. They might have the biggest cheering section, and they're the hometown team, so they want to represent. They want to win in their hometown. All right, Pharmacy. Austin Holcomb's going to be on the tech. They got Jordan Powell on the Hubbas. And then over on the rails, Pharmacy's got Steve Gamboa. And they got a big cheering section I saw earlier. Make some noise if you're out here rooting for Pharmacy. Boo Johnson told me he's going to come down and represent his shop, Pharmacy.
2.
Slap Garage from San Diego, my hometown. They got DJ Martin on the tech section. George Torres on the Hubbas. You seeing that guy on Instagram. And then they got Alexis Ramirez skating the rails. New pro. Look at Slappy's a throwback of Padres hoodie right there. I can get down with that.
And we're talking about Team San Diego next. Let's talk about that team. Pretty stacked team indeed. On the tech section for San Diego, we're going to see Angel Gutierrez representing on the tech side of things. That's for San Diego. And then for the Hubbas, Bobby Lunetta is going to make things happen for San Diego on the Hubbas. And following it out for San Diego, Gordon Russell will handle things on our final session. That will be on the rails.
And we've got our 10-minute timer. It's going to be a 10-minute session. Our esteemed judging panel of Daxter Lucier and Transworld Skateboarding's Mike Fitzgerald and Jamie Owens are going to be deliberating after every 10-minute jam here. First up is the tech section.
Yeah.
So we're going to need... Let's take a look at the Boost Mobile course breakdown of what these guys are going to be skating for tech. And let's get the tech skaters, our 5 tech skaters, to meet Jeff Jewett in the corner at the quarter pipe. The one I'm pointing to, if you look at me in the middle of the course, Jeff Jewett's right here in the black hat. We're going to need Dylan Williams, DJ Martin, Austin Holcomb, Noah Norris, and Angel Gutierrez. Meet Jeff Jewett over on the quarter pipe. We're going to start your 10-minute jam very soon. And on the screen is a breakdown of what these guys are going to be skating. First jam, the Battle of the Shops. This is going to be fun. All right, we're about to get down. This is the Battle of the Shops, Transworld Skateboarding, presented by Bones Love Milk, here on the massive professional Dew Tour course. It's going to be a 3-part contest. Tech section is first for 10 minutes. Then we're moving over to the Hubbas for a 10-minute session. And finally, the rails for a 10-minute section. And each shop has a 3-man team, a different guy for each section. We've got Active, Slappies, Pharmacy, Long Beach Skate, and San Diego out here today. 5 of the best core shops from Southern California, and they brought their best dudes. So we're going to see some of the best young talent battling it out for bragging rights. And a great trophy here you're going to take back and hang in their shop and defend it next year for sure. See what the shop teams put together out here.
If I go like that. 2. Yes.
There's Brad. There's my co-host, Brad.
Oh, my gosh.
What's happening?
I wanted to
It's
be
good to
part
hear
of
your
the show.
voice. They need to hear your voice, too.
Well, Blair, I mean, it's pretty darn cool that we're going to see what we're going to see out here. You got the Battle of the Shops going on. Bones Love Milk, Battle of the Shops, 5 shops being represented. And we got some heavy hitters out here throwing down. With 3 sections we're talking about, that's what Blair talked about. We have a tech section. Then we'll move over to our Hubba section. And then we'll send things over to the rail section. And that'll be the final thing to do. But how cool is it that the shops can pick the guys they want to ride each particular section?
Yeah, each shop, has a big team. They, that's one of the roles of a core skate shop. They kind of find and cultivate the best local skaters in their area. And so, yeah, when we presented them with, well, it's going to be a tech section, then Hubbas and rails, they kind of strategically pick the dudes on their team. They're going to kill it. And I want to say what up to our judges, Jamie Owens and Mike Fitzgerald from Transworld Skateboarding, Daxter Lucier from Bones Love Milk. They're going to be making the hard choices. And I'm ready to get this going, Brad. What do you think?
Let's do this. Well, first things up, we start with our tech section here, right here at the base of our fans right here. This is where it's going to start out. We've got 10 minutes on the clock, and these guys got to make it happen.
I'm watching Jeff Jewett to start it. He's up there. He's the master of puppets up there with the tech section guys. So it's going to start when Jeff starts it.
So we start with the tech section, just as a reminder,
And
so
we're
if
gonna
you're
call.
watching this, and we are officially
underway. Dylan Williams is in there. Angel Gutierrez is in there. That's Austin Holcomb. He's got the Pharmacy jersey on. And Noah Norris is out here from Long Beach Skate. These guys are attacking the hip. What up, Noah? So these guys are kind of picking it apart. Some guys are hitting the hip. Some guys are already on the rail. That curved ledge is really long, so anything on that is going to be really impressive. And there's Dylan just nollie crooked it. Right as I was saying, it was going to be tough to get anything on it. And Angel backsmithed it. DJ Martin, back lip, doing it for Slappies out of San Diego. Yeah, make some noise out there if you know these guys. If one of these shops is your local shop, give them some love. DJ is trying to switch Biggie heel with an extra spin, I think. Smooth Impossible by Angel Gutierrez.
Yeah, Austin Holcomb trying to lock one in there.
Oh, Angel's really consistent.
I always feel like it gets contagious. You land something, I feel like everybody else starts landing. So I'm comboing it up right there.
It definitely fires up the other guys if stuff is being landed left and right. And there's Dylan, just did a feeble grind. Austin going for that Barley revert. Oh, pressure flip. That was smooth.
Yeah, nicely done.
We got Noah out here, the nose manual. Judges are taking stock of everything.
Angel Gutierrez trying to lock in on that Smith over there.
Wow.
Yeah.
DJ Martin.
DJ Martin being represented out now.
He definitely had his coffee this morning.
Noah Norris coming in hot here. Oh, nice back lip right there. That's out of Angel Gutierrez, San Diego.
There's still a ton of time, and these guys are rifling off tricks.
I know you look at it and you go 10 minutes, you're all, that's not a lot of time. But when it comes to street skating and you're skating one section, 10 minutes is an eternity.
And these are 5 of, the most consistent tech skaters from these shops. They knew who to put in. So these guys are going to land a lot of tricks in 10 minutes.
DJ Martin right there.
Dylan Williams, nose manual nollie flip. That was like the first time I saw him try that.
That's a contest make right there.
DJ keeping it tech, the cab flip.
Angel Martinez been trying to get this. Like he's trying to take that back Smith to tail at the end there. And Austin Holcomb.
He's trying to get that barley grind revert, which is an extremely hard trick. Solid grind by Dylan. Cab flip by Angel. Not even breaking a sweat.
6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Here comes Noah Norris. Now Austin Holcomb. Oh!
Hanging on to it.
You got to count that one.
The judges are furiously making notes of all these tricks going down. It's not easy judging
you got to keep up.
Essentially a best trick contest with 5 guys who are all landing tricks back to back to back.
Holcomb almost stomping that right there. Now we go but look up top.
That's a rare one. That's a good looking trick.
Back over to Noah Norris right now. He's eyeing it up. The A-frame. Trying to shove it out of that slide. I didn't hear from the crowd out here. How you guys doing? Let's make some noise for all the skaters out here. Come on, Long Beach. Get behind them now.
The sun's going to come out very soon, and you guys are just going to be kicking it in the beautiful California Long Beach sun.
Oh!
Wow, Austin Holcomb with the barley grind reaver. That is so difficult.
After the infamous Donnie Barley. Noah Norris right there.
Nice. Smooth style on that front
Austin
nose.
Holcomb.
Austin backed him up with a back 3. Wow.
Oh!
Kickflip back lip on the A-frame.
Such a sick kicky back lippy right there.
That's the type of thing that you'll see pros doing on here later.
And he was doing it for Slappies, DJ Martin. Angel right here. Angel trying to lock in on that back Smith. Smith
Austin
and 180 out.
Holcomb doing it for Pharmacy. That jersey's sick. That's a good move, having the Pharmacy making jerseys for their riders. Yeah.
You know, and you got to like that because Austin Holcomb's just been doing his thing. He's been logging it in. You want to get all your tricks in. The more tricks that you can get in, there'll be no scores we put out until all 3 sessions are done.
Wow, nice from
See?
Blunt. We've got a little over 4 minutes to go, and the judging basis, it's going to be overall impression. So you definitely want to land as many tricks as you can, but also difficult tricks. So in 10 minutes, you know, you got to kind of be like, what can I get?
Yeah,
number-wise, but also difficulty. That's what the judges are looking for.
And I feel like it's like you got your bag of tricks. You're going to try and get anything in your bag of tricks that you're going to get done in that 10-minute time.
Yep, rifle them out, and then if you've got some Hail Marys that might take you a while, maybe go for those towards the end.
Yeah, mark them off, right? Log them in and mark them off. Blair Alley and Brad J on the mic here, bringing it to you. Thanks for joining us, Bones Love Milk. It is, of course, the battle of the shops going on right now.
Wow, Backsmith, back 180, Angel Gutierrez.
Doing it for San Diego.
That's right. Wow, front crook. Noah Norris has one of the smoothest styles I've seen out here all weekend. So we've got a 10-minute jam here. It's almost 3 more minutes. We're going to have a little 5-minute warm-up for the Hubba section, which is next. You're going to see a different skater from each of these shops. Then finally, a 10-minute jam session on the rails, where you'll see another skater from these shops. And that's the format. They got a couple of alternates in case there's an injury or anything. And that's how the Battle of the Shops is going down. Brought to you by Bones Love Milk and Transworld.
And if you're watching this home, and you're going to kind of feel like who you think is the top 3 out of each section that we're competing in. You can kind of figure it out at home because we don't give the results from each of the individual sections. We just give you the top 3 after all 3 sections are complete. So you at home, play along.
Yeah, it's a whoa, Backsmith. Oh, almost. I think he'll get that before the 2.5 minutes
Well,
is
he's
up.
got time.
Yeah, so we're giving awards for the first, second, and third place shops at the end of it all. We're not giving away any scores at the end of each section. It's going to be a big surprise at the end.
I feel like right now you look at Pharmacy, and Austin Holcomb's been getting a lot of tricks in. Feel like he's pretty solid. You look at Slappy's team, DJ Martin's been representing pretty hard here too as well. And then you look at Angel Gutierrez in all black for San Diego. He's crushing it too as well.
Yep. Dylan Williams consistently doing some of the hardest tricks out here.
And Dylan Williams doing it for Active.
Putting points on the board for Active, indeed.
I think it's too hard to call.
It's a 5-way tie right now.
Yeah, everybody's the winner.
Yeah.
Or anyone could win it, basically. There it is.
Wow.
Angel!
And he does it perfect. Backsmith, back big spin. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to get a pro to do that later today, you know?
It's a big spin out of that Backsmith. That's ridiculous. And he's bustled Backsmith the whole entire thing before he big spinned out of it.
That's so insane. Minute and a half, less than a minute and a half left. This is winding down, and these guys have represented for their shops very well. Every one of them has put it down in this first jam. This is a good way to start this. Look at Dylan's going for a straight-up video part trick right there.
Time winding down, just over 1 minute to go. Come on, Long Beach, get behind our
Make
skaters
some
here
noise.
today. Angel, the silent assassin out here. Dylan Williams!
Are you kidding me? Dylan Williams. Oh, and DJ Martin follows it up with a bigger spin flip.
It's contagious.
They're going out here in the last minute. Wow.
35 seconds
This
to go.
is it. Time for maybe one try each from these guys. DJ Martin's all over that hip. Frontside flip. Wow. Front nose big spin. No Norris for a Long Beach skate.
13.
And we've got 10 seconds left.
10, 9.
Angels taking
8,
it to the
7,
very
6,
end. This
5,
is it.
4, 3,
Dylan,
2,
buzzer beater.
1.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
That's going to be time. Put your hands together for all the skaters out here. Come on, Long Beach.
So we've got 5-minute warm up for the Hubbas, and we're gonna
get a
go
word
over
with
here.
somebody
I'm
out
gonna
here.
grab Dylan Williams. This guy's a veteran. This guy's a veteran to contest. That was great, man. You killed me. No stranger to best trick. Dylan, stay here. No stranger to best trick contests. You're doing it for active. How you feeling right now?
I'm exhausted.
How was the tech section? What'd you think?
It was better than I thought it was going to be. I was worried I was just going to skate the ledge, but the A-frame's really good too.
Yeah. You're no stranger to be put in when it's a tech, manual, right? Out here.
Yeah, a couple times.
You consistently do those nose wheelie nollie flip outs first try?
Yeah, but I'm not one to brag.
I'll brag for you. It's amazing. Doing a flip out trick first tries and coming up on the Hubbas, you guys got Damo Walker.
That's my boy. He's about to kill it.
And then on the rails later, Trey Williams.
I mean,
Active's got a stacked team.
I don't got to say anything.
All right, then.
Watch him skate.
Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah, thank you.
Hell yeah. Let's look at some of the highlights from the tech section. Hubba's coming up next. Yeah. For this one.
Watch it. Put your phone down and do it. Drip splash like the ice on the wrist. That's a call I can't miss. Let's do.
It's our network.
We can't stream, we can't share. Makes us so dull. Ready to switch? Holy shirt!
Right? Switch to Boost and get 4 lines, each with unlimited gigs for $100 a month. All on Boost Super Reliable, super fast nationwide network.
What should we do with it first?
Road trip.
Yes. Off-road trip.
How hot is the Diablo chili?
Well, you gotta sign a waiver. You folks need bear repellent?
Nah, we're good.
Yes.
It's a big world. Our new Forester just made it even bigger.
So, what should we do second?
The 2019 Subaru Forester, the most adventurous Forester ever.
California's going down. Mountain Dew, you better ask somebody is going down. It's your boy Warren G. Let's get busy. Cause it's on N-A-T-E-N-A, the Warren to the G. We having a good time, all the kids out here doing their thing, playing good music. And we're gonna mount up, we're gonna regulate this same. Church. Yeah. I used to skateboard. I haven't did it in a while, but I could still tic-tac.
Skate this Hubba too, so that cameraman.
Oh, yeah. Just about go time right now.
The tech section was insane. What do you guys think out there? It's pretty insane skating we saw in the tech section, right? That's stuff that pros are going to be doing later.
But now we switch things up, though, Blair. So now we move over to the Hubba section.
Exactly. That's why we started off with a little appetizer. Now this is like a main course right here. These are legit Hubbas.
Are you saying the handrails for later is going to be our dessert?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So different representatives. So the thing about it is you can put in from your team who you want to skate one particular item. So the first thing in the tech section, different guys. But let's take a look at the start list for our Hubba section and show you who we're going to be looking at here.
All right, here we've got, for the Hubbas, we got George Torres doing it for Slappy's Garage out of San Diego. Justin Damer out of Long Beach Skate. He's got some insane footage out there on the internet. Seen it. Bobby Lunetta's doing it for San Diego. Jordan Powell's out here representing for Pharmacy. And Dominic Walker, you know this guy, doing it for Active. This is a stacked heat right here. 10 minutes on these Hubbas.
So it looks like we're going to be representing.
So it is just going to be on the 2 Hubbas right there. Bones Love Milk Hubbas. Shout out to Bones Love Milk, Transworld Skateboarding, bringing battle shops. Let's start it right now.
Enough
I think
talking.
Jeff Jewett gave him the go-ahead. Justin Damer with a Bennett grind. George Torres, back 180 nose grind. And here's Jordan Powell from Pharmacy. So just about everybody got their first little warm-up trick in there.
So you got
it's
2
like a
Hubbas.
train.
2 Hubbas represented out here. You can choose what you want to hit when it comes down to it.
And I think Dominic is taking it from the low to high side with a 5-0. No problem for Dominic.
Walker doing it for Active right there.
Ooh, Bobby Lunetta, tailside big spin. George Torres is straight doing 360 flip grind. Justin Damer, 180 nose grind out straight. And the judges are furiously taking notes. This is another barrage of Hubba tricks out here.
I mean, we were only 30 seconds into it. Come on, Long Beach, make some noise right now. Get behind all of our riders out here.
This is stuff you're going to see the pros doing later. Nollie Crook, Jordan Powell, no problem. Look at George just trying a 360 flip grind. Oh, the Willie grind.
He's all laughing about that one.
That's a fun one.
Justin Damer right there from Long Beach Skate.
That's right, the hometown. Exactly. Is that Oliver Flores? The 50 Cent of road reps? Blessing us with his presence? Wow. We need a third mic for Oliver Flores. Jeez. George Torres trying one of the hardest tricks you could do on a Hubba, man.
8 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
So much time.
Bobby Lunetta trying to get it in.
Wow. These guys are all trying really hard tricks. This isn't like, they're not just doing a bunch of basics. They're like
Damer.
Justin Damer, blunt slide.
LB Skate, represent.
These guys are trying to make sure their shop is getting up there in the judges' standings here with some really hard tricks.
Torres
teeing it up for the rail section next.
Count it right there.
Yep.
Bobby Lunetta, San Diego.
Kickflip 5-0, Dominic Walker.
Doing it for Active. Good job, Dominic, dropping bombs. Back to Justin. Now Bobby Lunetta right there. And now we look at George Torres from Slappy's here.
Wow,
Count
360 flip grind perfectly.
The Slappy's
and Dominic
crew
backs him up with a kickflip grind.
Slappy's crew going wild.
Yeah, who's out here room for Slappy's Garage? Make some noise. It's Jason Carney's shop.
There you go, Bobby Lunetta right there. Where are my Slappy fans at? Slappy shop, where are you at?
Yep.
Nice. Where's my Active fans at? Active shop, where you at?
Everyone's got fans out here.
Pharmacy, where's my Pharmacy people? There we go. LB Skate in the house, what? San Diego, where's my San Diego fans? Nice.
They came out early. That's dope.
Well, really, you're not really supposed to be skating before 1, but we all know the rules on that.
Kickflip crook, Dominic Walker rifling them off. Doing it for Active, trying to get Active that trophy.
Back to Torres right now, Slappies.
Wow, he looks like he's trying like hard flip back tail. That's insane.
Dominic Walker, Active. Jordan Powell nolling up.
Wow, Bobby Lunetta is trying a kickflip front tail slide. That is extremely difficult. Look at George Torres going for the hardest
6 minutes.
tricks.
6 minutes.
Yeah, see, jumping down a Hubba 10 minutes in a row nonstop is not easy on the body.
Lunetta,
wow.
There we go, count
Kick
that.
the front tail.
San Diego represent.
Dominic Walker, kick nose grind. He's landing a lot of really hard tricks out here.
I mean, he's landed like 400 tricks, I feel like.
Wow. George Torres is getting close to another really hard one. Oh, Bobby wants to do a clean.
Yeah.
Or maybe big spin out.
He didn't
we'll
want,
find out. We'll find out.
You saw him kind of touch the cement. He doesn't want to touch the ground.
That's good. I respect that. Real street skater.
Here we go. Coming in hot right now. Justin.
Wow, taking it low to high. I think only Dominic's done that so far.
Torres.
Wow.
Walker. You count it.
Front shove, back grind. These 5 shops picked the right guys for this because we are seeing some insane stuff. Look at that perfect front crook.
All right, we're past the halfway point.
Jordan Powell from Pharmacy.
San Diego
just running the pick.
All right, Torres from Slappies.
Wow, the hard flip back tail.
What?
That might be the most insane trick that's gone down in this session.
Lunetta.
George also did a 360 flip grind earlier.
Walker.
So George might have the 2 gnarliest.
Powell.
Nollie into the front side nose slide.
All right, here comes George Torres for Slappies. Eyeing it up. Over to the Hubbas.
And he's going for another super difficult one.
San Diego's Bobby Lunetta. Jordan Powell. Back to Dominic Walker for active.
Yeah, these guys are all trying to get these video part worthy tricks.
Justin. He's been wanting to lock that in. Who wants to see Justin get that for LB Skate? Well, make some noise then. Let's get him going. Jordan Powell there. Dominic Walker.
Wow, front shove, back 5-0. This guy, I think Dominic might have the highest number of really difficult flip-in type tricks.
Justin, you got this.
He's going for it. He's taking big slams. A lot of time still left to get these difficult tricks.
3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go here. The second section, the Hubbas rail section coming up after this. Here comes Lunetta, San Diego's very own. Picking up some loose chains. He wants to clean that up.
Wow, he might be trying to pop shove at the front crook.
Bobby Lunetta right now, San Diego. There it is.
Perfect.
He wanted it clean. He got it clean.
That's what he wanted.
Oh,
low to high
Walker.
Smith from Dominic.
From the other side.
I might have to say Dominic is dominating this session.
Justin been trying to lock it in. LB Skate. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Let's hear it for Dominic Walker for active.
Dominic is crushing the Hubba section.
George Torres lining it up for Slappies.
Wants to get that minute and a half left.
Jordan Powell here. Nolly's up on that.
Whoa, he's trying something insane.
Justin's just mixing it up.
That might be a low to high Bennett grind. That'd be sick to see.
All right, back over to Torres, doing it for Slappies. And Torres. Dominic Walker.
Wow. These guys are trying to get these flip-in tricks with a minute left.
Oh, man. 1 more minute to go. Long Beach, they're going to need to hear you get behind all the riders out here today. 1 more minute. Torres for Slappies.
Only 1 or 2 more tries each. We're almost out of time.
45 seconds. Here comes Lunetta. San Diego. Trying to shove it out of that. Dominic Walker.
Get that, Domo. You can get 1 more try.
Jordan Powell. Yes, he gets it.
Nollie front crook.
Nollie front crook. Oh, what?
This is
Here
25
we go.
seconds. 1 more try each, I think, is all they'll have. These guys are taking slams. And we're down to the last few seconds. This is going to be it.
This is it. 2, 1.
At the buzzer.
Count it!
Oh, gets the Bennett grind.
Count that!
Justin
right there.
Damer closes it out with a bang.
Oh,
wow. Holy moly.
All right, look, but we saw a lot go down right there. You saw Dominic Walker, you call him the Dominator, but then we saw Justin kind of get one in right at the buzzer.
Yeah.
How sick was that setup?
That was insane. It couldn't have had a better ending. Yeah, Dominic landed so many tricks, I couldn't believe it. And George Torres with the 360 flip grind and the hard flip back tail. I mean, these are tricks that the pros aren't even going to do later. That was nuts.
These guys...
Now, the rail's just going to get crazier.
And they're throwing it down right now. So 2 sections in the books right now.
Yep.
And then...
Moving right along quickly here.
I call it the equalizer coming up. When we go to the rails,
it's true.
It's
anything can happen.
That's a big stair set.
Exactly. I wouldn't say anyone shops in the lead necessarily. Let's watch some highlights, though, from that.
Let's check it out. Let's check
Hubba
some of the
section.
highlights here. Your attention.
Flip in. Dominic Walker there, front shove, back 5-0. Gap to Smith. He did so many tricks. There's Bobby Lunetta, did that kickflip front tail, got it perfect. Jordan Powell got the nollie front crook. And then that was the big ender, Justin Damer.
That was at the buzzer,
Literally, as the air horn was blowing, he got that Bennett grind. Oh, look at this, we got slow-mo.
We got Lunetta. Flips onto that, and then you look at right there, Jordan Powell.
Kickflip 5-0. There's one of the sickest tricks to go down. 360 flip grind.
They flipped a fitty.
Yup. Justin Damer with the 180 nose grind, come out straight. Kickflip crook by Dominic.
And another look at Damer right there, blowing slide that.
And when we come back, it's going to be the big finale, the rail section.
Oh, yeah.
The heavy hitters are warming up.
Well, that's
And
the
look
last
at the
one.
ender.
Stay with us. We'll be right back. More action coming up. The final section. Bones Love Milk. That's right. Battle of the Shops.
Stepping up, always take the risk. Don't just watch it. Put your phone down and do it. Drip splash like the ice on the wrist. That's a call I can't miss. Let's do.
It's our network.
We can't stream, we can't share. Makes us so dull. Ready to switch? Holy shirt!
Right? Switch to Boost and get 4 lines, each with unlimited gigs for $100 a month. All on Boost super reliable, super fast nationwide network.
What should we do with it first?
Road trip.
Yes.
Off-road trip.
How hot is the Diablo chili?
Well, you got to sign a waiver. You folks need bear repellent? Nah, we're good.
Yes.
It's a big world. Our new Forester just made it even bigger.
So, what should we do second?
The 2019 Subaru Forester, the most adventurous Forester ever.
All right.
Oh.
We're back
Yes.
here. The big finale, the rail section. 2 sections down, 1 to go. 10 minutes here on the rails. So here's who we have battling it out. Battle of the shops on the rails.
You look at Alexis Ramirez doing it for Slappies right there. And then you got Trey Williams doing it for Active in that yellow shirt. Pharmacy's very own Steve Gamboa. And LB Skate, Mason Malone, and San Diego's Cardona Russell will be representing out here today. Our final section. You have any ideas, Blair? What are you thinking? What team might be kind of in the lead right now?
Oh, man.
I'm not going to hold you to it, man.
I'll tell you a couple things. The tech section was a tie. There's too much going on. I swear to God. But Hubba's, Dominic dominated it. Most tricks, I think. George Torres, I think, had the 2 hardest tricks that I saw. The hard flip back tail is insane.
That's insane.
So I don't know. That's just what is kind of like sticking with me in those 2 heats. How about you?
Well, I'm feeling the same thing. Dominic Walker, when it comes to the Hubbas, I felt like was really on point. He had a lot of them in there. So Bobby Lunetta got a lot of attempts out there too as well. But it all depends on what happened in the tech section. Did Dylan Williams carry enough that Dominic Walker could add to that? But I think Active right now is in the top 3. And I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree. They got Dylan Dominic, that's heavy. And they got Trey Williams as their rail hitter, and he's legit.
No, he's no joke.
Front board right there, just warming up. Yeah. Gonna be, the clock is ticking. Let's get over here and see what's going on. I hope the judges were paying better attention than we were.
Yeah, no, it's on
Trey
now. Here we go. What?
Mason Malone doing it for LB Skate with a blunt slide. Alexis.
Yeah.
Switch front feeble.
And Trey Williams.
Wow.
Count it.
Just crushed a front crook. These guys aren't missing anything.
That was Mason Malone right there representing LB Skate.
That's right.
San Diego's Cardona Russell. What?
Biggie front board. Wow. These are pro level tricks. But Alexis is hitting the little rail first. Wow.
Now we got Active's Trey Williams coming in.
Woo. Trying to nollie into that front crook possibly.
Mason Malone. Talk about that front lip. And here comes Alexis Ramirez. Doing it for Slappies.
Switch front crook coming out of San Diego.
Think about it. Switch right there.
Nollie front feeble right behind him. Steve Gamboa.
Oh, look at Trey Williams.
All right, so these tricks are going down right now. You guys are seeing the highest of the highest level handrail skating right here.
Mason Malone, here we go. Oh, Trey.
He's going for some serious back nose blunt.
Ramirez, what?
Shoot, this is the last section. These guys want it for their shot right here.
They don't want to section here.
They don't want to leave anything up for debate with the judges. They want to close this case.
Cardona Russell trying to get that kick flip front board right there. Now we look at Pharmacy's Steve Gamboa.
Oh, wow.
Trey. Now Mason Malone from Long Beach Skate.
Almost. 6 minutes left. This heat's kind of flying by. But we have seen a lot of gnarly stuff, so. Oof, oof, oof.
All right, here we go. Steve Gamboa right now. Time winding down, 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Trey Williams coming at from Active.
Oh, man, slipped out on that concrete, which might be a little slick from everyone landing over there the last couple days.
Cordonal Russell now, San Diego. 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Long Beach, where are you at? Get behind these guys.
Perfect kickflip front grind.
What?
I mean, this rail and these stairs are no joke. This is old.
Trey Williams for Active.
Front 180 to switch grind. Wow. That might have been first try. I did not see him try that earlier.
We're over halfway, Blair, over halfway.
We're seeing some insane tricks go down.
Gamboa.
Alexis and Trey are doing insane stuff on this rail.
Trey doing it for Active. Trey Williams now.
Yep. He's doing it for Active, which has been kind of killing every section.
That's what I'm saying. I was talking about Active. They look like they could be a favorite out here.
Oof, oof. Switchback lip for Slappies, backing up George Torres on the Hubbas. These guys are our hometown homies here, Alexis and George. Wow. Heel front board. Oh, Mason, he rolled his ankle. LB Skip, get your alternate in there. 4 minutes left.
Well, we just lost out of LB Skate. Mason Malone rolled his ankle. Trey Williams right now. Woo. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Oh!
There it is. Alexis Ramirez, cab back lip.
What?
Wow.
Alex
Okay.
Ramirez.
He's putting the heat back on Trey. These two guys are doing the gnarliest tricks on these rails. And Steve Gamboa is getting in there too.
Here comes Trey Williams
crook.
doing it for Active. Active been solid all day today. Back over to Slappies. Looks like Alex Ramirez now.
3 minutes left.
Coming in switch here.
Switch front 270. I think he would have ridden it out if the wood wasn't there.
You call that a contest make?
Yeah, I think if there wasn't the wood there, I think he would have ridden it out.
Yeah.
I do. Ooh, Cordano. Yeah, Alexis starts every run with a little board slide to fakie. Okay. Oh. Wow.
Gamboa.
That's so gnarly.
Cordona Russell now.
Oh, get that, Cordano.
2 minutes,
Yep.
15 seconds to go. The final jam session here. Come on, people. Get behind our riders here. Trey, count it!
Nollie front feeds, no problem. Oof. Getting stuck on the landing, but oof, oof. Wow. So close. Oof. You all right,
1
Cordano?
minute, 40 seconds to go.
It's 8 stairs into concrete. This is no joke.
Yeah, you could hear the landings down here. All right, looking at Steve Gamboa.
Wow.
Trey Williams. Active Trey Williams again.
Fakey ollie back.
Where's my
lip.
Trey Williams fans? Come on now.
Wow,
Oh!
Cordano. Biggie front board, shove it. That was sick. Alexis, kickflip board. 1 minute left. These guys are about to go for the hammers.
1 minute. Trey.
Fakey 50-50.
What can't he do? 50 seconds on the clock. Time winding down like Trey needs another one. Alex Ramirez now. 30 seconds to go.
And we're down to only 4 guys, unfortunately, with that ankle roll. Ooh. You all right, Cordano? Good. Wow. This dude is taking some heavy slams and getting right back up. This is going to be it. 15 seconds, 1 try each at most.
10 seconds remain. Here comes Trey. Doing it for active. Trey Williams!
Kickflip, front feeble.
Shut up!
At the buzzer. Oh, make some noise for these guys. That was heavy. Holy. Wow, wow.
All right. Looking at the way it's gone, I really feel with Dominic so good in the Hubbas. I feel like Trey Williams so good. I feel like active is definitely going to charge the top 3.
And Slappies, I think, is right there because looking back, tech section, DJ Martin was section. George Torres killed it in Hubbas. Let's watch these highlights.
Let's talk about these highlights here. This is what we saw out here today.
Yeah, there's Steve Gamboa. Trey rifled off so many tricks. I wonder if they'll show the slams too. There's some hellacious slams during that jam. Alexis with the switch front feeble. Cordano with the biggie front board. Alexis with that switch front crook. That was nuts. Steve Gamboa kickflip grind. Alexis had that switchback lip. Oh, and the half cab flip on the quarter pipe. I didn't even see that. Cab back lip from Alexis Ramirez. Switch 270 front board, also from Alexis. And then Trey went on a killing spree as well. Nollie front feeble. Alexis threw that kickflip board slide. Trey with the fakey ollie back lip. It's pretty much the Trey and Alexis show on the rails.
I'm telling you. So and it seemed like Trey just got stronger and stronger throughout the 10 minutes.
He was insane, no doubt. It was active versus Slappies right there. Putting it on.
I mean, remember, everything we say is we're just guesstimating. We're not being the judges here.
We're not judges. We're just the guys with the mics.
Yeah. So we can speculate all day long.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
We're just backseat drivers over here.
Trey, everything's so clean. And even his non-makes were pretty much almost makes every time.
He had graceful bails for sure.
Yeah, I wish the best for Mason Malone. Get rolling that ankle for LB Skate. Tough break for him on that one.
Yeah, that's a bummer. I hate to see that. Almost all these guys took really gnarly slams, though. I was surprised they all got back up. But shout out to Mason. Heal up quick, Mason. Yeah. So the judges have their work cut out for them. And very shortly here, we'll be getting the first, second, and third places from this Transworld Skateboarding Battle of the Shops presented by Bones Love Milk. Shout out to them and Do Tour for letting us do this.
Well, we're going to come back. We're going to find out who won this thing. Stay with us. More coming up for you. Who won it? Stay with us to find out right after this.
Stepping up, always take the risk. Don't just watch it. Put your phone down and do it. Drip splash like the ice on the wrist. That's a call I can't miss. Let's do.
It's our network.
We can't stream, we can't share. Makes us so dull. Ready to switch? Holy shirt!
Right? Switch to Boost and get 4 lines, each with unlimited gigs for $100 a month. All on Boost super reliable, super fast nationwide network.
What should we do with it first?
Road trip.
Yes. Off-road trip.
How hot is the Diablo chili?
Well, you gotta sign a waiver. You folks need bear repellent? Nah, we're good.
Yes.
It's a big world, Our new Forester just made it even bigger.
So, what should we do second?
The 2019 Subaru Forester, the most adventurous Forester ever.
Oh, yeah. Well, it is time to find out. We good? Well, what an amazing competition, Blair. That was absolutely amazing. Something brand new out here. Bones love milk. I mean, the shop, Battle of Shops did not disappoint.
Yeah, and shout out to Transworld as well. This was everything I wanted and more. I couldn't believe what I saw in all three sections, especially Hubba and Rails. The guys were going toe-to-toe, like Trey Williams and Alexis in the rails. And then,
well, yeah. I'll tell you what, I thought this thing was absolutely amazing. And you and I were talking just between ourselves, kind of thinking that Active was looking pretty solid. Slappy was looking pretty solid out there, too, as well. But it's go time.
All right, let's see.
All right.
Top three shops. How'd we end up? Let's bring the teams down. Bring the top three teams down.
All right. Well, let's bring them down. In third place out here today, put your hands together for Team Slappies. Come on down, DJ Martin, George Torres, and Alex Ramirez. Come on down, third place out here. Get you guys on down here. We need all the teams on down here. We need Slappies. Come on down, Slappies. Right here, face that way, Bob. Hey, one more time. Let's hear it for Team Slappies out here, third place.
Slappy's Garage coming out of San Diego. That's Jason Carney's shop.
Now look, Blair, you and I were talking about Slappies. We knew they'd be in the top three. There you go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They crush it in every section.
And in second place today, putting on one heck of a show, get loud and proud for San Diego.
Come on down, Angel, Bobby Lunetta, Cordano Russell. Come on down.
And the moment you guys have been waiting for, your winner. Your winner today, put your hands together for Team Active!
They did it. They dominated. Dylan Williams, Dominic Walker, Trey Williams, come on down. Let's give these guys this trophy. Look at that thing. That's amazing. Where's Dominic? We're missing Dominic. Trey, how you feeling? You killed it on the rails.
I feel good. I'm hyped. This shit's crazy.
What about your teammates? What about the crew?
They all went crazy, bro. Like, I didn't get us here. It's a team thing, you feel me?
Let's get Dominic down here. Dylan, how you feeling about your teammates?
They nailed it, man. I mean, I expect nothing less.
Wait, all right, we got one more. Dominic, get in here.
What's good, dude?
$2,500 going to the Team Active.
Dominic, come here. How are you feeling the Hubbas?
The Hubbas are great.
That's a rail. Don't trip over the rail. You can skate the Hubbas. Don't trip over the rails.
Hubbas are fun. Almost died because it's a little small, but it's perfect.
How'd your teammates handle it on the other section?
Dylan killed it. Crook nollie heel. Noseman and nollie heel. Killing it. This guy, nollie front. Peace.
Team Active does it. Battle the Shops, Transworld, and Bones Love Milk.
Well, I'll tell you what, amazing stuff going down here. Team Active, they take the win out here. $2,500. Did not disappoint. What an amazing competition it was all the way through. So congratulations to all the skaters out here. We got more skating coming up. In fact, we got your Park semifinals on the way. That is coming up. More coming up. Day 3 going on. thanks for coming up. Blair, thank you for being part of it.
Hey,
What an
Brad,
awesome
thank
show.
you. You killed it. I can't wait for everything else we got going on today here at Do Tour.
All right, we're going to send things out to our stage with Destiny Rogers taking the stage right now. Enjoy the music. It's Do Tour.
Put your W's up. Put your W's up. We got the Do Tour. What a Do Tour. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Hey. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. All right, I'm about to bring out Destiny Rogers, so I need y'all to make some noise. Do Tour. Can y'all really feel me? Okay. Okay. Long Beach. Can y'all really feel me?
Hey, what up, Long Beach? How you feeling? What's up? All right, we're gonna sing this song called Northside, all right? Sing along if you know it. When I met you, it was nothing extra. Not from the same town, but had all the same game. And I don't fall for too often, so...
It's our network.
We can't stream, we can't share. Makes us so dull. Ready to switch? Holy shirt!
Right? Switch to Boost and get 4 lines, each with unlimited gigs for $100 a month. All on Boost super reliable, super fast nationwide network.
What should we do with it first?
Road trip.
Yes. Off-road trip.
How hot is the Diablo chili?
Well, you gotta sign a waiver. You folks need bear repellent? Nah, we're good.
Yes.
It's a big world. Our new Forester just made it even bigger.
So, what should we do second?
The 2019 Subaru Forester, the most adventurous Forester ever.
Welcome to the land of those who do. $50 states, 50 bottles. Collect them all to get $100.
What's up? My name is Cooper. I'm originally from a small town outside of Evansville, Indiana, and I currently live in Los Angeles, California. I think Do Tour brings a lot to the community of Long Beach, especially for young artists as myself or the skateboarders. It gives us an opportunity to showcase our talent and work on a very big platform. Yeah, last year I painted for Secret Walls, a 90-minute live art battle. I made a couple contacts and I'm back this year. My process as an artist definitely depends on what type of project. If it's a mural or if it's just a drawing, it can vary. But at the basis, it's pretty much the same. I just start out with a handful of drawings and then I work with colors and color coding and things like that, and then I'll eventually find one that I like and then trash the rest. My favorite part of the process is working with Andy Baker's team in his studio. As a kid, and even still, I've always just loved cartoons and animation. To be able to bring my work into a 3D cartoon level, I'm definitely excited about that. Hey, what's up? I'm Cooper. See you in Long Beach, June 13th through 16th.
Welcome back to Long Beach, ladies and gentlemen. There you see the street course. I am here at the moment at the DTL set, and we have a special guest for you. We have Cooper. Thanks for coming here.
Of course. Thank you for having me. I'm having an amazing time. It's awesome. Yeah.
Just to put it in perspective for the viewers, like what you just saw there, the package that you saw, this was Cooper. This is all of his stuff behind us right here. This is all of his art. So he's kind of made it happen and brought it all together here. I want to know a bit about you. Like, where did you come from? Where'd you grow up?
Definitely, yeah. So I'm from a really small town outside of Evansville, Indiana. Few thousand people town, so probably not have heard of it, people out there, but yeah, Indiana.
What was it like growing up? What, 3,000 people you said?
Yeah, around maybe 3,000 people, give or take a few here and there, but everyone knows each other. So yeah, it's cool, classic small town.
Yep.
Yeah.
And did you go through like the normal like art school, or did you just love it and run with it? How did that work?
So I remember, having a few notebooks and things like that as a kid, and drawing my room, things like that. Just kind of a hobby as a kid, things like that. Got into sports, 5th grade, and kind of that's where the attention went of my time.
Small attention span too for me.
Yeah. Okay.
Got to keep it going.
Exactly. And the art scene, as a kid, there's not many people doing art there or just creative things like that. So, kind of got into sports and high school sports and things like that. And then coming back to college, kind of reconnected with it, and then just tried to figure it out from there.
Yeah. What made you like love it so much at that point?
I don't even know. It was just almost like a calling. I felt called to just try to something there,
Yeah.
So
who were like the inspirations for you at that point that you were like, damn, this guy or girl is so good?
Yeah. So when I got into college, early college, and it's like you can be a painter, or designer. There's so many different creative things, outlets that you can do. I was interested in painting, drawing, a little bit of design. So a couple of the artists would be Stephen Harrington, which he was the artist here 2 years ago.
Right.
So
unreal.
when he did that, I was kind of just getting out of college, and I was like, man, one day, I could see my stuff being there, branding it. I had a lot of work to still do, but definitely Stephen Harrington, I was been obsessed with his work and things like that. Greg Mike, he's an artist from Atlanta.
Right.
He did a basketball court there actually a couple of years ago, and last summer I actually did a basketball court in my hometown in Indiana. We raised the money because I was inspired from what he did there, and also another artist, Mad Steez,
Welcome to Long Beach, California. This is the Dew Tour built by Mountain Dew. We are getting ready to unleash the men's park semifinal. I am Todd Richards, joined here by the illustrious Paul Zitzer, and we are going to break it down for you here today. We've got some of the best of the best. This is the semifinals. We're going to weed down this group of guys into the top 8 for tomorrow's big event. But Paul, last night, you know, we had probably one of the most intense qualifying rounds we've seen so far, and today is shaping up to be just another banger.
Right, because the skaters in yesterday's qualifier rounds are the typical final skaters.
Yeah.
You know, those are the guys, Corey Juneau, and you got guys like Alex Sorgente, Tristan Rennie, all skating in a quarterfinal. That is unheard of. So it was an amazing event yesterday, and today it's going to get even better because we're going to see the pre-seeded skaters going up against yesterday's top finishers.
All right, well, here is the format. We've got 24 athletes, 4 heats of 6. They each get 3 runs, 45 seconds to make it happen in this park course. Best run counts. That'll be possible 100 points. Paul, we're going to show you the top 3 from yesterday's qualifying round. Break it down for us.
Oh, this is Tristan Rennie, and he did what he needed to do. He didn't overdo it. He came out and mixed it up, went big, got technical, as we know he can do very well, and did just enough. Hey, and he cruised his way through in 3rd place. And Alex Sorgente, he's another one. He's a veteran, and he's experienced in competition, and he's great at doing all the tricks needed to make it through. And then Corey Juneau, always sort of a wild card. You don't know if he's going to stay on or fall off. When he stays on, it is a beautiful thing, and we saw that last night, and he was the #1 qualifier, and I can't wait to see him keep it going here today.
Well, the question is, will Corey Juneau be able to stay on? Because we've got some heavy hitters now. These guys qualified last night to meet up with our pre-seeded skaters. We got guys like Pedro Barros, Jimano Reynolds, Keegan Palmer. There's a lot of big names here, Gavin Butker. But, I mean, look, Corey Juneau and Alex Sorgente and Tristan Rennie, they know how to mix it up. This is going to be, you know, maybe the competition to watch here this weekend. The finals, it almost seems like they'll be able to relax a little bit more because these are the top 8, but this is going to be a really competitive round.
Yeah, there are 24 skaters in this round that could potentially make the final. With their best run, they can all go to the final. So it's anyone's game. It's all about doing their best, staying on, as it always is. I would expect big things from yesterday's #1 qualifiers, but how are they going to go up against the Pedros and the Jimanos?
And it's a truly international field here. Olympic implications on the line. 11 Americans here in this park semifinal. So we're going to get underway here pretty soon. We're going to check in with Chris Pastris, who is on the deck. Chris, what's happening over there at the park?
What's up, boys? Yeah, practice is heating up here for the semifinals, where we have 12 of yesterday's quarterfinal placers meeting 12 pre-qualified athletes, and yeah, practice is going nuts. The typical guys skating well. Kern Caples is ripping, CJ Collins, and big news down here, Carl Berglund is in because Yuto Horigome is a scratch. He's going to focus on street. So that's big news. Carl Berglund, who was in 13th place, is now in the competition. So look for big things from Carl Berglund from Sweden. Excited to kick this thing off.
Thanks, Chris. Well, that is big news. And yesterday we were kind of talking about how Yuto Horigome he's doing double duty, one of the only guys here, and potentially the most potent in park as well as street. So obviously he's going to concentrate on his street competition.
It's unbelievable, and the crazy thing is he was pre-qualified in. He didn't have to skate his way through in today. He's that good. He already had enough points to be in the semifinal from the World Championship.
All right, well, we're going to get this semifinal underway. CJ Collins is going to be setting us off here, setting the pace. Like I said before, each one of these skaters is going to get 3 runs. They have 45 seconds to put it down. The judges, what are they looking for, Paul?
They are going to be looking for, #1, you got to stay on your board. That's a fact. But you got to do it with style. You got to use the whole bowl. You got to keep your speed. You have to look like you know what you're doing. And then hopefully you go high and do hard tricks. That's a lot. Some of these guys will do it, some won't.
All right, well, those are the ingredients for a high-scoring run. CJ Collins in the park.
So CJ, last night, just barely squeaked in through the quarterfinal round into this semi. I think he may have learned something by having to skate yesterday because he ran out of tricks at the end of his run. He didn't have an end of his run planned, so we'll see if he could do it here today. That was a huge trick. Frontside flip onto the bank. He landed really low, though, and you see him. He lost his speed. Now he's just trying to stay on his board and finish his run. That's fine, but that is not what the judges are looking for at the end of your run.
And he had said last night in competition, right after it was over, that he kind of thought he did his big trick and it was at the end of his run, but he still had 8 seconds left. You kind of saw that kind of play out right here. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges start off their scoring on their scale.
They're going to have to start relatively low because while that was a good run, it wasn't a fantastic run. So as a judge, you got to leave a lot of room above that because we have the 24 best bowl skaters, park skaters in the world coming up. They're going to be shredding.
All right, well, CJ, getting that run out of the way, setting the pace. It's always good to start off any competition with a fully made run.
Absolutely, and that was the trick of his run, the frontside flip off the hip. He has such a beautiful flick, and look, he catches it at the peak and just waits for it. He lands too low, though, to generate any kind of meaningful speed out of it, and the rest of his run suffered. So he's going to look to improve on that, even though it was good. He's going to probably need to do more to make an 8 cut into the final.
You see behind him that is Curran Caples. He'll be coming up soon. So CJ Collins right now into first, but that is not going to last. These are the predictions that we have here in the booth. Okay, Danny Leon is up next, coming out of Madrid, Spain. We're going to get into some of the international field here. As I said, international field with Olympic implications on the line.
Right, and that's the beautiful thing about this park course field of skaters. It's just all over the world, so much talent from everywhere. And Danny Leon is a great example. He's another skater that had to skate the quarterfinal, and he barely made it through. So that wasn't even 24 hours ago.
Yeah, it really was. You know, they're probably still really sore from last night. So Danny Leon coming off his board. As soon as you're off, that's it. Your run's over. So, Paul, why, when you think about what events are actually in the Olympics, you have street, you have park. Why park and not vert, the traditional half pipe?
Well, I think the skate parks of today have bowls like this all over the place. There are still very few vert ramps accessible to anyone, right? They're all in San Diego or Southern California, and then there's like 2 elsewhere. So I think that's why it's the accessibility, and that's what skaters are skating. They're skating street, they're skating park. They're not skating vert.
And it's truly global. Danny Leon right now into second place with that fall, and that sets us up for Colin Graham coming out of Virginia Beach. A lot of history in Virginia Beach for skateboarding, for sure.
You look back to Mount Trashmore, they built a scene. One public skate park back then cranked out like 10 pros. The Gutierrez brothers, we had Alan Midget and the whole crew, Sergi Ventura. So you see how public parks can produce professional skateboarders, and that has happened ever since. And it's especially happened in Brazil, and now it's happening in America. But it's interesting, as a park skater, Colin Graham is one of the few East Coast park skaters to be in this competition. Most of them are from the West Coast.
How important is that to have like mentors like the Gutierrez brothers and Alan Midget and all these guys that you could look up to? Because you can tell that he's been tutored by these guys and maybe hazed into the skater that he is.
Yeah, and they could give you the advice. They could tell you what you need to do to make it. And it also helps to have people to skate with that are pushing you.
Yeah.
If you're just somewhere skating by yourself in a bowl, it's really hard to find the motivation to learn these tricks.
Because it does hurt.
Yeah, you gotta have somebody yelling at you from the deck, like, do it.
Especially back east. I mean, me growing up back east, you growing up kind of semi-back east.
Midwest, yes.
It's the pain of your peers that force you to land things. As we see Colin Graham right here, kicking it way out over the deck. But a great run, kind of fell off just at the last end of that run, though.
It was a really good run, but you saw the Madonna, you saw the one-footed body jar. Not the hardest tricks that you're going to see of the day.
So the judges, you were saying they want to see you be smooth, but the technical tricks, you have to be able to make that blend of the tech and the smooth and make it high out of the walls.
Right, and that is exceptionally difficult to do. But later on, when you see the Pedros, you see the Haimana Reynolds, Keegan Palmers, those guys are going to show you how it's done.
All right. Well, coming in from Japan, this is Kensuke Sasaoka.
Yeah, so he was another skater that had to come through the quarterfinal round. He's got some big tricks like that body jar. Takes a lot of commitment, but he doesn't have any super technical tricks, or he's not known as a super technical rider. And that can play a part. Wow, he briefcase grabbed that kickflip, wrong side of the board, and still managed to make it, so that was good. Nice 540 McTwist. But look, speed is gone. Now he's struggling a little bit to get back up there and in his rhythm.
How hard is it to get back on your line if a trick happens in the wrong spot in a run?
Very difficult, because when you land a trick in a bowl, it sends you to your next trick in a different part of the bowl that you planned. If you come off your line, now you're constantly adjusting to what's in front of you. You didn't plan for it, makes it exceptionally difficult. That was a really good recovery and a good run for Kensuke.
All right, well, the Japanese skaters, I mean, they've been on the come up. Japanese snowboarders, just Japan in general, in action sports, they've been kind of the ones to watch over the past couple of years.
They really have. Their presence in the park is not, there's grabbing the wrong side of the board. God. Pancake grab. He had to
scary.
Throw it in. Then straight into the front side air, into the deep bowl. And there's the 540 McTwist mute grab. And that one was landed nicely. Little back seat, but it was okay. Frontside nose grind, pop in, pretty standard bowl trick there to end it. He's psyched to be on his board. Great showing in run number one.
Easily into first place with that run. So that's going to be the score to beat right now, a 67.66. 3 runs, best of 3 out of a possible 100.
This 8 cut is going to get really difficult. So you're looking at that 67.66. My prediction is that score is going to end up in about 15th later on today.
All right, Pedro Quintas out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Talk about the Brazilian skate influence in especially bowls these days.
They skate the bowl different than any other skaters in the world, and it's like this. Full commitment. You saw that. It's speed, it's power, it's just raw, brute force.
We saw him go down really hard right there. And if you're wondering why are some of these guys wearing helmets and some are not, if you're under 18, you must wear head protection here. If you're over 18, well, kind of go for it. It's just kind of the culture of skateboarding, you know. It's
and thankfully,
he just rung his bell pretty hard right there.
Thankfully, he's not 18 yet, because that slam would have hurt a lot more next year. Varial flip Indy, his back foot gets hung up on the tail, and then he's 2 front seat, puts his feet down, takes it to the dome.
Actually didn't actually hit his head right there. Slow-mo has revealed to me that he didn't actually hit his head. All right, Curran Capel is one of the most stylish skateboarders ever to stand on a piece of wood with 4 wheels.
So Curran Capels is going to bring you speed and lines. He knows his way around the bowl and the corners, and he can work every part of it. And that's what he has to do. And unfortunately, it just looked like, it looked like he got into that Smith grind just fine, and then just got caught up on the coping. Who knows? It could be the kingpin on his truck. Could have dug in. It's hard to say. Maybe we'll see a replay, maybe not. There's a lot that can go wrong on any trick.
All right, well, Curran Capel, if you get 2 more attempts at this, and you want to talk about style, he is one of the guys to watch as far as putting the pieces in this puzzle perfectly.
Right. But when they don't happen for Curran, he doesn't have those technical tricks to fall back on. It needs to all flow.
All right, well, Kensuke on top right now from Japan, a 67.66. That is the score to beat as we get ready for Ivan Federico coming out of Italy. Oh, wait, you know what? We're going straight back to the top here. We got these 6 skaters. We're going to rotate these guys through. All right, so CJ Collins is back in the bowl.
On his first run, he finished it, but it was,
that's it. That's the big risk, I think, of trying some of those tricks on the deck.
Exactly. The question is it worth it? When he kickflips that box jump,
how many points are you risking right there?
I think it's riskier than it's worth. That's it.
There you go. And obviously, CJ Collins has got some pressure on him into run number 3. Hey, Chris Pastris, you know, we got a lot of Americans competing here today with Olympic implications on the line. What's the pressure like down there?
Yeah, you know, it's definitely palpable. You can feel the pressure. As you mentioned, Todd, there's 11 Americans competing for only 3 spots for Tokyo 2020. So that means Alex Sorgente, Corey Juneau, all these top skaters, Kern Caples, all these guys are going to have to compete for only 3 spots. So you can literally feel the pressure down here on the deck. It's gotten real serious this year.
Well, I can tell you, Chris, thank you for that report. I can tell you from experience of, you know, my snowboard going to the Olympics, it's all fun and games and you're laughing with your bros, and then at some point it just sets in what the stakes are. Oh my gosh.
That was crazy. Danny Leon did the big spin back D. It went to truck. I don't think that was on purpose, but he managed to hang on, and he's got a run going here.
Spanish skater ripping through this run, kind of making it happen. That's what you call a contest make.
Wow, the kickflip stale fish right here towards the end of his run, followed by the backside nose blunt on the big bank. Strong run all the way through for Danny Leon. You saw him working the ball and doing really difficult tricks from start to finish. That's huge.
So he had the frontside flip to stale fish. He had that sketchy re-entry on that disaster.
And in some ways, that can count in your favor. If you stay on, the judges are going to reward you for being able to adjust and make that happen. It doesn't all have to be perfect. Alley-oop Indy, straight into the big spin. His board does a 180 under his feet. Disaster, it was a disaster.
Oh my gosh, kind of went to truck on that one. And let's just talk about some of the lines that he had.
Here's another look at that. It was just wow. That was pure determination, no technique. And then he kept it going over the hip and straight into some more difficult tricks like the kickflip, stale fish. That is such an awkward trick, reaching behind your back foot to catch it. And a nice backside nose blunt on the bank. You're going to see a lot of those today. It seems to be the trick of choice on the steep banks, nose blunts.
All right, well, Danny Leon goes into second place. Potentially, if he cleans up the big spin back disaster, is that going to give him a couple more points there? Boost the score up?
I'd say he's going to have to show a little bit more flow through the bowl, maybe do a little bit higher tricks and a smoother flow.
All right, someone with a little bit more flow, carries a lot more speed. This is Colin Graham coming out of Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Yeah, it's for if you're not going to go incredibly high or get super technical, you got to have flow. You got to show you know your way around the bowl and have command of the corners and hips.
You see him just kind of flowing through this bowl here. Not super technical, but definitely making it look like he should be doing all these tricks. He's not fighting any of these walls at all.
Right. It's a good, clean, solid run until right there. He's trying to frontside blunt to truck bash on the way in. And he kind of just, his balance was a little heavy on the toes, and he got rejected off the coping.
What's the strategy you think, as far as do you want to bring your super tech tricks right away? Do you get rewarded more for that, or if you kind of put them towards the end, end of your run? Where do they have more impact?
I think the best advice is start strong and end stronger. And fill the run with as much as you can. But yeah, huge tricks at the end of a run are extremely important. But as you get towards the end of the run, things get more difficult because your legs get tired, and all of a sudden, a simple trick feels virtually impossible. That can happen.
All right, Colin Graham slides into fourth place right now, 52.66. And we have our current leader coming up once again from this first heat, Kensuke Sasaoka of Japan. Big scene in Japan. These guys are really coming into their own as far as being action sports icons.
But we've seen the greatest success in men's street and then women's street and women's park. There's only a few top-ranked Japanese park skaters. Kensuke is one of them, and you can see why. I think he's a solid contender, but I don't think he's at a level where he's going to be a threat to win a park event for we'll give him as much time as he needs, but he's not there yet.
So, but obviously representing from Japan, probably a lock to represent in the Olympics.
Yeah, I would say if Yuto doesn't pursue the park spot, then Kensuke may be that pick.
All right, still in the lead. A fall there plaguing his run, but you could see the combos that he put together, the trick that he did into that 540, definitely trying to add some chutzpah to that run.
Right, but he went for the McTwist again, and it just, he was going to probably hang up, maybe under-rotate. Either way, he didn't want to find out what the consequences were going to be, so smartly, he jumped ship and saved it for his final run.
6.7, 6.6, still the score to beat from him. Moving right along, Pedro Quintas, coming out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. A lot of power, a lot of speed.
Definitely speed and power. Look at that frontside feeble grind, stretching it out and going straight up into a nice tall frontside tail slide. We saw him slam on that trick in his first run, and so that gets in your head. All of a sudden, this flip trick, you're approaching it with a little bit more too much caution, and it makes the trick difficult. Where, I mean, it's a technical trick, but it's not incredibly hard until it's in your head.
If you're hyper-focused on it your entire run, it can become your nemesis. All right, well, Pedro Quintas will get one more run as we move on to Curran Caples. We saw him come off his board really, really early. We were talking about how if you can't take it to the tech, you can take it to the flow and the combos and the way that you use the entire part.
And I think I overgeneralize what Curran does. He can get technical, but his greatest strength is the flow and speed and a great style. You saw he dropped the Smith grind in favor of a 5-0 because that's in your head. You don't want to fall in the same trick 2 times in a row. But it was no problem to replace it. Not a great write-off. Unfortunately, going down on a frontside flip, that is one of Curran's most technical moves. It's hard. Anytime you're going to flip a board in your run without grabbing it, you're leaving a lot to chance.
All right, well, Curran Caples falls on run number 2. The results after run number 2, still in the lead, Kensuke from Japan, holding on to it. His second run, he went down, but by virtue of run number 1, he is still here in the lead. So it's all about putting one down. We've got a lot more skaters to come here from this semi-final round. Well, Curran Caples, our last skater through, gave us a look at what this course is like and some insight about it with our GoPro course preview.
What's up, I'm Curran Caples. We're here at the 2019 Dew Tour in Long Beach. Let's check out this park. This park's unique just because it has really nice flowing lines and good big bowl corners, good transfers, good steep banks. It just brings a lot of variety, and that's what I feel like makes a good course, and this is what this one has. A lot of park courses, I feel like, kind of have the same routine of like what obstacles are in them. But this one, it's like the design they did last year that works, and so they ran it this year. And yeah, it's just a bowl that you can draw a lot of lines from.
All right, this is our leader right now, coming out of Gifu, Japan, Kensuke Sasaoka. He is leading with a 67.66. But there are a lot more skaters yet to come. We saw that course preview, the GoPro inside line a minute ago from Curran Caples, showing us the smooth lines around this course. I mean, look, we got to shout out Chris Gregson, who's doing all these follow cams in here today. He's using the Hero 7 black camera with the Hyper Smooth. Makes it look good.
And
there he is, right behind.
He could be in this contest. He is an incredible park skater.
All right, straight back into it. CJ Collins on course.
Makes the kickflip to start the run this time. He needed it.
This is the third, bailing the Stalefish. I was just gonna say, this is their third run, so pressure got to CJ Collins, and he is now done for the day.
And it really does come down to this for a lot of these skaters. You have to do at least one of your better runs and just stay on. You have to stay on. You could be the best park skater in the world. If you're coming off your board with 5 or 10 seconds left, you're done.
But CJ Collins right now currently in third place, but I don't think that score is going to hold on. Check the kickflip. He got it this time.
So taking that risk paid off to start, but it didn't last.
Hey, Paul, you know, there's so much crazy pressure now for these guys in competing with all this Olympic hype, this Olympic pressure. How many of these guys do you think actually have coaches on the deck? Maybe older skaters?
Yeah.
You know, someone that's done a lot of contests?
I think the park skaters are going to be the last ones to adopt the coach strategy, okay? And here's why. The 3-run format is pretty simple. You go and you do your best. Maybe you start and try to get one in the bag and then work your way up. But you don't necessarily need so much coaching as opposed to the street side where there's math equations being done to figure out what you need to do to win the contest. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, but I think they're going to have to start really bringing some of that focus because you can get lost out here.
You absolutely can.
All right, Danny Leon from Spain back in the bowl. That big spin disaster, a lot cleaner this time, Paul.
Yeah, and that's going to help big, and there he does the body varial to get his board back to forward, follows it up with the kickflip Indy over the hip, beautiful front side nose grind. So he's keeping the flow going, kickflip, stale flip, not this time.
Let me talk to you about that for a second. When you do a trick that reverses your board's direction, it flips around the other way, how weird is that to be routing your board backwards? Is it more of a mind thing? Does it feel different?
It feels different. You have different angles on your tail and nose. The tail is shorter than the nose of your board, so it's giving you different leverage on your tricks. The one thing you want to do when your board's backward is turn it around.
Yeah, get it back the other way
as
right
quickly
away.
as possible. But that said, some skaters have setups that are more similar and can be ridden either way easier, but it's rare.
Well, Danny Leon going down in the kickflip stalefish there towards the end of his run. He did make that backside disaster, the big spin backside disaster, a lot cleaner. Sitting in second place right now, skater from Spain.
And I think looking at the leaderboard right now, the difference between being in first and second and the rest of them is staying on. That's it.
Yeah. All right. Well, moving right along. One of the Americans from Virginia Beach, Virginia, Colin Graham, brings a lot of speed, more of an air approach to this park setup.
And the air, everybody loves the big air, and it's difficult in this bowl because there's no one spot to really crank speed. Backside tail slide on that flat bank, flowing up into that pocket.
You know, something that you need to talk about as well is East Coast skaters, it's very seasonal. You know, you don't have that many months. You're fighting elements in the wintertime. Coming from there, it sucks.
Well put. If you don't have an indoor park, you are in a position where you have to travel all winter. Oh, hanging on to the gay twist. Oh, very lean disaster. So Colin Graham putting it together here. A 45-second run, and he finished strong.
Great end to that run. 3 or 4 tricks in there. A couple of them maybe after time, but still, the combos were there. Very impressive. A lot of speed. Flowed through the park. Wasn't really slow in any of the spots.
Here you see him coming up backwards, doing a fakie into a 360, landing forward, and then straight into the varial lean air. So the board does a 180 under his feet, takes it to disaster. And a nice melon to fakie with the board backwards.
Smacks the nose.
That's more like showing the judges you have the control and the wherewithal. You know where you're at. You can smack the nose. It's not super difficult, but it gets difficult when your balance is off. So he was on.
All right, well, Colin Graham, great run coming out of Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Low 70s is real.
Waiting for this score. Where do you think this is going to set him up? Do you think he beat Kensuke with it?
I think he did because he finished so strong and he had so much variety of tricks. Kensuke had the 540 McTwist. You know, that judges love that.
Varial lean disaster up against the McTwist.
So,
ooh, wow, they kind of didn't like that.
That's a hurtful
That is
score.
a real low score for what we just saw right there. So Colin Graham, that'll do it for him here today.
I can't explain that score.
That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. See if that one will hold
So,
on.
the 540 McTwist, maybe that's the determining factor here today? I don't know.
I feel like everyone's got the 540. Like, that's like, it's like what we learned. We learned how to do backside airs first when we were younger. Kids these days, they learn the 540 first.
That's true.
But you don't see a lot of people doing varial tricks where you're smacking your board and it's all about timing and precision.
Right. I think the nuance of everything that Colin Graham just did is so difficult. Getting technical and keeping it going to the end of the line, that is up here, whereas yanking a 540 in the middle of a run, you know, there's a lot of people that can do that.
I mean, it's one thing if, you know, you're doing these combos, whether it's a flip trick into the 540, and then you've got something straight out of it, and it flows.
Right.
But if you're counting on one trick to be your exclamation point,
I mean, hey, it's paying off so far. Kensuke's in first place, and that's not to say that's all he did was the McTwist, but his run didn't have the nuance. So we'll see how that score holds up through the rest of the semifinal round.
Here's the course that we talked about, our park course here.
An international field of skaters with Olympic implications on the line. We are here in Long Beach, California for the Dew Tour, built by Mountain Dew. This is the men's park semifinal. We've seen some action go down so far. Right now, 24 athletes are trying to whittle those down to 8 to compete in the final tomorrow. This is the way it shakes out here. 4 heats of 6. 3 runs, 45 seconds, best run counts. My name is Todd Richards. I'm next to Mr. Paul Zitzer, and we are breaking down this first group of guys. Japanese skater Kensuke Sasaoka coming out of Gifu, Japan. Threw down. He's in the lead right now, Paul, but we've been kind of saying that this might not hold out because we have such a heavy roster yet to come.
Only 8 skaters are going to advance into the final, and a prediction would be that based on these runs and the caliber of the skating, none of these are going to be top 8 cut-making runs.
All right. Well, 11 Americans are in this semifinal. We are trying to only get 3 of them to represent the United States in Japan in 2020 for men's park. A lot of pressure for these guys, whether they like it or not.
So, #1 ranked skater for now in the park.
Kensuke trying to build on that score that he has. This is to be his final run here in the semifinals.
He's Got the kick flip over the hip, and that's a nice transfer off that bank into the deep bowl, but again, he can't hang on. Fortunately, he put down his first run, and he's going to have to stick with that 67.66 and hope that holds up through the next 3 heats. But again,
it's not a meaty score.
No, it's not.
It really isn't. And, you know, you look at who's coming. I mean, I just keep looking at Pedro Barros, Heimano Reynolds.
Right.
I mean,
the only way that score holds up is
everyone
if it's
falls.
a bail fast, which can happen.
And we see Kensuke right there. Nice, clean kickflip. I mean, he's got to be kind of nervous. Just he knows who's coming soon. And knowing how much attention that a guy like Pedro Barros gets, or Alex Sorgente, or Tristan Rennie, if you're like an underdog, you've got to be feeling it. The vibe is out there. It makes you a little bit nervous, especially when you're fans of the people that you're competing against.
But I think what was happening there in Kensuke's final run is he just had to do his best work, and that is difficult to do, so he's trying to bump it up with the heel flip, and it didn't work out. So Pedro Quintas in the bowl, and look at the speed. So you don't just go fast on accident. You have to have a great technique and skill to do that, and that was beautiful. He makes the varial flip Indy. You saw him fall in his first 2 runs, so he's staying on his board, and he's got a great style, and he attacks the ball. I love what I'm seeing from him. And if he can keep this going, this is a type run I would say is a shoe-in for first place. Kickflip stalefish, very technical trick, staying on.
I feel like there's fast and there's Brazilian fast.
Right.
And there's a very big difference.
No scrap 540.
On one on this run. Wow.
Nice, and he finishes, he was running out of speed, but he managed to squeeze in a backside lip slide in the shallow section. Great trick to finish. So a full 45-second run from Pedro. He took chances, he went fast, he used the whole bowl. That is a first place run.
Pedro Quintas coming out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. I mean, he came in swinging into this run. These guys, they want it so bad. The Brazilian skaters they're not taking any prisoners when they get on a skateboard.
And they should. This is the semifinal. You got to treat it like a final. There's the varial flip Indy grab. Perfect that time. When it goes right, it's a relatively simple trick, but this one, kickflip stale fish, that's a hard one to wrap the head around.
You were saying yesterday in the broadcast that they're all starving, like famished when they come in. They
come in hungry.
They're pushing like they want it.
They're here to eat. There's the backside lip slide right at the end. Very little speed, but he made it, and that was the buzzer. Very well done. And that was well after time. Didn't matter, had no effect.
Well, heavy run. Had all the ingredients, like you say. I think that's going to be good enough for first place. He had the 540, he had the flip tricks, he had lots of travel. Whoa! 66 flat in second place.
I disagree wholeheartedly.
I do too. I just think he had more flair. There was more to that run.
That run was beautiful. I mean, the speed and style was unquestionable.
All right, well, speed and style is what Curran Capel is our next competitor. This is his third and final run. Another American coming out of Ventura, California. He's going to have to bring all his flow to this if he wants to bump himself up in a position to advance to tomorrow's 8-man final.
He needs to stay on his board. So far, so good. He went back to the Smith grind. A beautiful frontside blunt slide on that extension. That's a very difficult trick. It's pretty standard, but he's off his board.
That is the plaguing frontside flip for Curran Capels. Unfortunately for him, another mistake on his third and final run. So that will do it for the first heat of skaters. Each of these skaters had 3 runs. Now we're moving on to some just heavy hammer hitters here in heat number 2.
Heat 2 are the skaters that qualified in the top spots yesterday in the quarterfinal. And they skated like it was a final.
Pretty much. I mean, it was pretty intense last night watching these guys battle their way to make it into this semifinal. Chris Pastors, you're on the deck. What do you think about what shook out? We saw some maybe questionable scores. Do you have some professional skateboarding opinion down there, Dune?
Yeah, Todd, I definitely think, we have Kensuke in the top spot with a 67.66, followed by Danny Leone and as well as Pedro Quintas. And those scores are all in the mid-60s. I think to feel comfortable to move on, you're going to want to score at least in the mid-70s, if not the low 80s. Last night we had Corey Juneau with an 8.1.66. So those are the kind of scores you're going to look for to move into our top 8 final.
Well, a lot of pressure is going to be felt by this young Japanese skater as he watches this next heat come through. All right, well, when we're waiting for Heat 2 to queue themselves up, get their 15 minutes of practice in, we're going to check in right now with our Boost Mobile course preview. Break us down here, Paul. What are these guys dealing with?
They're dealing with a massive 9-foot bank. And they're back-to-back. We'll see the other one in a moment. So it's like a banked half-pipe. And that's the pocket. That's where we see guys like Curran Capel Smith grinding around that. It's hard to get to, so that makes it difficult to skate. There's the Mountain Dew extension. That's good for airs. There's the other banked transition. So that is a weird center section of this bowl. Difficult to pump from transition to bank. There's the deep end. That's where skaters are going to do their big airs and McTwists.
All right, well, heat number 2 is getting ready to get underway. Will Kensuke be able to hold on and make his way into the final? Coming up next heat, we got Alex Sorgente, we have Corey Juneau, Tristan Rennie, Alessandro Mazzara, Rune Glifberg coming in at 44 years old. Man, I love Rune. I'm rooting for Rune just because he's the old guy. And Ivan Federico. Corey Juneau is our 2-time Dew Tour Park champion. Why Corey Juneau?
Where to begin? His style is so relaxed. He does the most difficult tricks and makes them look like they're really easy. Now that just proves he's highly talented and great at what he does. The tricks, he mixes them up so well. He can go forwards to backwards, reverts, hit the hips, use the pockets, and it's just nonstop. Frontside blunt slide around the deep end. What else?
All right. Well, he's our 2-time Dew Tour champion. Let's see how he got there.
Well, Corey Juneau is now on the ball. He's been skating so smooth and so technical. Wow, heel flip Indy. That's the 540 that Corey Juneau was talking about. He had only done that one time. Let's see what he's got for this 4th and final run. Going for that same trick. That one was made.
By virtue of that, Corey Juneau will go home as the winner.
You are looking at yesterday's #1 qualifier with a gargantuan backside ollie to nose blunt. You know, when we were watching some of the ingredients, Paul, of what got Corey Juneau those 2 victories, I totally forgot that he can throw giant backside 540s on a whim, but he hasn't been forced to do that recently.
Right. He has not had to do the 540. He doesn't need it. Here's why. He has a whole bunch of tricks that he and only he can do, and that is worth more points than any amount of 540s you could ever do.
All right, well, here's the heat list for heat number 2. Ivan Federico will start us off, then Rune Glifberg, Alessandro Mazzara, and then 3 Americans, Tristan Rennie, Alex Sorgente, and Corey Juneau.
Here's what impressed me about Ivan Federico yesterday when he was interviewed by Chris Pastras on the deck, and he said, well, you know, I just broke both my ankles, so I'm a little apprehensive.
Yeah.
I thought, wow, okay. So it's good to know when watching him skate that he just broke both of his ankles. It is unbelievable what he is able to do.
Ooh.
He is so good. He has that cool tall guy style. Lanky and loose. And yet he can get surprisingly technical, because a lot of times it's tough to. There you go.
Wow.
Kickflip, melon disaster.
Up on this time on the extension as opposed to that bank from yesterday. So bigger point value for that one, you think, with the judges?
I would say it's always more difficult to flip your board out of a transition than it is a bank. Because there's less of a defined zone for pop.
So already Ivan looking stronger, more comfortable. You kind of, as you're working up this roster of riders, it's definitely a lot more comfortability with contests, and they know where to put the tricks. Ending off with that 540, Ivan Federico, wow.
It was a well put together run, and
yeah.
he looked, like you said, really comfortable.
Organized. Super organized run.
Look at that. Kickflip melon backside disaster. That's the Ivan Federico specialty. And he can do it almost every single try. And it's such a incredibly technical trick to be able to do every try. That was a nice frontside air, not too difficult. Backside ollie over the hip.
You know, I have to say, the way that he started that run off with the ollie up to blunt slide, we've been talking about how difficult it is to pop tricks in on those bank features. That was a pretty risky move.
Right. There are certain tricks that maybe aren't the hardest tricks to learn, but they're especially hard to dial in, because if you're doing a blunt slide, your wheels are sliding across the coping. It's hard to predict what's going to happen anytime you do that. It's always different.
So 69 flat, a new leader. Ivan Federico almost breaks into the 70s. And we heard Chris Pastras say that he thinks it's going to take a score in the mid-70s to low 80s to feel comfortable.
Now, I'm wondering if that McTwist that he threw in that is what put him into first, and if he hadn't done that, would he be in third, fourth, fifth? I'm not sure.
These are questions for people on a higher pay scale. Here we go. Rune Glifberg, 44 years old, out of Copenhagen, Denmark.
A classically trained half-pipe skater who made the transition to padless bowl skater, park skater, beautifully done, because he has such an incredibly smooth style with such flow and confidence.
Now, I'm going to put on my analyst hat here for a second. Rune looks like he's really confined by how small these walls are. And I feel like, you know, growing up watching Rune, he wants to be going twice as fast as this bowl will let him go.
Right, because as a vert skater, he's used to doing 8-foot-high airs and massive 540s. So he's scaling it down a little bit, going over the hips. Mm-hmm. That does make it difficult, but he has the experience.
Most notably on the boneless. It looks like, you know, he does that trick on the flat bank. It just looks like he's really, like, kind of struggling to slow down and put some ingredients in here that maybe he doesn't want to do, but he's doing it for the sake of the judges.
It sounds counterintuitive, but it's really difficult to go from skating massive transition to small ones. You think, oh, it's smaller, it's easier, it's simpler, it's safer. Not so. Not so. It can be more difficult.
All right, well, Rune Glifberg will get 2 more shots at this as we move on with the Italian Alessandro Mazzara. Very international field here. Olympic implications on the line for all of these different riders from all these different countries.
Okay, nice. 540 new grab McTwist. and we know that's getting a lot of points here today. A tuck knee eggplant on that extension. That's kind of a unique way to do that trick. You don't see people tucking the knee often on a trick like that. So he's bringing his own flavor to these tricks that other people may be able to do, but it's key to set yourself apart. Stale fish in the deep end. You're not seeing anything too outside the norm. Frontside boneless on the extension, back D. All right, a fine run.
Just, it didn't feel, it felt like kind of a bland meal. But it was good. It looked great.
There were no surprises in it. There were, like I said, the tuck knee egg, but that's not a trick that anybody's going to phone home to mom about. Say, I learned the tuck knee egg. He did good. He could do more, or he's going to need to do more in my estimation.
All right, well, 15 years old, he is going to have plenty of time.
That was the highlight to the run, which is a great highlight.
But you got to be critical. That's your job here, Paul. Is like, why are these guys not getting the scores when it looks like their runs are great from beginning to end?
He did have some nice height on that stale fish, but again, it wasn't an 8-foot stale fish. Not going to be enough.
Well, we keep talking about this. This is the first time skateboarding will be in the Olympics. It's exciting. There's a lot of craziness coming down the pipe for these guys. I know I was one of the guinea pigs when snowboarding went to the Olympics. They have no idea what's going to be coming at them.
How so?
Well, media-wise, there's going to be a lot of... Whoa! Jumping into first. Paul, how do those words taste? Feast on those words.
I'm going to feed it back to the judges. I'm going to file a disclaimer.
Wow, look at this. Willie Santos, Omar Hassan. These are two legends.
I need to know why that's the case. Alessandro in first, and we got Pedro Quintas in fourth. Remember that run? Remember the speed, the aggression, the power?
Yep.
Remember the frontside feeble that stretched twice as far as anyone can do it?
Total opposite of that last run.
Yeah, no disrespect to Alessandro. He did a great run, but it just didn't, like you said, it was a bland meal.
All right, well, Tristan Rennie up next. Yesterday, Tristan Rennie was the first one to really put on a show here and bump those scores up. Here we go. Tristan Rennie in the park course, one of the favorites.
Tristan Rennie, 21 years of age today. Is that right? Birthday boy. I love the way Tristan skates. Very precise. It looks like he's not putting much effort in, and that's just another signal that he's incredibly talented, skilled, and experienced. He is trying as hard as everyone else. He just doesn't need to make it look like he is. Nose grab, 540. And if I'm giving anyone advice here today, I'm going to say spin to win, because the judges seem to be loving it.
Now, how is this run comparing right now to our current leader? I mean, it looks Tristan's got a lot of similar tricks. A little bit bigger, maybe got lost right there out of that backside 360. What?
Oh, he was taking it up 3 notches on that.
My gosh.
Bent stall with a bounce off almost, a ricochet.
That's going to happen.
That was incredible. I love Tristan Rennie. I think the way he does his tricks, they're so technical and so precise that they deserve extra credit. A++. But I'm not going to predict anything for the rest of this semis, though. I'm just going to sit back and talk and enjoy what I'm seeing. That was very tech. Ollie up to the nose grind.
Super precise, and the size of that 540 and where his hand placement was. Talk about the difference in grabbing, where you grab a 540, what it does to it.
With everybody else we've seen today, they've grabbed mute grab. That's around the front foot. He grabbed behind the heel of his front foot. Totally different grab. It makes it a much more loose grab, more difficult to control. That said, I believe the nose grab is easier to land. You have more time to spot your landing. So there's pros and cons.
Interesting. Well, we had that bounce off, kind of a wall stall, jump back in the deep end. Sketchy, to say the least. And I mean, maybe he tried it once or twice.
Maybe not. I hope we see the following 2 things from Tristan. a full 45-second run, and then followed by a run where he tries that again and makes it.
Yep. All right, third place, Tristan Rennie right now. Kind of got lost a little bit in that run. I don't think it's very surprising that that's where he scored.
Right, that one I could see being questionable. You could love it, or you could pick it apart a little bit.
All right, well, next up, Alex Sorgente came in second last night, and he goes fast and basically is a bowl wizard when it comes to crazy lines.
The thing to look for is a lot of changes in direction. You saw him alley-oop into that giant bank, and he's going to land backwards, take a lot of tricks to fakie and from fakie, and that is very difficult when you're adjusting to these transitions and banks, and he does it better than anyone in the world. You go frontside nose blunt. That's sort of a staple on those banks. Seems to be the trick du jour. You were about to see him go into his backward routine, and he didn't have the speed. I think he was trying to get into a blunt. Was he trying? I'm not sure.
No, I think your front pivot.
Front pivot to fake.
Yeah.
And he got rejected. Sometimes that happens. You begin your motion too soon, and you didn't let the trick happen. That you get a little overzealous.
Speed is your friend in this park course, and if you Paul, this is the craziest thing.
He's grinding backwards up there after front 180ing up into it. That is very tech, very risky, and he does a great body jar. He smacks the tail on the coping. He doesn't set it down. There he was trying, that's the Peter blunt, front pivot, and it just came off too early.
Well, a lot of precision required to land that last trick. So unfortunately for Sorgente, he goes down. He's going to get two more as we move on to last night's champ, two-time winner of Dutour Park, Corey Junot, the Sleepy Turtle, the only dude wearing a sweatshirt in this semifinal for sure.
Keeping it casual. He might go down to the beach later, hang out near the fire, take his shoe off. So frontside ollie, flow, just a beautiful flow. He's going to keep it very casual looking, but backside disaster revert, that's one of those tricks that's incredibly difficult to learn because it takes slams and guts. Once you can do it, it's less scary, but still difficult. Nice frontside blunt in the deep end. Blasting into the back nose blunt. We've talked about people doing nose blunts on that bank. They're not flying into it like he is. Taking a frontside grind to fakie, alley-oop, fakie over the hip.
Just cruising, his hands by his side, basically just kind of waltzing through this.
Until that, it seemed like
he didn't even need it.
He got a little lost at the very end, maybe didn't have a full plan for 45 seconds.
Ouch.
That said, he did enough in the first 40 seconds of that run that should put him above anyone else we've seen so far, but I'm not going to make that prediction that it's going to happen. That's just my analysis of what he did.
So Corey Junot slams at the end of that run. Concrete doesn't give. It does not give at all.
It doesn't. And it's funny, like you could slam on a half pipe and it looks pretty harsh, but compared to a bowl, it's nothing. Look at the length on that frontside board slide. He has the best frontside board slide in the world. You're not going to see anyone else do a frontside board slide as well as he does. And here, backside disaster, revert. He's turning blindside into the tranny on the way down. And going for the front nose grind, got rejected, took it to lip slide, and then took it to hip on the flat.
That was a lot of impact. A lot of impact.
It's got to hurt.
All right, well, Corey Junot will get two more runs. Oh, just at the buzzer.
The buzzer was insult to injury.
Yes. Busted buzzer. Ow. So Corey Junot, though, jumps into first place, even with that slam, 73.33. Paul, the judging is judging.
Well, finally that one lived up to my expectation. The judging did, because he did enough in the 40 seconds. He did the best skating of the day so far, with or without a fall.
Well, definitely good to see Corey Junot up and walking. He will get two more shots at this. Back to the start here of heat number 2. Ivan Federico back in the bowl.
Wow, gap up to backside blunt slide on that massive bank. That's a risky start. Good flow through the Smith grind, keeping it in the deep section, going up sugarcane. There's his signature trick, kickflip melon disaster. He's gonna make that every time, but he's the only one doing it, so it's gotta count for big points. Because when you're the only person doing a trick, it's for a reason. And a kickflip body jar, that is so risky.
Scary.
Not only is it dangerous, but it's just so technical. Backside boneless, keeping it going. He's got his speed. He was well out and above the bank. Another Smith grind.
There's the 5.
The McTwist, that's smart. At the end of the run, a great showing for Ivan on his second run. I would give that run a huge score.
Well, he was in 3rd place currently, obviously packing more technicality into that run, better flow, starting this run off insane.
Taking the risk. You got to reward that. The kickflip melon disaster.
Fast, a lot faster this time than in run number 1.
There's the inside look. And then the kickflip body jar he did is a very similar trick, but he grabs the nose of the board. That's so hard to spot and grab the nose and then slap tail. Wow.
Wow is right. 77 flat right now. Ivan Federico moves into the lead. Corey Juneau now in 2nd place. So crazy moves. People are trying to kind of bump up their, the technicality of the runs. They don't have a choice. Chris Pastris, do you have an update on Corey Juneau's hip?
Yeah, guys, I spoke to Rune Glifberg and the guys after Corey's slam, and apparently Corey's got an injured wrist. That's what he was shaking off. I know he kind of looked like he slammed on his hip, but he's got a wrist injury from Lincoln City. A couple weeks ago, they had the Indy Park Series up there, and Corey took a gnarly slam, so he's nursing that wrist, but looking good to take his 2nd and 3rd runs. I expect him to be skating.
All right, thank you, Chris, for that update as we see Rune Glifberg into the park.
And Rune Glifberg, at 44 years old, has so much experience skating contests. And I love the way he did that frontside boneless, even though it was a little bit smaller. Great style. He's famous for his style, often called the most stylish transition skater ever. So you're seeing it here, fakie grind to fakie. So Rune doing a good job mixing it up. Switch carve through the pocket. That's much more difficult than it looks. You're like, oh, he's just riding. No, he's doing it fakie, doing it, pumping through that corner is tough. Frontside tail slide revert.
Wow, nice run.
A really nice run. He had a lot of good combos in terms of how he was putting that puzzle together like you talked about.
Aesthetically pleasing.
Some of the tricks probably weren't up to they're not up to the level of, let's say, Ivan Federico,
sure,
who's doing the McTwist, doing the kickflip grabs, tail, and disaster. But a great run from Rune, and it's just a question of what do the judges think? What are they looking for? They've surprised us a few times today. So.
Well, he's kind of basically, he's building a house, and he's looking for run number 3. I know that he has those flip tricks. He did them yesterday to make his way into this round.
You're right. And at 44, you have to really choose your battles very wisely, because you don't want to slam, or you don't even want to bail and have to run out in the deep end. It's a fact. All right, look, there's the switch carve. I love it. I mean, that's hard to do.
Yeah, Rune's not going home and just rubbing dirt in it, and he's fine. He's got to, this could be a couple days off after this event. 8th place right now for Rune Glifberg is 62.16, so he's going to have to bring those flip tricks into run number 3.
He's got a McTwist, too. I would love to see that. I
wonder when the last time he did one was.
Right. But, when it comes down to it, it's one of those tricks that when you have the motivation, it gets a lot easier.
I believe they call that Eye of the Tiger. All right. Well, right there we saw Alessandro Mazzara. He is currently in 3rd place, falling off of that Smith grind lip slide. I mean, how comfortable do you think he is right now in 3rd?
I don't think anyone should be too comfortable. Ivan and Corey should be obviously more comfortable since they're in the top 2 spots, but 77 score right now for the lead is no. But that said, the judges have been a little stingy with their scoring, so we're not seeing scores. We didn't see any scores creep into the 90s, even with what we saw from Corey Juneau yesterday in the quarters. They're like that score could have been 90 at some other event, but here not so much.
All right, Tristan Rennie coming in now. Oh, and off straight away, so tons of pressure into run number 3.
And remember, we were talking about blunt slides. It's not the most difficult trick, but it's an exceptionally difficult trick to have consistent and to put in a run. Sometimes they work beautifully and they're easy. Sometimes your wheels bark a little too much on the sticky concrete of the coping. Off you go. It's very difficult to predict.
So here it is right here, Paul. You were talking about it. Just it made some noise right there. And when you hear that noise, it means your board's stopping.
Right. That's a blunt slide. It's not a blunt bark. Okay?
All right. Well, coming out of Florida, another American, Alex Sorgente. Odds of him making it into the final tomorrow?
If he stays on, 100% he makes it to the final. I mean, if he does the run that he's trying to put together, because he's unquestionably one of the best park skaters in the world. But as we've said, you got to stay on. He takes kind of a risky approach with the Ollie 1-footer, but
Sorgente, mistake, a lot of pressure in run number 3. You know, you talk about these different countries representing here in the Olympics. Who do you think has got a more competitive field, the United States or Brazil, coming into representing to narrow it down to 3 people?
You know what? I can't answer that on the fly. In Brazil, you have Pedro. He's won so many events. But in America, you have Corey Junot, you have Sorgente, you have Tristan Rennie, and then Brazil, Luis Francisco.
I mean, we're talking about
Quintas.
Overall picture. You know, like this, it's crazy.
We're too far away to make that prediction. I think it's one of those things you're going to have to be there looking at the bowl at the Olympics next year to see really make a prediction.
Wow, Corey Junot right now currently in 2nd place, starting that run off very strong.
And you know what? The layout of the bowl, who it suits best, can have a huge impact on the results also. All right, Corey Junot back in doing what he does. Fakey nose grind, coming up backwards into the trick that a lot of other people are doing, but just being able to switch it up. Frontside blunt slide, we saw Tristan bail the backside blunt slide. Frontside one's harder, he's flying into the back nose one, so doing tricks other people are doing, but adding his own version of flair and extra difficulty to him. That's why he, switch frontside grind, that's why he's one of the best park skaters in the world. And that's see in the finals, Corey.
There we go. And you know, at one point in that run, threw a backside tail slide, comboed that into the front side. There was just so much happening, so much precise footwork there. There's only one person in the world that can string those tricks, and it's Corey Junot.
And there's a few guys out here that are they're the only ones able to do what they do. And you know, we've seen some of these other runs where we say they're not so great, and that's what we mean. Other people could probably do them. No one could do this run but Corey, right?
Absolutely.
And that has to count for more than any amount of 540s or any amount of Smith grinds.
Well, it's crazy. Corey Junot is one of these skaters that when his name gets announced, all the skaters from the street dogs to the people that just casually watch bowl, they all come over and watch because it's truly a performance. You never know what you're going to get.
It is, and he had a smart finish to that run. He did tricks he knew he was going to make. He didn't have to push it too hard, but they're still really good tricks, worth points, worth doing, and not taking a huge risk for him.
And this is coming back after a slam in run number 1. Corey Junot, 76, still in 2nd place. I thought that he was going to bump into the lead with that because of the 3 tricks at the end there. He landed that run smooth.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. A case could be made still for Ivan Federico for taking the chances with the flip grabs and the kick flip body jar and the McTwist.
Yep. But we got one more run still. It's not over. And plus, I mean, we can't discount. We're talking about this like it's the end of the day. No, I'm looking at the list that's coming up in the 3rd and 4th heat. We've got Liam Pace, a young upstart from Arizona. Ben Hatchell, a technical wizard. As we start again with Ivan Federico, this is his 3rd and final run. Italian skater looking to hold on to this and make his way into the final tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure he would like to just add to that score to give himself some pad and hope that it holds up through the next 12 skaters in heat 3 and 4.
What else does he have for big money moves that you've seen Yvonne do?
Honestly, nothing comes to mind. So if we see it, we'll know it when we see it. But, you know, like, he did a lot.
Super vague answer. I like it.
He did. I don't know. Good question.
Faster on that kickflip body jar.
So right now, this is the same run or similar enough. There it is. There's the answer to your question. The kickflip back 3 over the hip. Another trick that no one else is doing.
So this could be foreshadowing for tomorrow in the final if, in fact, Ivan Federico's score holds up. He does have more of those kickflip grabs. He knows how to be really precise with those. This was a lot faster this run, as was the kickflip body jar.
Everything was going great. Kickflip, melon, back 3 over the hip. Even a backside 3 over the hip is a pretty tough trick because you're going all the way around to fake. You can't see where you're going. The kickflip melon, the reason he can do that trick is because he's so good at the kickflip melon.
Well, that's another thing I want to bring up is like he did 3 tricks that were basically a derivative of the same move.
Yes, but even the basic part of those tricks are good. Like a body jar is a good trick, an air disaster is a good trick, and a back 3 is a good trick. So to add the kickflip, even though it's a derivative of the same move, it's adding difficulty to 3 good tricks.
Well, I just really wanted to use the word derivative.
I wanted to repeat it.
There you go. Okay, well, moving right along, Rune Glifberg, 44 years old. He's got to bring the flip tricks into this. He had a solid run on his second, but he needs to bring that flip trick.
And you're right, we saw him do it in the quarterfinal, and that was the determining factor of him getting through to this semi. So we'll see if he breaks it out. Frontside boneless tuck knee, he's off his board.
To fall.
Jump ship.
On the simplest of moves in that run for him.
Yeah, and I don't even know what happened. I think maybe his balance was a little off and he thought he was going to slam. Maybe he was going to hang up.
Looked like he got caught, like his front foot coming back on the board got caught a little bit. So Rune Glifberg, it's not over for him though. It's a long road to make it to the Olympics in Tokyo in 2020. And think about the gnarliest guy to come out of Copenhagen, Denmark. It's definitely Rune Glifberg. All right, Ivan Federico is still in the lead. Corey Junot in second. Alessandro Mazzara, 2 Italians. And then Rune holding on in 8th place right now, but as we were saying, we've got Heymana Reynolds, Pedro Barros. Like it's going to have to be an absolute bail party for him to make it through.
Rune's score will not hold up. Nice start, gapping up to the backside tail slide. Any trick you're sliding on the tail on those banks is very difficult.
How's that combo right there, Paul? Do you think the judges are going to like that?
I mean, based on what we've seen, they're going to love that. They're going to really love that eggplant. A nice approach, taking it all the way around that pocket into the front blunt. Backside lip slide, but again, not the most technically difficult tricks.
But just a lot of them. It looks like he kind of, boneless bug.
But you know, the question I'd ask is, what are we looking for? Quantity or quality?
Well, it kind of seems like maybe a formulaic approach as compared and contrasted to Corey Junot's, like where it's just like pouring gravy. You know, this was more of a Swanson's dinner, and Corey Junot was like the turkey dinner on Thanksgiving.
Ruth's Chris.
Yeah, I mean Ruth's Chris.
Delicious.
There we go. All right, well, unfortunately, falling on the boneless, you saw Rune Glifberg go down on that as well.
I don't know if he was going to revert that and then decided not to, or if he just over-rotated the boneless. Either way, got served up a little bit, but he's in a good spot.
All right, well, next up will be Tristan Rennie. He's got some work to do. He fell on runs 1 and 2. He's got some crazy tricks. I want to see him make it to the end, selfishly, to see him do that bounce off into the deep end.
Yeah, and he's another skater. He has all the ability to go straight to the finals as long as he finishes his 45 seconds. There would really be no question about it. Well, he's going to dissect this bowl.
As we're building up anticipation to his final trick, how much do you think Tristan is thinking about that? Like, all he wants to do is land that trick.
I'm wondering if he's just thinking he needs to stay on, which is a tough way to skate a run also, knowing you just have to, that you don't have the freedom of another run or two after. It can make a skater take a more reserved approach, and that can backfire. But he's doing a good job of it. It's a little less than we would expect from him, I think, at this point.
Oh,
but he just shut it down right there.
Gosh.
And that's going to change everything about that run. It was a really good run. It wasn't at a typical Tristan Rennie level, but with that finish, it sets him apart. No one is touching that. So dangerous and difficult, and incredibly hard to come back off of that wall and get your board back into the bowl.
All right, that was straight up crazy. He had all the tricks. You know, I'll tell you what, watching this run, it kind of, like, to me, it just looked like it was filler until he could get a line to go straight at that bounce back in.
You're right, but even though he did a nose grab 540 and a nose grab back 3 to fakie, you're right. It wasn't him pushing it his hardest, but he's that good also. So here's that bounce off. Ollie off the wall. I mean, that's a good 2 feet setback to get your board back in over the coping.
Oh my gosh. That is so nuts.
And the beauty of a trick like that, you could have 100 of the best park skaters in the world show up, and nobody's even going to see that as a trick they're going to try. To see it and turn it into something you're doing in your run is wow.
Well, birthday boy, he is 21 years old, and the judges hated him. A 69. That's a weird. I mean, I guess they're being hypercritical about the filler. Baloney.
I have a serious problem with that score.
Well,
serious.
Speaking of serious, Alex Sorgente needs to take this run very seriously. This is it for him to make it into the final.
All right, look for lots of shifts in direction. You saw him come in fakie and then take it fakie nose grind.
Different line though this run for sure.
Hopefully it works better for him. Nice, grinding off the end of that steep bank. That adds a level of difficulty rather than just coming in on it. Front side blunt. I mean, he's such a great skater. Wow. There you go. Feeble to fakie. Coming up. Caballerial back D. A lot of difficulty there.
So taking more of like a Corey Juneau approach to it.
And got to finish big right here. Nice. Body jar. Smacking it down. Alley-oop frontside 50-50. And that's time. In my opinion, Alex Sorgente did everything he needed to do and more to go to the final without question. Now, what happens from here? It's up to the universe.
Sorgente.
Do you have any issues with what we saw there, Todd?
No, I don't have any issues with that. It's a weird one. You know, judging is one of the most thankless jobs in any sport. They're looking for something that we're not looking for here in the booth. Sometimes I don't know what it is.
I say this. When you're watching an event like this in the park, you have to look at the way a person approaches every aspect of the park. It's all difficult, but there are things that just, the subtle nuances, going backwards and going off the ends of obstacles, switching up your direction, that adds so much difficulty, and you have to have a deep background of bowl skating to appreciate it all. Sometimes you actually have to skate the bowl for a while to know how difficult some of those tricks and combinations are.
Alex Sorgente, they haven't dropped the score yet, but Ivan Federico with a 77 on top. I mean, some of those tricks, just grinding backwards like that and fighting your board's instinct to hang up and smash you into the flat bottom. What the heck is going on here? 64.66.
Is there an appeals process I can start?
That is bonkers to me. That's the score that he got. I don't. Are they watching a different comp? I hate to be the guy that calls him out, but that was.
I am not.
That was not that rad.
Hey.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he just wasn't tech enough. I don't know.
It was chock full of subtle technicality.
Well, is a 76 going to hold up? Is a 76 going to hold up? Corey Juneau now. I mean, this has got to rattle the competitors, too, when they see a run that comes down like what we just saw Sorgente throw in there. A lot of the riders probably thought to themselves, well, Sorgente's up in the top 3, no problem. And then to get that score and then rattle you as you come in.
Wow. Okay.
So Sorgente coming in with that lower score. Corey Juneau now takes to the bull. Not a lot of flips, but that is a monster one. I think Corey Juneau is going to be like, look, I dare you.
Oh! He's going for the front nose blind. So the front side flip on the bank, you see people flipping their boards a lot. Okay, he didn't grab his board. It had to be perfect on takeoff. Front side flip, no grab, that high,
Face high.
is, no one can do that but him.
Oh, and then trying to combo that into a front side nose blunt slide through that corner.
And we talked about how blunt slides are very inconsistent. Nose blunts are even more inconsistent because you have to turn 180 to get into it, but he went for it anyway.
Look at this.
That's just...
Has a lot of coping covered right there.
There's that front side flip. Look, no grab.
Perfect.
It has to be perfect from takeoff or you're not going to make it. And there's no deciding later to grab it. If you're trying a frontside flip with no grab, you can't change your mind and grab it. It's too late then. So it has to be perfect.
So Corey Juneau still in second place with that 76. Some shocks, some awe in this second heat. We've got 2 more heats to come here as we try to qualify 8 into the final tomorrow. Ivan Federico, Italian, on top. Corey Juneau in second. Alessandro Mazzara in third. Rune Glifberg from Copenhagen, Denmark is out in 9th place. There's going to be a lot more to come here. Will Corey Juneau's score hold up? We got a lot more heavy hitters to come. Stick with us. You're watching the men's park semifinal here from Long Beach.
Nice. Summertime barbecue with Tristan ready for his birthday. Sounds good to me. I'm going to let him keep going. Jordan Barrett. I'm 19 years old.
Corey Juno, I'm 18 years old.
Tristan Rennie, I'm 19 years old.
Tom Shaw, I'm 18 years old. I was probably 7 right when I got aboard. My parents didn't really want me skating around in the street, so they were like, all right, let's check out some parks before.
I grew up in Hawaii, and they built a park in my neighborhood. I went, and I just loved it right away, and so I never really got into street because of that.
There's 3 main parks when I was growing up. They were all 20 to 30 minutes from my house.
Southern California is like the skate capital of the world. There's so many parks here, more than like any other state or like any other place in the world.
There's a park around the corner from my house that created a scene.
Definitely since moving to California and like all these new parks are popping up all over the place, the progression has definitely gotten a lot higher for everyone.
What gets me most stoked is when I show up to a park and there's something unique there, like a weird obstacle or maybe like a DIY spot where it's kind of gnarly or steep.
Most exciting things, getting out of school, couldn't wait to be at the park.
You show up at a park, everyone's killing it, and like everyone's just like going for it. Like that's when I want to be there.
Doesn't matter your level as long as they're like trying a new trick or like really going for it. Makes me want to learn new tricks too.
I know I'm like young and I wake up and I'm not like super sore or anything like that. So I think I'm trying to like, I guess take advantage of that and just like see how much I can do at this age now.
Park skating is just going to keep getting more progressive and hopefully keep continuing to get equal for men and women.
In 10 years, I'll definitely still be skating.
I mean, as long as I'm skating still, I think I'd be really stoked.
Folks, welcome back to Do Tour in Long Beach. It's Corbin Harris here with Todd Richards.
I put on my analyst hat now.
I like that. Let's check out the start list. We're getting into heat number 3 here for the men's park semi-final. But before we get into that, we have a Brazilian legend down with Chris Pastras.
Thank you, guys. Yes, here with Brazilian legend, world legend, Bob Burnquist. Bob, what is it like for you to see the level of current day park terrain skateboarding?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, these guys are like just solid, consistent, you know, with technical tricks. You know, you don't see a whole lot of bails, and the quality of skating is up there as this guy transfers. I mean, the way they use the park, you know, and every design is different, so you got to adapt. So that's what I like seeing, you know, how everyone, you know, goes for it. And seeing Rune here just like was just inspiring, you know.
Totally inspiring.
Just a little trouble on that one, but we are back and we are about to get away with the men's park semi-final. Heat number 3, Todd Richards, talk to me now.
Wow.
A lot of discussion about the judges. The skating was incredible for the last 2.
It really was. The first 2 heats, I mean, it really started to heat up in heat number 2. Look, obviously the judges are looking for something that we're not. These are professional judges. It's the most thankless job that anyone has here at the Do Tour, because when you're winning, everyone loves you. When you're not winning, everyone hates your guts. So there was some questionable scoring. Yep. We don't really know what they're looking for. They have a criteria that they're sticking to. Unfortunately, some people have been put in precarious positions now. I mean, Alex Sorgente is not in a very comfortable spot now to make it into the final, and we've got some meat coming in here into heats 2 and 3. 3 and 4, excuse me.
Talk about heat number 3. Gavin Botter, Tate Carew. We've got Liam Pace, Luis Francisco, Ben Hatchell, and also Murillo Perez running out for Brazil. Right now, Gavin is getting straight into it. He is the little man. He is 12 years old. Unfortunately, he just came off there. Not quite the start he wanted. He won the amateur division last year, and look at him. He's just swinging out there now with the big guys.
Well, unfortunately for Gavin, I mean, if you fall, you're done. Each one of these riders is going to get 3 runs, best of 3. And they're going to score them out of a possible 100 points. I mean, there's a ton of pressure, especially for a little guy, 12 years old.
Let's talk about the pressure of someone coming in at this age, 12 years old.
Well, here's the deal with Gavin, too, is like, even if he qualifies, he is not old enough to go to the Olympics because he's not 14 years old. You have to be of a certain age to go to the Olympics. Gavin will not be old enough to go to the Olympics.
I thought each sport had their own...
From what I understand, you have to be 14 years old.
Okay. No age limit.
I just got a piece of paper. Apparently, skateboarding has no age limit. So I stand corrected. And that's actually amazing that you can have young upstarts move into the Olympics. That kind of changes the whole game.
Absolutely. Just like this 14-year-old here, Tate. He's been around for so long right now. He has grown probably another head on himself in the last 12 months.
Right.
And filled out a little bit. So this is definitely going to come into play. He can go higher.
Yeah.
And it shows right now, Todd.
Tate Carew coming in last summer. He was just kind of starting to make a name for himself as he's working this bowl here, trying to fit in as many tricks as you can. If you're just joining us here, this is the formula that you need to put together a good run. You need to be technical. You need to be able to use all these corners, have a trick for every obstacle, every feature in here, and make it look like you're supposed to be doing that trick. You saw him go down right there, right at the buzzer. So that's a harsh one for Tate. But Tate Carew, 14 years old. I love that. I'm still like kind of freaked out here. That's great that any age.
Yeah.
Gavin Botker, 12-year-old, could possibly, well, by the time the Olympics comes around, he'll be a little bit older, but it's going to be great to see these youngsters come in here and represent. Here we go. Tate Carew, 540, dips that shoulder, gets the mute grab, holds onto that all the way around. Nice and solid, stands high. And dropping that front foot off on that Madonna. So he's got a lot of combos, and the back-to-back combos like that, kickflip into the flat bank, keeping his speed up. But right here...
Todd, do you think this is going to hurt him because it was right on the buzzer at the end there?
I mean, it's still, even if you're bailing a trick before, the buzzer, the judges are still, as much as they don't want to, they have to consider it. The trick was initiated before buzzer.
All right, there you have it. Coming up next on screen right now, we have Liam Pace. Third American in a row that we have on the screen in this heat number 3. Out of 4.
One of my favorites to watch coming out of Arizona. Now Liam, kind of in his scene in Arizona, he would skate with a lot of BMXers. And those BMXers were really comfortable going big and doing huge transfers. And Liam kind of like basically just used them for inspiration. And you see him go to any concrete park. He's always the one that's looking at the furthest, the biggest transfers possible. So he's very, very comfortable flying around this park with tons of speed.
And that's all I've seen from him in practice for the last. You hit the nail on the head right there, Todd.
Just flying through these transfers. Liam Pace. 9 seconds left. Backside 540 indie grab, slides out at the bottom.
Just coming off out of that. And he kind of went a little wide on that 540 as well.
He did. He kind of carried a lot of momentum through there, but some of those transfers that he's doing, he's keeping the flow up, keeping the speed. Not the most technical run, but he was definitely flying around this bowl using every single corner. Here we go right here. Here's one of the transfers. Big in the air into right below the extension. There it is right there. A lot of distance.
Wow.
Maybe a little bit more beneficial to land higher up on the Mountain Dew can. And there's that backside 5, front foot dangling.
Yeah, that's what happened right there. It started to come off. He had his tippy toes right on the nose there, and not being able to land it on the bolts has created a miss for him on that one right at the end. Coming out of Sao Paulo, the Brazilian Luis Francisco, now winner of a Vans Park Series recently. This kid knows how to put it down.
All the Brazilians know how to put it down. Paul Zitzer's been saying they come into this bowl, this park setup, any competition, just starving, and it's as if the park is meat and they're all famished. They come into this thing and they just tear it apart.
that fakey 50-50 there. He's obviously been hanging out with Pedro a lot.
Obviously, backside 540 transfer into the flat bank. Kind of got a little bit lost right there. Backside boneless, nice extension there. Trying to work the combos. Beautiful frontside air, dropping that knee. And then ending things off. Big heel flip Indy, 5 seconds left. Sneaks in a frontside blunt. 1-footed backside ollie. A lot of tricks there towards the end.
Wow, what a strong finish there.
Definitely. I mean, there was so much going on in the last 15 seconds of that run, starting off with that 540 transfer.
Todd, how much is that going to come into play with these judges finishing strong like that?
I think so. You know, you want to start off strong, but you also want to leave the judges with something right before they put their pens to paper. You want to leave them with an exclamation point, a big move. There's that perfect melon backside 540, holding that thing onto his feet, nice and solid. And then look at this frontside air, just dropping that knee even below the deck, full style. Watch him as he just pulls it behind him. That's a Chris Cook frontside air right there, ladies and gentlemen. All the style in the world. And there's that 1 foot, sneaking that foot off into the frontside boneless. That was at time though, but still, a lot of style, a lot of moves, action-packed to the very end.
No wonder why he's won these contests before. There he goes, straight up into the 3rd position right here. He pushes out the American Alex Sagente. He was on the bubble. Now it's Denny Leon, the Spaniard. He is on the bubble in 8th position.
Wow, tough one for Sorgente.
The 4th American right now on the screen, Ben Hatchell, no stranger to a contest at all.
Ben Hatchell, technicality is his middle name. This guy can do the craziest lines plus technical tricks. Look for him to flip in and out of things.
Over the last couple of days, I've seen him through practice struggle a little. As soon as the contest started, he seemed to just put it together.
I think some people kind of have that. Like they tap into their nerves, you know, and they can basically just harness all that nervous energy and somehow make it work for them. How's that? Oh, half cab, front blunt. That trick is so difficult. It's all about fighting your body's natural momentum. Unreal. On the extension as well, so big risk right there, but Ben Hatchell coming off. Kind of a little bit lost in the beginning of that run, I would say.
He's the 2nd oldest competitor at 29, and then Rune Glifberg. Rune must be feeling it out there. Or was feeling it
Rune
out
was
there,
feeling it, but Ben Hatchell falling off one of his staple tricks. It's very, very hard. Comes up there, frontside half cab into frontside blunt out.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it was a little slow to start off with. We saw him during the practice days and the quarterfinals. He seemed to be a bit slower. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the course, how it's a little bit bigger. He's used to smaller stuff. Right now we're going to get into another Brazilian in the mix. We have 4 Brazilians across this semi-final contest. This is Murillo Perez in the men's park semi-final.
Murillo Perez is a powerhouse. I've seen him do some of the craziest transfers ever at the training facility down in Vista. He did the biggest frontside, heel flip frontside air over this crazy gap, so he's not scared to go fast as he just steps off of the frontside blunt. I hate that when I start off with a great story about how amazing somebody is, and then they just...
Hey, guess what, Todd?
What's that?
We've got still a lot to go in this heat and another heat to go as well.
Right.
So I want to hear more great stories. Murillo, unfortunately, just jumping off right there. We are going to go right back to the top of the list. And it will be the 2nd runs as we await the score from Murillo. Let's check out the full standings as it goes right now. 1 run is done in the 3rd heat. Ivan Federico, the Italian, in the #1 position with a 69. A 77, and then Corey Juno with a 76. It's tight. Luez up there as well. Just pushed out Alex Sagente, Rune Glifberg, CJ Collins. What does that mean for these guys?
Back to the drawing board. I mean, it's not like the team is getting picked here today for the United States or any of these countries, but it definitely puts a lot more pressure on them.
Let's go down to our third member of the team, who is with the legendary skateboarder himself, Mr. Bob Burnquist.
Yes, back here again with my man, Bob Burnquist, legend. So, Bob, talk about the importance of park terrain and the dominance of Brazilian skateboarding. Why are you guys so dominant in this platform?
Man, I mean, I guess we've had a lot of inspiration over the years, you know, and a lot of concrete parks, and, you know, this generation with Pedro starting off, you know, hitting hard, and then all the guys around him just starting to go, and then parks being built. You know, there's a hunger there to skate and make it happen, you know, so I think that's it. But I mean, everyone's ripping all, you know, it's great to see a lot more of the world involved, you know, and that's what happens.
And how much of a rivalry exists between Brazilian and USA in terms of skateboarding and competition? Is there any that exists?
Well,
a friendly one, perhaps?
I mean, as a Brazilian American, that's a hard one to answer. But no, I mean, I think that it's like within skateboarding, regardless of countries, you mean we're all competitive. I don't like losing on a ping pong match, you know? Yeah. Like, so you're out in skating. I mean, yeah, we're buddies, but even within the Brazilians, you know, you want to like, hey, I want to, you know, just take it. So it's a competitive aspect, and I think that's natural and healthy. It doesn't need to escalate and get weird, and that's not skateboarding. So that's what it is.
It's a one big family. And speaking of family, we've got such a young generation in the park. We got a 12-year-old in this heat. How is that happening? How is the age just getting younger and younger with our competitors?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's great to see. I mean, I started skating when I was 10 and a half, 11. So for a 12-year-old to be in the semis here, ripping, doing 540s, he's been skating for a long time. So I think that they started earlier, and, you know, it's more accepted. So I guess it comes from families of skateboarders. So, I mean, my nephew started skating before he walked because he was with us, you know, so the whole time on his board. So I think that's what you see, and, you know, you see a lot of young talent, and he inspires, you know, the young ones inspire other kids to skate. So it's just a cycle.
Progression, awesome. Speaking of progression, thank you for all your progression in skateboarding. We love you, Bob Burnquist. So stoked you're here. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Chris Pastras. He was there just with Bob Burnquist, and that run.
Wow. Gavin Botker, 12 years old. I think like what I was doing when I was 12, I think I was still having elaborate Star Wars battles in my bedroom. You know, I was making things with Legos. There was no way. I was nervous just getting on the bus, the school bus, never mind competing in front of a crowd trying to make your way to the Olympics. Unreal, but check this out right here.
I'd love to hear about your Lego wars, but let's check out the replay right now, Todd.
Look at this McTwist, the 540. Gavin stands tall on that one. And this right here, ollies up, tries to do the front side boneless transfer off of the bank, gets caught a little bit on his front foot. And man, you can tell he wants it. Gavin has got a lot of pressure, and he's probably putting most of it on himself. And it's, you know, he gets one more run here. But man, little guy here has got a lot of years ahead of him, and he's already got some great contest stats under his belt as well.
Obviously really frustrated with that one. In your time of commentating,
sure.
Todd, who's a hothead that you can remember who really gets frustrated with your thing?
Look, my advice to anyone that is a hothead in any action sport is if it's being televised, you only need to be a hothead once on TV. It becomes very embarrassing. So my advice to younger generations of skaters, surfers, snowboarders, whatever, save it for in the room when there's nobody around.
Keep it cool. There's
That's right.
Words of wisdom there from Todd Richards as Tate has a flawless run right now with 20 seconds on the clock.
Tate Carew, heel flip indie air in the corner, trying to keep his speed up, coming through the last 15 seconds, dropping that front foot off the frontside tail grab, looking for a couple more moves. Tail grab, nose bash. One more move here potentially for him. Backside 360 on the flat bank. And that'll do it for Tate Carew as he sneaks in an Elgario at time. A 360 hand plant from Fakey. You see him shaking his head right there. I don't know what he's shaking his head at. That was a solid run from beginning to end.
Finishing just on the ground right there, but he finished actually strong in time.
Just a mellow after time slam, but check this out here. Tate, kickflip indie, puts that back on the bolts. The feet right over the trucks where they need to be perfectly solid. There's the heel flip indie. That back foot getting wild, but putting those feet right back where they need to go. Dropping that front foot off, tail grab 1-footer. And then ending things off with the El Guerrero. Eddie Elguera invented that trick, a 360 hand plant from fakie. Very, very technical. There's not a lot of kids that are under 40 years old that even really have El Guerreros in the book.
And Tom, why do these guys, how do they have these tricks? Is this because of contests like the pool party and things like that?
Skateboarding is in a really cool place right now where anything goes. There's a long time where if you weren't fitting in a certain box within skateboarding, doing certain tricks, you were kind of shunned. But now you see the boneless returning. You see tricks like hand plants are back. The El Guerrero, it's a great time to be a skater.
Tate Carew, unfortunately, just outside that bubble in the 9th spot as we get into Liam Pace.
Liam Pace likes to go fast. Big kickflip Indy into the flat bank. Transferring into the 50-50. Look at that right there. Extending an eggplant up on the extension. Liam trying to find some speed because he loves those transfers. And you're not going to get away with those big transfers unless you're hauling through this part.
And hauling is what he's doing up into that Smith grind.
Here we go. Look at this pump right here. Big transfer. The Indy air lands a little bit higher this time up on that extension. Judges like that. They like to see that wrist getting that nose grind on the flat bank. And there's the Indy 5 goes down on it again. Technically not a fall, but you ain't riding away from something on your back.
Unfortunately, coming off that 540 again, right at the last moment with 2 seconds to go.
Yeah, we saw that just at the buzzer. A lot of big transfers for him. Liam Pace trying to get those distances covered in this park setup, coming off of that flat bank over into the extension. Just taking some crazy risks off the hip right there. Kick flip, gets his feet on, tuck knee as well. He's got those long arms. He can accomplish something like that. There's the eggplant up on the extension. And there's that transfer in the air. But unfortunately, you know, on that last trick, he goes for that Indy 540 and rides out of that one on his back. That's called the surf make. Doesn't really matter in skateboarding. You need to ride away all 4 wheels up. You can't just lay down on the whitewash and pop up and have it count.
Dustin Dolan would have said it was made. Right now, we're into the Brazilian, back in for his second run right now. These 12 athletes in heat number 3 and heat number 4 of the semifinals are pre-seeded, battling it against the 12 who have made it all the way here today.
Luis Francisco kickflipping his way into that flat bank landing. Another skater from Sao Paulo, Brazil. We just had Bob Bergquist on the broadcast there. Kind of the first guy to come out of Brazil and really open the floodgates for so much talent. Look at that, front set air, dropping that front foot off. Lance Mountain's out there in the audience. I know he's going to love that one. That was one of his staple moves back in the day.
Just coming off that heel flip Indy. Caught on a bit of his hip right there on the bottom of the wall.
But a lot of moves up until that point. Was very, very stylish, carrying a lot of speed. You see him clenching his hip right there. Definitely, you know, when it's you versus the cement, you are not going to win. Look at this right here. Dangling that front foot out of that front side air. Very, very cool. Very unique trick. Like that. And then unfortunately going down pretty hard right here, that heel flip Indy sliding out. And you got to remember that a lot of these skaters have been practicing here, been sessioning all week long. It's a long grind to make the finals here at Dutour.
It started from Monday morning, so it's been 6 days now of constant skateboarding all the way through.
And it definitely takes its toll on a body, but you know what? When you're 18 years old, there are no limits to the endurance of pain that your body can take.
One guy wants to put in a run now. That could be Ben Hatchell, who is up next.
Ben Hatchell about to drop in for his second run, second oldest rider in the field. First run was a 42.33, it'll be a throwaway. He is going to really need to bring it here.
Ben Hatchell, look for his technicality. He needs to stop kind of getting lost in the beginning of his run. We saw him go down on the frontside half cab to frontside blunt, but tricks like that one right there, the nose grind to fake, he's super technical. Ben Hatchell keeping his speed up. See, you don't want to have that. You don't want any filler. A little indie air to fakie, switch carve around. There's the frontside half cab, the frontside blunt. Gets it this time.
Wow.
Super technical trick. Oh! That looked like he was kind of just dorking around, but it almost just knocked him out.
How did he even make that into the blunt kickflip? Just landing a little too low on that one.
Wow, but that's one of those tricks that Ben Hatchell just has in his bag, and he can just call it out whenever he wants to. The blunt kickflip in. I've seen him do that on the craziest transitions, deep end, shallow end, oververt, whatever. Ben Hatchell can land that trick in his sleep. Unfortunately, landing a little bit low. There's the gap out to frontside Smith grind.
It seems like he's building up for this third run.
Well, he's one of these guys who can thrive off the pressure. Check this out right here. Frontside half cab, frontside blunt in. Very, very technical move. You're not going to see very many people doing that one.
That's incredibly hard.
Only a handful of people I've ever even seen step to that trick.
The judges have a lot on their hands.
They do. But what's going to hurt Ben Hatchell is in between the walls, like kind of trying to find a line to bring him into these technical tricks. Judges want to see you flowing. That's why like a guy like a Pedro Barros will come in here and just have a trick for every single wall. And if he doesn't have a trick, he's going 1,000 miles an hour through that wall.
I wonder if we're going to have any danger money for the 5-0 pull-in to nearly hang up.
I'll throw in on that for sure.
Ben Hatchell still all smiles. Right there as we go into Murillo.
Murillo Perez coming in here, full bull in a china shop. He comes in fast, a lot of speed. His lines are long. Look at that gap up to backside lip slide. And you look and you compare and contrast his run right now to Ben Hatchell's. Ben was looking for places to get speed. Oh, as Murillo unfortunately loses that heel flip frontside air, but he was trying to slow down a little bit, as opposed to Ben Hatchell trying to milk speed out of these corners.
Unfortunately for Murillo Perez, that is his second run that he has fallen off. No completion on that. It is all down to the wire for him for his third and final run in the Men's Park semi-final number 3.
Now, the Brazilians, they're so powerful. Sometimes it can work against them, though, for sure.
Check out the current standings right now on the screen. Not much has changed in that time.
No.
Take Crew in 9th position. He's going to need to bring it for the third and final run.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. And speaking of pressure right here, back into it with the young upstart.
Gavin Botta is in.
Gavin Bacher, backside 540. When you're little like Gavin Bacher, you have to pump twice as hard through these corners. You see him putting his hands on his knees. He has to put everything into making sure that he has enough speed to get out the top of the park. Look at that right there. Full 360 to pogo rock and roll. Unreal. He does tricks that no one else has any business doing either.
Kickflip into that frontside air there.
A little bit lost right there, trying to get that speed up once again to have a strong finish. Gets the frontside air out. Alley-oop, frontside 360, and Gavin slides out on that one. Unfortunately for him, not able to complete that run, but we saw some moments of brilliance, and look, this kid's gonna have a huge future at 12 years old, being able to stack tricks the way he does.
How crucial is it for someone like Gavin Botka to have a trick on every wall? On that flat back there where he's climbing up just behind him, you saw him do a kick turn.
Unfortunately for Gavin, he doesn't have the weight to afford him that luxury. You need to kind of feed for speed through these corners. You have to have a little bit more meat on his bones. And I think, as he gets a little bit older, gets a little stronger, he's going to be able to blast these tricks. They're not going to be being forced because he just has just enough speed to get him in there. I think you're going to see insane things, even more insane things from Gavin Bacher.
So look out to that top 8. Hey, Gavin's coming through soon.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be a wrecking ball here. very soon.
Took a hard fall, but he is fine as we get into Tate Carew. Currently just outside the bubble. He wants to make it into that top 8.
Tate Carew coming from just down the 405 in San Diego, California. Nice 540, kind of gets a little bit lost in that corner right there. Frontside air, frontside disaster. Wait a second. What was that? There was a little shadow. Was that a varial backside boneless?
Yes, it was.
That is a crazy move. Straight into the kickflip Indy, into the flat bank. Heel flip Indy. Tate Carew is on one, packing tricks in here. Frontside flip to stalefish grab. Unfortunately for him, coming off. He's another guy, 14 years old. There's a big future here for Tate Carew.
Absolutely huge future there for Tate Carew. He has got to be disappointed with that.
Yeah, I'm sure, especially since there was so much going on. There's the frontside or the frontside disaster. Now watch this. Backside boneless, turns the board, jumps back in on it. There was a lot going on. Unfortunately for him, the kickflip stalefish just wasn't able to put it down.
The other thing I noticed just there, his board ended up the right way, so he was skating his board backwards for the first half of that.
The run-up.
Yes.
Well, you know why? It's because he did it. I think we missed it too because things are happening so quick, and you're looking at these TV camera angles. He did a varial backside 540 right before that. So there were some technical tricks there that were happening.
Liam Pace currently in the 15th position for the men's park semi-final. Huge Smith grind, covering a lot of ground, and unfortunately coming off that kickflip Indy.
Unfortunately is right. Liam Pace flying around this course all week long, coming just unglued on the kickflip Indy attempt. He'd been doing that all day long. It's like that he was doing that trick in his sleep. And sometimes, you know, you kind of lose concentration because all you're doing is concentrating on a big move towards the end of your run, and you fail to pay attention to what's important in the moment.
Luis Francisco. It looks like a lock now. 74.
Murilo Perez out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Back in for the third and final run with
Actually,
a textbook.
This is Luis Francisco.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jump forward there.
Yeah, don't be kicking around here. Get Luis out of the business. So here he comes here. Nice run so far. Some great directional changes. That alley-oop 50-50 set him up. There's that big backside 540. Lots of speed. Backside boneless, great extension on the extension. There's that beautiful frontside air, kicking that back leg up above his head. Lots of control. Heel flip Indy, somehow his body was in another zip code. Somehow brought it back, tries to get the backside 360 into the flat bank right there at time. But there were some moments of brilliance in that run.
It is going to hurt him on that backside 360 at the end, but he kept his speed the whole entire run.
He did. He was feasting in this bowl. And just the heel flip in the air where his body was so far away from his board, he had to throw that board back underneath him. That was insane. The backside 540. He did the alley-oop frontside 50-50. There was just some really technical tricks in there. Locking into this Smith grind. Sets him up here into the backside 540. Scoops that one. Gets the melon grab. Front hand between the feet. Holding it on. Very, very solid. And there's that frontside air. Kicking that back leg up. So much style. So hard to do that and keep it tuck knee as well. That is a very, very hard trick to do.
That is basically his signature maneuver.
I love it. And here's that heel flip Indy. That thing almost got away from him. Basically just using his fingertips to hold on to it. Into the frontside blunt. Into the backside 3. Right at the buzzer. And that is going to hurt.
Unfortunately for Luis on that one, with 1 second to go, as we go into Ben Hatchell, one of 11 Americans in the semi-final, battling it out, trying to get these points for the Olympics.
Yeah, and totally a different approach to this bowl than anybody else. Ben Hatchell has some incredibly technical tricks, but he's just got to work on weeding out some of that filler right there. That nose grind the opposite way into fakie, super hard. Frontside air smashing the tail on the way in. It's those little nuances, the bash of the tail, the Indy air traveling the opposite way to fakie. Very, very technical trick right there up on the extension. Ben's just looking to get that kickflip to blunt. Oh my gosh!
Unbelievable.
Okay, that Tristan Rennie did that backside in the previous heat. Very upping the level of difficulty to do the frontside wall bash to ollie in at the end of the run.
Incredibly hard to do.
That was nuts.
Backside, I've done one of it before.
Yeah,
but
I can kind of
frontside,
picture it. Yeah, frontside's bananas. That was insane.
He really just wanted to leave it all on the table for this one.
Well, he kind of had to, you know. And had he landed that, look, he didn't grab and yank, but he still almost died on the way in there.
I felt like he was a little slow at the start of this run to do that as well. There he goes for that.
Let's talk about the combination there. He almost hangs up on the frontside grind off of the flat bank extension in through the hip, then straight up into that. That was a crazy combo.
Last rider of the heat right now, Murillo Perez. He's in last place. Can he pull it together and do it for Brazil? He's battling it out against 4 other Brazilians in the semi-final.
He is looking for a score of 65 to make his way into that top 8. And we still have another heat yet to go, and it's not going to happen for Murillo Perez.
Unfortunately, it is not his day today. I find that a lot with Murillo Perez. He's either really, really on or unfortunately is in this mode. I don't know what it is. Do you think it's maybe just the pressure of having so many nations try and battle it out?
You know, my opinion on it is they've been skating so much.
Let's check out the standings after 3 heats of the men's park semi-final. Ivan Federico in the clear up at the front with the 77. Corey Juno, the American, with the 76. Luis Francisco into third position with the 74. A lot of surprises who didn't make the cut, Todd. Look at that. Yeah. There are a lot of unbelievable skateboarders.
Look, the biggest one for me is Alex Sorgente. Paul Zitzer and I, in the previous 2 heats, we were dumbfounded why he didn't. We thought he had all the ingredients to make his way into that top 8.
Let's take a look at our leaders right now. Currently in third position is Luis Francisco.
Look at that, dropping that on the tuck-knee frontside air.
Corey Juno.
Do you know what's rad? A very long frontside board slide. Been waiting for that one all day long. And a backside nose blunt 4 feet high. That's out of control.
That's why you're not in the analyst position sometimes, huh?
That's right, because I've got all this crazy stuff I want to say. And then Ivan Federico, right now in first place by virtue of a kickflip body jar, a kickflip backside disaster, a 540, all the technicality, the big moves that want to make the judges reward skateboarding.
Oh, it is going to be unbelievable. Right now, we are going to check out GoPro inside the line.
What's up, Current Cables? We're here at 2019 Dew Tour in Long Beach. Let's check out this park. This park's unique just because it has really nice flowing lines and good big bowl corners, good transfers, good steep banks. It just brings a lot of variety, and that's what I feel like makes a good course, and this is what this one has. A lot of park courses, I feel like, kind of have the same routine of like what obstacles are in them. But this one, it's like the design they did last year that works, and so they ran it this year, and yeah, it's just a bowl that you can draw a lot of lines from.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Boost makes it easy to switch. Switching makes it easy to save. Mountain Dew. Do the Dew.
Long Beach, California is going down. Mountain Dew, you better ask somebody. It's going down. It's your boy Warren G. Let's get busy. Cause it's on N-A-T-E-N-A, the Warren to the G. We having a good time, all the kids out here doing their thing, playing good music. And we're gonna mount up, we're gonna regulate this thing. Church. Yeah. I used to skateboard. I haven't did it in a while, but I could still tic-tac.
You're going, and then you're going like this. Yesterday you did one of these. That's what I kind of thought I was doing. I don't know what. Yeah, it's like you're going like this. You were going, and you got closer to the edge. There you go. Now to the end, right there. Right there. There it is, right there. I gotta go by the ray and go like this. Yes, right. And then you also need to get a little closer to that edge. The closer you get to that edge, the more you're coming in right here. And you got it every try. It's there. 4 times in a row today. I've seen it. I know.
Folks, welcome back to sunny Southern California.
It's burning hot out right now.
It is burning hot. We are here at the Dew Tour. It is Corbin Harris with Todd Richards, and we are in the men's semi-finals. We're about to go into the last heat, number 4. Carl Berglund, Vincent Matheron, Jamie Matau, Keegan Palmer, Heymana Reynolds, and Pedro Barros. This heat couldn't
stacked.
Get any better.
Yeah, and you know, Yuto Hiragome was supposed to be in this heat, but he is out, and Carl Berglund is in. And I'm excited about that because he was skating so good in practice yesterday, and I just want to see him be able to get a shot at putting together one of those runs I saw him do in practice.
Little bit of intel, Todd. He actually got picked up by a friend of his, went all the way down to San Clemente to go skate.
Oh, wow.
Got the phone call, no practice. This is him right now in his first run.
This is cold turkey.
This is cold turkey.
Carl Berglund right there, kicking off of a backside air. Well, you know what? Maybe that's what it took. It only takes one run to get you that score to bump up into that top 8. Each one of these riders, 3 runs. Best run counts. Scoring is out of a possible 100. The high score right now, not that high, a 77, and based on who we have in this heat, easily obtainable.
Yeah, I feel like we can get it here in this fourth heat in the men's park semi-final. Vincent Mathurin, the only Frenchman in this contest.
Now, you talk about where he comes from, Marseille, France. One of the best skate parks a long time ago. And these modern designs of these park courses you see here at Du Tour or any of the other park courses in the world kind of are, you know, a derivative of what Marseille brought to the game. So many different features, different size bowls, spines, cool hips to transfer on. It was the original template for everything that we see here in park skating today.
It's been there for over 20 years, so it's definitely been there his most of his entire life. He was one when it was made.
It's not a smooth park by any means.
It's just been redone at the moment,
really?
and it's absolutely perfect.
Wow.
I skated there last year.
Well, I
so
stand corrected.
If you can check it out, go and check it. J.D. Matteau, the Spaniard, in a wild bunch of tricks this guy has.
I can't wait to see what he has to bring to this bowl here. Mellon into the bowl section, right into a front sitter. Good combos, a lot of airs happening. We've seen the judges like to reward, you know, you got to flip your board, you've got to get those technical lip tricks in. The 540 is real hot with the judges right now. Frontside blunt up there on top of the extension. The higher the wall and the more technical the lip trick, the bigger point value you're going to get from the judges. Oh boy, oh,
What's
wait,
he got?
What are you doing?
Oh!
Half gaiter off that into
a backside 360.
That was a seriously crazy line. He left some parting gifts there for the park.
Todd, what's it take for these guys to be in this position? How fit do they need to be? There's coaches involved now. We're talking the Olympics.
It's like you just want to break it down. It's endurance. When you're skating all week long and you want to throw crazy tricks like this there, unreal, and then straight up here into a backside 360. First of all, you need to be able to take a hit. And if you've been taking hits all week long, you have to be fit.
What went wrong on there? It was his front truck.
You're not supposed to put your front truck on the coping unless you're Bob Burnquist on a backside 360. And yeah, so laying around there in the Mountain Dew flat bottom, that was a hefty slam. He kind of got up pretty quickly from that one, but it looked very painful.
Right now we're getting into the only Australian that's pre-qualified here in the park semi-final. This is Keegan Palmer. Over the last couple of years, he has struggled with a bit of injury. He snapped his femur. He is back and ready to go.
Ew. Young age to be snapping femurs. But you know what? Keegan Palmer, one of these young riders who's definitely matured over the past couple of years. His skating has become a lot more powerful. He kind of had little guy syndrome for a bit, but then he really powered his skating up. You saw that eggplant revert right there. Caballerial backside disaster. Working these back-to-back flat banks, putting a lot of tricks in places where they need to be. Judges want to see you have a trick for every wall. Backside nose blunt, bringing the technicality. 3 seconds left, ollie up to a little truck bash, and a frontside feeble to end off that run. Great variety of tricks. A lot happening in a very short period of time. Corbin, I think that's going to be a high-scoring run right there.
He's to say it kind of in a weird way, he's a bit of a veteran.
Yeah, he really is.
He's been in these contests for a long time. As you said, he's filled out a little bit, believe it or not. Little Keegan. There's that Melon 540. And I feel like out of the little Groms, he might have come through and might have the biggest score.
I think he definitely has the biggest potential as well. You saw that eggplant revert there. Only hypercritical on that one. He didn't exactly get his hand on top of the extension. It was a little bit below, which I will argue is harder to do on an eggplant revert, is to not get your hand on the coping, but somehow makes it through that. I'm waiting for a big score. He had the 540, had the flip tricks, eggplant revert. No one's doing that.
Originally out of the Gold Coast in Australia, now residing right here in California.
There is a international concentration of skateboarders in Encinitas, Carlsbad area. An overabundance, I would say.
There's too many skateboarders in the line to get coffee in the morning.
Get out of there.
While we wait for his scores right now, oh, there it is on screen, 70. We're going to go down to a third member of our team, Chris Pastras. It must be getting heated down there.
What's up, fellas? Yes, the tension is, you can feel the tension and focus from guys like Pedro Barros and Heymana Reynolds. So much on the line here with the Olympic qualifying setting, and this being the first stop on U.S. soil. And yeah, in my opinion, birthday boy Tristan Rennie is on the bubble in 6th place with a score of a 69. And I think you're going to need a score in the mid-70s to feel as secure as an Ivan Federico. So hopefully we'll see some amazing skateboarding like Heymana. We'll see some scores in those mid to high 70s. That's what you're going to need to really feel secure to lock in for finals.
Thanks for the insight, Chris Pastras, down there on the course as the Hawaiian flying crazy kid, Heymana Reynolds.
Heymana Reynolds, unbelievable skater, so much style, goes huge, has the combos, incredible extension when he takes his feet off. Wait a second! He did an eggplant on a bank. That was ridiculous.
Hang on, can we talk about this run? Back-to-back tricks.
Ding dong. Guess who just showed up? Heymana Reynolds. If he is not in the lead, or at least in the top 3 with that, the eggplant on a bank. That was, in my opinion, that was one of the hardest tricks I've seen done here today, simply because it was just a muscle-up move.
It's so hard to get inverted on a flat bank like that. The flying Hawaiian.
Look at this.
I don't think I've ever seen him have a shirt on.
Frontside invert, perfect extension, big slob grab, boning that front leg out, throws in the tail bash for a little extra gimme points. Look at this right here. Full turn in the air coming off of that hip. Heymana Reynolds, tons of speed, lots of style.
Todd, where do you think this is going to push him up to?
Look, the scoring here today has been a thing of controversy. Muscle up eggplant on a bank.
That is
unreal. That was basically a street plant as far as I'm concerned.
He must be working out. There it is, a 73 into 4th position.
Hey.
He seems happy with that.
I'm not happy with that.
You're not happy with that?
No, and it's, look, I feel like I have a grasp on what the judges are looking for, but then they just blow it out of the water, and then I don't know what they're looking for anymore. You need to be technical, you need to go big, you need to be strong, have power lines. Heymana ticked all the boxes. I don't know.
Todd Richards, hold the phone right now on screen. It is one of the biggest skateboarders of Park in our time. This is Pedro Barros about to drop in, doing it for Brazil.
Brazilian steamroller coming in here on an absolute assault. Pedro, faster than anybody else. His transfers are huge. His airs are huge. Big frontside air out of that flat bank. Lots of excitement in his riding. There's that 540.
Absolutely huge with that 540.
Running out of a little bit of steam right here. I think to his disadvantage, some of these banked walls. Pedro wants more transition. The bigger the wall, the faster you can go, and he can blast.
Straight off with that 5-0 into the deep section with a backside air.
In the air to fakie over the hip. Switch backside. Losi into a switch backside air into the bowl. Smith stop to backside revert. Those last 3 tricks. Wow.
Do you think he did that for Bob Burnquist, one of the best switch skateboarders of all time?
Hey, that was insane. That was insane.
Now, you know what I like about this? I like about this, there's his dad on screen and all the Brazilian crew. The fact that he's landed his first run here in the 4th heat means he's got 2 more to go, and it is going to be wild.
Look at that ollie into that front side air. Twist that thing, poking his front leg to the sky. A lot of control. Backside 540 with authority. Really big, too. The judges want to see you go high out. Landing very tight to the top of that lip. That's what initiated that squat right there. Very tight to the top. And then alley-oop India right there. There is the India to fakie traveling the wrong way. Switch backside, almost low-C into a switch backside air over the hip into a Smith stop backside revert. Those 4 tricks right there, very, very difficult.
Bit of Bob Burnquist in there, bit of Rune Glifberg as well, and there he goes with an 80 flat. He skyrockets into the #1 position, which puts Tristan Rennie on the bubble in 8th position. Kensuke is out now of the contest. These are the current standings. Now, Chris Pastras was right. It's going to have to be sort of in those 70s to be able to make it through. It is tough. We are back up for the second runs in the 4th heat of the men's park semi-final.
All right, Carl Berglund coming out of Malmo, Sweden. Swedish skater with a ton of style. Big body jar, smashing that tail down with authority, comboing that into the backside tail. Oh, just stepping off what I would argue is probably the easiest trick in his entire run.
Yeah, you know what? If anybody has the time, please check out his social media. The way this guy skates in Sweden, especially in his home park in Malmo, which you see,
unreal,
is unbelievable. It's the nerves that I think that get to him. Like, how much does that come into play?
Well, I think, you were talking about who he just got the phone call that was like, hey, look, we got a guy out. You need to get up here right now. That does mess with your head. I mean, he didn't get enough practice in here. He's probably thinking to himself, like, oh, man, I mean, I skated yesterday. I'm kind of tired. You're kind of emotionally detached from it at that point. And to bring that energy back to where it needs to be to put together an insane run, very difficult to do.
Vincent Matheron coming out of France, out of Marseille, 21 years old.
He comes here, carving through into the flat bank section. Bit of a sow flip to frontside disaster. These combos, you have to have the speed. He's looking for a little bit more speed here. Back into the flat banks, nose grind, nollie out of that one. Very technical. Ooh.
Just coming off that one.
Backside sugarcane to revert. What do you think was going on there?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I think he was trying to come in forwards.
Yeah, just kind of his body.
He would probably lose way too much speed on that one.
He kind of seemed to me like he was lost after the first 3 walls. He kind of ended up in a position where he was trying to milk these corners for speed. You don't want to be in that position. If anything, you want to be shrugging speed. That's why Pedro Barros is sitting up there in the #1 position. Tons of speed, had a trick for every wall, very aggressive.
Jamie Mattel out of Spain. If one person that can definitely skate Marseille, amazing, is this kid right here, and any type of ball. Currently in 20th position. What's it going to take for him to get through?
Well, he's going to have to put tricks in every place and make them technical. If he's going to rely on, 1 or 2 big moves, they need to be some of the best that we've seen in the competition so far. Everyone that's been up in the top 3 has had 540s with the exception of Corey Junot. There's a nice Krell to tail. Frontside blunt. He's kind of working this end of the park. He needs to get over there in the other end. You can't half-pipe the bowl. You got to get out of there. Use this whole thing. That is just terrifying.
Here it is. He came off of the ball.
Oh! What is going on right there? Hey, I have an idea. Don't try to do a half gate tear off the top rope into a backside 360. There's other moves you could do right there. I don't know.
That right there, he was worse off that time than the first time. Incredible. I would rather come out and plug more and want to land on the flat than get anywhere near that copy.
No. Backside 360 out of that, that is just terrifying. If he wants to do a very technical combo and get rewarded for it, he's definitely building the drama towards run number 3. Here we go. Right up there, switches it around, and then a half gate tears in, then into the backside 360
Whoa.
Potential, knock yourself out, go to sleep on the flat bottom. That is not cool. There's other moves that could be put right there, for sure. But look at this melon.
How did he come out of that and survive?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not. Look, that is the last trick I would be putting right there. Backside 360. Out of that right there, just he barely has enough speed. Indy grabs Indy, comes around, basically smashes both trucks on the coping. Yeesh. Scary.
One person I've seen take a slam before is Jamie.
It's not good, you know, like he's got that in his head now coming into run number 3. He knows that he has the combo. He knows that the pressure's on, the tension is on with the audience as well as him. That's not a rad combo.
Todd, you guys have had coaching in snowboarding for a long time now. What do you think that brings to skateboarding?
Well, it's going to be, you know, you have to be able to weed it in there with what you can bring to the table already. It's when I was competing in snowboarding, there's no way in hell you're going to get a coach near me. I was like, get out of here. You don't know what I'm doing. But now in snowboarding and in skating, we have these veterans that have been through the competition. They know how to do the moves. They know what will score well. So it makes more sense. But back in the day, it was a little bit like, I'm looking at these people like, yeah, you just need to push a little bit harder on that 540. I'm like, get out of here. You don't know how to do a 540. But now these guys can tap into a vast treasure trove of knowledge. And it really does come down to contest smarts. Sometimes they need to be shown the light by the elder generation.
And you know what, speaking to a couple of the street league guys, that's what it is. It's someone that's not so focused on the trick. Unfortunately, Keegan was just falling off that run right there, but Heymana Reynolds is in. Currently in the 5th position with a 73 flat.
Oh, huge kickflip frontside air. I mean, Heymana, look at the extension of that Madonna going super big front tail slide, comboing that straight up over into the ollie to truck bash. Nose grab 5, packing a lot of moves in there. Backside air disaster, big Indy air, turning that one down into a dive bomb, holding on to this run. He's got so many tricks here. Big alley-oop into that flat bank. And this, I just want to see that eggplant again, the full muscle up. Frontside disaster.
I don't even know how he got up on that
I
one.
don't
That's the 360 flip tail grab on that one.
Are you joking on me?
That is a heavy trick. I've seen him try it in practice. I've seen him only land. I saw him only land one this week.
Okay, well, pressure is on.
And he was pretty close to that one.
Look at this right here. Kickflip, frontside grab, big extension in those legs, puts it back on solid, able to pump out of that too. Very important. You don't want to land a trick and not be able to get a solid pump into the next wall. Big frontside alley-oop, tucking that back knee. That's all about the style, the control. And there's that 360 flip tail grab. Basically had it.
How did he not land that one?
Well, he was smart because he wanted to be awake for his next run. Because it looked like that back truck was just sneaking over the lip a little bit. You don't want to hang up on a trick like that one, but still holding on to 5th place.
Yeah, Heymana Reynolds. Wow. Things are starting to heat up here in the 4th and final heat as we go into the 2nd run of the Brazilian Pedro Barros. Oh no!
First
what
wall
has happened?
Out.
I mean, he's sitting comfortably in a position right now. Maybe he's just trying to find a couple of different angles.
Well, look, Pedro Barros, if there's one thing that I know, he can deal with pressure. He feeds off it. He's like a pressure vampire. This dude, as long as the crowd is behind him, the crowd is screaming, he likes to be backed into a corner. He's kind of like a wild animal you've been beating with a stick all day long, and they're getting ready to unleash him in run number 3. That is what Pedro Barros is to this park.
Do you think he was just chomping at the bit a little too much?
I'm telling you, this park is meat for the Brazilians to come in and feast on.
All right, after run 2, we only have one run left right now. This is the cut right now. Pedro, Ivan, Corey, Luiz, 2 Brazilians, 3 Americans, 2 Italians, and 1 little Australian, Keegan Palmer, still flying the flag.
Who's got the best cuisine out of those top 8? where's the best cuisine out of the top 8? You got 8 countries represented, where's the best place to eat? I'm going to go Italy.
Yeah, I'm going to go Italy, but I really like the fresh produce down in Australia.
All right, okay.
Carl is up. This is the final runs in the 4th heat of the men's park semi-final. Carl hasn't stuck a run so far. He is going to want to stick it right now.
Smashing the body jar up into the backside tail slide. There's that nose blunt. Went down on that his last run. Carl keeping his speed up here. Oh, and just bailing on the eggplant. Not enough momentum to bring him back in. Unfortunately for Sweden's Carl Berglund, he is out for the finals. But you know what? If you want to catch amazing skateboarding, as Corbin said earlier, check out Carl Berglund on his Instagram, because it is nothing short of incredible what he does to his home park in Malmo, Sweden.
You know what I think Carl just needs to work with is just working with someone to try and calm the nerves. He's obviously overthinking it. He's someone that is a podium contender. He can be up there all the time.
You have some, Corbin, you have some experience with this. You're an authority on this. You've kind of helped coach some of these younger kids out of Australia over the years. Are they more receptive now to it?
They definitely are. And it's only in recent times that they are receptive to it, because they can see that the other nations are doing it as well. And, Keegan's out there asking for advice. They want to talk to people who have also been in the position and can see it from a different angle.
All right, well, straight back into it here. We saw a nice finger flip frontside disaster, doing some very unique tricks. Look at the pop out there on that nose grind. Mataron, backside sugarcane in that deep corner.
Making it this time.
Oh, pivot, backside 270 in.
This is a solid run.
One more trick. What's it going to be? Backside 360, slides through the landing into the flat bank. Do you think that was enough to make him into the top 8? I don't know. I'm going to say there was a lot of tricks. I just don't know if it had that super pizzazzy wow to push him into that top 8.
I know. I think maybe the height of his tricks might come into play on this one.
But whipping into that backside sugarcane right there, you can thank Buster Haltman and Chris Miller, legends of the sport, for making that trick what it is. And there's that 50-50 backside 270 revert in. There's the backside 360.
He was holding on to that one for dear life. It's like
Those
I got
wheels
1
were
second
barking
on the clock. Just hold it, buddy. That was Vincent Matheron awaiting his score right now. 3rd and final run here at Detour Long Beach. This is the time of the day too that sun starts to come into play. It's right in your eyes from the top of the park course. And there it is, 50, 55.
Dehydration.
19th place right there for him. Not going to be good enough to make it. Currently on screen right now, 21st position is Jamie Matau.
Coming out of Spain. Nice frontside invert on the extension, getting great body positioning on that one. There's that melon over into the depot, comboing that into the front side air. There's 2 tricks. Quick succession right there, method air onto the bank. Holding onto it.
Making it around that one. Currently, he's in 21st position.
Lofty cradle to tail, front blunt up there on the Mountain Dew extension. If you look at that, that's actually a Mountain Dew can on its side. Pretty crafty, the guys here that came in and designed this park. And here comes the Scarab. Oh! Gnarly backside 180 in! Are you out of your mind?
Yes, he is.
Holy cow.
Holding on to it for dear life. He makes this run finally. He is juiced on this.
360 boneless. Okay, the nollie back one in. You talk about a move where your feet like to just depart your board. Especially, it didn't look like he even popped. He kind of just like wobbed his front wheels off of it and just prayed that his feet would be in the right spot. Super technical move. Unreal.
That was his teammate just giving him a high five there.
Look at this right here.
Keeping it together.
There's the method. A little bit of a tweak out there. Backside air into the flat bank. Spanish rider. Frontside blunt up on top of that turned Ducan. The extension, and here it is. Nollie, backside 180, using the front of his board to initiate the pop to clear that little hip. Super terrifying. And then nollies up into a back tail stall, backside revert. Those final tricks, that was a lot.
Is it going to be enough to make it through, Todd?
You know, it was great. We were super wowed by it. I just don't think he had enough in there. I don't think there was the 540. They just need to be a little bit more. Unfortunately, Spanish rider needed to have a little bit more technicality in that run to make it super radical for the judges.
All smiles there for Jamie Mattel. Here it is. Oh,
squeaking.
What? Knocks out Tristan Rennie there. Todd Richards.
I don't know.
This is a huge, huge move. What do you think about Tristan Rennie being out of the bubble?
That's so heavy. But, I mean, look, the next couple guys are already in. That was... I'm not sure I agree with that. I feel like Tristan Rennie had more in his run, but definitely bringing the danger factor. The skater from Spain, you know, that nollie back 180 in is what did it for him.
Todd, they're the current standings. They are set. It could change a little in position, but the final is set.
Well, big sigh of relief for a guy like Keegan Palmer right here as he drops in. Is he going to cruise this one? I don't know. Frigidly Natal kicking the foot off in the opposite direction there.
Doesn't seem like it at this point. Maybe he just likes the bowl to himself.
Well, these kids, like this run is such cakewalk for him. Backside 540, no pads for a kid this age. These guys they're so good at such a young age, just so comfortable.
I mean, there you have it. Keegan Palmer lands that trick every single time in a contest. Obviously, just didn't want to push it.
No.
Doesn't have to, so why bother at all?
Why bother? Look at that. There's the guy that's been beaten with a stick all day long, put in the corner.
He's got a grin from ear to ear,
That's
and we
right.
know why, because he's currently our leader with an 80.
Well, we'll hold the phone here. We still got to get through this guy right here, bringing the Aloha spirit to this Dew Tour Park Series.
Heymana Reynolds dropping in right now for his third and final run in the men's park semifinal.
Look at the extension on that front side invert. He does those very unique. There's a couple different styles to do front side inverts. Heymana's got that style where he can stall it out over on top of the lip. There's that Madonna kicking that foot off. Lots of tricks, making them happen very quickly.
I like that line there that he did, but just coming off on that 540, grabbing the nose.
But a showman.
You know what? He's in fifth position.
Yep.
I think
Good.
these guys are just trying to reset.
He's good for tomorrow, and Heymana is a great showman. He likes to react and feed off of the crowd.
All right, here he is, his third and final run, the Brazilian. He is a terror in this bowl and a force to be reckoned with. It is Pedro Barros.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, pay attention to how much speed Pedro carries compared to everyone else. He is just a bull in a china shop.
This is where he goes absolutely mental because he has no pressure on him at all and he just wants to show the crowd what he's got.
Boom, Stalefish dropping that knee flat on the deck. All about the style. Huge in the air, dive bombing that at the last second, straightening that front leg out. Alley-oop 50-50, basically stopping. Look at the cash style now. Backside nose blunt, getting some of the tech tricks out of the way, and just going for the heel flip Indy over that corner. But there's some foreshadowing for tomorrow's event. Lots of style, lots of speed, big transfers. Could it be Pedro Barros' year here at Dew Tour? He's going to have to take down Corey Juneau if he wants to get it done.
Over the last couple of days, I've seen Pedro trying out a couple of different runs there. That was the second half of his banger run that he's been trying. So he's basically trying to kickflip Indy, and then he comes back, does a air to fakie, and then a switch tail slide transfer up onto the extension.
That is some major moves. Still with that 80 on top.
Oh wow, Pedro Barros is with press. Chris Pesteris down on the platform. He's hugging it out with some friends. I'm going to pass it over to you. Try and headlock him and get him on screen right now.
Yes, guys, thank you. Pedro, an amazing first run. I saw how focused you were prior. Talk about the pressure and how you address it and deal with it.
It's crazy, man, especially right now what we're going through with skateboarding, you know. There's a lot in the game, so, you know, I'm doing my best because I want to represent skateboarding the best way possible to this big competition we're going ahead to. I know Brazil needs it, and I know, you know, we want to keep skateboarding alive, so I'm trying to do my part.
You did such an amazing job. And the Olympic platform, you mentioned it. How much is that changing your guys' preparation for these events?
I mean, it's hard, you know, like they're trying to mold skateboarding, and skateboarding is a lifestyle. It's never going to be molded. So I feel like competition is always something good. Elevates the level of it. But we got to keep real to it, and we got to keep it going. So, I mean, my intention with this, I want to go out there and spread the love that skateboarding gave to my life, you know? All the friends I have and all the union we really share together.
Amazing, and you talk about that passion. You got congratulated by Christian Hosoi, Bob Burnquist is here, your father, Andre, is here. How important is it for you? What does it mean for you to put that run down in front of them?
I mean, you know, skateboarding is my life. It's always been since I'm 1 year old. So, you know, if I didn't have passion for skateboarding, I wouldn't have passion for life. So, you know, be able to share all this with all these people is always a blessing.
Amazing, such an amazing run. Thanks for all your passion you bring. Big love, Pedro. We'll see you in our finals. Stick around. We will be back for our street semifinals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Hey, some of the most words we've ever heard out of Pedro.
Hey.
He has been a driving force for the Brazilian community and the Brazilian skateboarders with making the Olympics something special.
And, you know, he's kind of taken the torch from Bob Burnquist. Bob Burnquist kind of paved it. Sandro Diaz. These are the kind of the guys that have paved the way, and now Pedro is going to carry that torch into the future.
Biggest surprise that didn't make it out there, Todd.
Tristan Rennie, like, just gets bumped out of it. I don't know if I agree with the way that shook out, but, you know, there's some big names that fell off.
Unbelievable. This is 3, 2, and 1. This is Corey Juno in the mix. How many tiles can you front board?
Well, he's taken a completely different approach than some of these other skaters. You cannot help but to reward Corey Juno's style in this bowl.
Ivan Federico, where did these Italians come from?
I don't know, but they're darn good. Giorgio Zattoni started the whole Italian revolution there with skateboarding, but it was all about Pedro Barros, lots of high-flying antics, Brazilian power, the caged animal unleashed to feast.
Talk about getting some
in this
hype
Dutour Park.
in this one. Unbelievable. Tomorrow we have the finals getting started. It is going to be heated. It's only 8 skaters in the park, and I cannot wait for that one. Coming up next, we have the street semi-finals here in Long Beach for Dutour. It is going to be good. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us here. It is Dutour in Long Beach.
Traveling the world and skateboarding, meeting new people, it's just like a huge part of what skateboarding is.
My favorite places in the world, Copenhagen,
Australia,
Barcelona, just the whole ambiance, the whole vibe, like the buildings, the spots, the people, the food. Europe has got it figured out, man. It's nice over there.
No one's wearing the same things. No one's doing the same things the same way.
All these different countries have different cultures. They make different things out of different materials.
Like, it doesn't really matter where you're from. Like, the skateboard under your feet is the same.
The wood's definitely not the same in Brazil. We have some shitty ass boards out there. But
there's a lot of people from around the world that come to America, and like I've showed them around.
They skate stuff differently, and they just like will do something you're just like, wow, I've never thought of that before, and it just like kind of opens your eyes.
I'm from Belgium. I live in Oceanside now, and I love it. Like, it's more mellow, and there's all these skate parks around, and it's just a different vibe.
I think people have always been tripping out on all the Brazilians or like Japanese.
Here comes Yuto.
I don't know. I don't think anyone should be that surprised that a kid from Japan is killing it as hard as Yuto is. But at the same time, it's such an incredible feat. It's such an incredible story how fast he has come up, you know? For people that don't know, he started as a vert skater.
Yuto is just a little funny kid, dude. He doesn't speak English that much.
Pretty much just nods his head, yes.
Yeah. Right now, I'm studying English. Growing up in Japan was very hard. Not so many skate parks in Japan. My favorite place is California. Good weather, good skate park, so many friends, fun. My dad was a skateboarder, and he taught me how to skateboard. He made it very fun.
I'm Leticia Buffoni. We are due to street course right now, and yeah, let's go have fun.
The street course is really fun. There is pretty much everything in this course. There is A-frame rail, there is bump to rail, bump to ledge, hubbas, small stairs, big handrails, there's quarter pipes, there's a hip, there's pretty much everything.
I think the street course is super sick. I kind of like the A-frame setup right here.
My favorite obstacle is the bump to rail and then the bump to ledges. I like skating bumps a lot. I think this course is a really good course for a qualifying event because it has all the big obstacles.
The big section will get the biggest score.
It's where you get more points, unless you do something really technical.
That one was so good. You popped.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Boost makes it easy to switch. Switching makes it easy to save. Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Folks, welcome back to Summer Dew Tour here in Longbridge. There is the Queen Mary right there. They are obviously watching Dew Tour from far and loving it. I think I'm here, Corbin Harris, here with Todd Richards, and we have a special guest, Red Gerard, in the mix.
Hi, Red.
Hola, hello.
Red.
Hey, hold on.
Olympic.
Where is it?
What?
The medal.
Oh, the medal? Lost it a while ago, man. That thing's gone.
You got to bring the medal with you everywhere you go.
I know, but it's gone now. Sold it.
Red, have you checked out any of the music acts that have been going on this weekend? I know you've been here for the last few days.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I actually haven't got a chance to check out too much music. I've been eyes on the prize on the skateboarding. It's been insane to watch.
Let's talk about that men's semi-final. You were watching it with us now. That was unbelievable,
Insane, huh? Dude, it's crazy. I watch them just skateboarding, like, feet are just so light on the board. You know, it's like a magnet, but they just look insane on it, you know? It just connects to their feet.
Well, you skate, I mean, like, a lot of us that have come up in snowboarding had skate backgrounds. Did you skate first or snowboard first?
I started out skateboarding first, actually, yeah, and then I started snowboarding because of the brothers. But, yeah, I don't know, skateboarding first.
You feel like it helps you?
I would like to say so. I don't know. I mean, I honestly I can say I watch more skateboarding than I do snowboarding now. It's insane to watch. They just rip, you know?
Yeah.
It's so fun.
What's your favorite type of skating? Do you like street more? Or are you into like watching park dudes like Pedro or?
It just kind of depends. Like I kind of like it all, but I'm a big fan of Corey Juno. When I watch him ride the bull, it's just like insane, you know? You're watching, he's insane.
There's something about his style and the smoothness that he does. Like, I saw him yesterday. I don't know if you saw him qualify first.
I did, yeah.
But he shoved a bunch of Cheetos in his mouth before his third
He doesn't
run
give
and
a
just
dude.
got out there and did it.
He doesn't care at all. It's just him skateboarding.
You know what it is? It's like, you know what narcolepsy is?
Yeah.
It's when you just fall asleep. Maybe just like
that's it, dude. Exactly. But
he
somehow
just blacks out before
he's
he
on
drops
cruise
in.
control and he just falls asleep.
Absolutely.
It's insane.
Red, let's talk about your Olympic journey. Obviously, skateboarding is going through that now.
Yeah.
What was the process for you, and how did that all go down?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. My process was like, it was just kind of easy. Not easy, but like I was doing the contest no matter what. So like, at a point, like I was just trying to not have my mind on the Olympics and just do the contest as it is, because you know, no matter what, I'm gonna be doing that contest. You know, I like to snowboard, so that's what I'm doing. And then it ended up I qualified. So.
Well, let me ask you this, because I mean, we were there. Todd Harris and I were calling your Olympic gold medal run. There was a lot of pressure coming in, and when you put down that final run, I mean, did you kind of feel like you were going to be awarded the first place at that point? Were you nervous? Like what? Like, because it looked like you were like shocked when they dropped you into first place.
I was shocked for sure. I honestly I try to think back on it now, and it's like I still am just clueless. Like I can't really have like an opinion on it. I feel like I was just doing my run, and then I ended up getting awarded for it, which I was beyond psyched. But there's so much good snowboarding happening that day, and also with the weather going on, it was windy and whatnot. But I don't know. I was just trying to.
Do you ever have those moments when like you look at that and you're like, I still can't believe this even happened?
Oh, 100%. I have that moment. I can't even like remember it. I feel like I gotta look back on it. I'm like, I don't know. I couldn't tell you how I was feeling. I can't tell you like, you know, what was going on even, but it ended up working out. So.
Red, how did it change your life from that point overall?
I would like to say it didn't change my life. Hopefully, you know, it opened a lot of doors and I got to meet a lot of cool people.
Yep.
But hopefully it didn't change how the way I act. But it was cool, man. I was like I got to meet a lot of people, a lot of cool people. I was like flying back and forth from LA to New York. I met the Shark Tank cast, actually. That was a highlight right there.
There you go. There's the highlight. They told me, Tank.
Yeah, they told me, they were like, if you got any business ideas, pitch me. And I was like, I don't know.
Brainstorm.
Let me go back to the drawing board. I'll talk with the family. I'll be back next week.
Give me 48 hours.
Let me ask you now, because you have guys like Corey Juno and some of these young up-and-coming Americans. What advice would you give them? Because I mean, you've been through the meat grinder. They have no idea what's about to hit them. I talked to Corbin about it in the broadcast. Like when I qualified for the Olympics, I had no clue. I thought I was just the big guy and this isn't going to affect me.
Not much has changed, huh?
Yeah, well, but it just was a full shock. I mean, what advice would you give to these guys who don't know what's coming?
My advice, I don't know, like how I went into it, I had really no clue what I was getting myself into, and I think that's exactly how I would look at it if I was doing it. It's just like, they're going to do these contests no matter what, so there's no need for them to think of it any bigger than it's going to be. They're just qualifying for, another contest, and hopefully they make it and whatnot, and then once you get there, it's the same contest that they're doing right now. It's just a bigger venue, a bigger stadium and whatnot, and if you can, look past the whole pressure and all the interviews and all that, you're just gonna enjoy it. And
do you think the qualifiers are more terrifying than the actual event
100%.
itself?
That last qualifier when you're on the bubble spot to try to make it or not, that's terrifying, but I don't know. It's fun. It's a really fun road, I think. I don't know.
Of course it is. You got a gold medal.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's a great road.
Talking about that road to it, the Americans here, fellow Americans, have 11 athletes.
Yes, sir.
How? It's got to be crunch time, and how do you go about that? Having other buddies that you normally snowboard or skate with all the time.
I mean, I went through it just it's just, you go to one stop, Corey wins this one, Pedro wins the next one, just Keegan at the next one. It's just, you're doing the contest, and then it's whoever's really riding the best at that course, and hopefully you're riding good. If not, your homie's on the podium and whatnot. So I just tried to think of it as just try to skate and snowboard your best the whole time.
What do you like to watch here most, park or street?
Fan of both. I'm 50-50 right there. I love skateboarding. Yeah, I just like to watch it all.
Yeah, unbelievable. Let's check out some of these highlights right now. What stands out for you here, Red?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, is Juno in this heat?
Oh yeah, you'll see him right there.
All right, cool. Yep, there it is. Yeah. That's my favorite one right there. The frontside rock slide, the whole bowl. He's just balancing on his board in between the trucks the whole time. Keegan Palmer is also one of my favorites as well. He rips.
Little Gavin there.
Yeah.
The youngest guy in the field.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I mean, when you look at, you kind of try to compare and contrast, where snowboarding is at compared to where skating is at. When I have to commentate snowboarding, when I watch you guys in slopestyle, I'm doing math the entire time. Yeah. And for me, it's a pleasure to kind of be able to watch park skating because it's slowed down a little bit and I don't have to count as much.
Yep.
Do you feel I guess the question I have is, when you're going and just riding slopestyle by yourself, are you chucking 14s all the time, or is it you just turn the volume up for the competition?
No, I mean, I don't know. When I'm snowboarding, I just try to on a regular day, I'm just trying to ride the mountain or hit the park as well. I don't compete in half pipe, so that's my big thing. When I'm not doing contests and stuff, I'll be in the half pipe all day long because it's super fun and I don't have to try anything new. I'm just cruising the whole time with it, and I think I watch a lot of these guys skateboard in the bowl and whatnot, and then I see them go over the street, and I think I kind of see that in them, just having fun in the street, no pressure, and they're just kind of trying insane tricks again. But just rip it.
Well, we had a lot of fun at Danny Davis's Peace Park a couple weeks back, snow skating.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Is the most fun. Corbin, I highly recommend.
It looks like an amazing contest.
Fun. You can just get blown out on a snow skate, though. You're not attached.
Bodied. You can get ruined on them, though. They're so sick. And at Danny's event, it was just slush the whole time. So you slam and it's falling into pool. It
looks like an amazing contest. I definitely want to get there. Red Gerard, thank you so much for jumping on set here. Yep. We're going to have to get straight into the men's street semi-final. We have 24 of the world's best trying to cut it to the 8-man final. It is going to be an intense contest here. Stick with us here at Do Tour in Long Beach.
Et tout ça, ça avait servi à rien parce qu'ils ont pas trouvé le compromis entre notre World Series et World Championship. Donc, je pense qu'arriver à Sao Paulo, j'ai pas compté sur ça.
I love every part of skateboarding that there is, man. I love the way I feel, but overall, it's something that I can do everywhere.
I love everything about skating, you know, like the freedom.
I think it's the freedom of it, you know? I can always just throw my skateboard down and go skate.
Skating has no right or wrong. There's no coaches, there's no farm system. It's individual, it's however you want to do it.
You can express yourself through skating, traveling, making new friends.
The personal challenge of skateboarding was always the drive for me, and the fact that you didn't need anything else but you and your skateboard.
Whether it's a contest or we're skating a spot, I feel like that's just kind of one thing that like we'll all unite with is that hungry motive.
And to get on a level to be at like a Dude Tour, you obviously got to be in love with it because it takes a long time, you know?
Back in beautiful Long Beach, California on a beautiful Saturday afternoon as we welcome you to day 3 of the Dude Tour. Oh, we've stepped up the announce game today, not because I'm here, but Paul Zitzer back in the booth with me, so I'm feeling pretty confident about how things will go down as we've got Men's Street semifinals all breaking apart today. The best in the world, 24. We've accumulated 24 of the best skaters, and it goes back to my favorite tattoo that Paul Zitzer inspired me to get. 24 athletes, 4 heats of 6, 2 runs, 5 trick formats. So what you basically need to know, Paul, is 2, 5, 4. 2 runs at 45 seconds.
That's right.
Then 5 individual tricks, and we're only keeping your best 4 scores.
Yes.
Simple, right?
Pretty simple. At the end of the event, it'll turn into a math equation.
Exactly. Top 8 will advance on to the final, of course, 10 being a perfect score. A lot of action going on throughout the day here in Long Beach, but the quarterfinals have been stellar as we take a look at the highlights that went down yesterday here in Long Beach. A little different conditions. It was a little overcast, but I'll tell you what, the guys and the women came out and absolutely slayed this course.
Yeah, it was a great show. Look, Ryan Scheckler, Dude Tour OG out there putting it down and doing a great job of it, enough to advance into this semifinal round.
Thursday night, Scheckler came out, and of course, when Scheckler comes out to skate, everyone comes out to watch. But you were right, some of the youngest guys we've seen out here skating, and then the OGs.
That's Yukito Aoki from Japan. He is one of the younger guys. He skates like a veteran.
15.
Watch out, world. Japan is on the rise.
All right, so we've got 24 skaters broken up into 4 heats, and they are absolutely loaded. Paul, I don't know yet if you can say there's one that's the group of death, because it doesn't matter what group you're in. You just need to have a top 8 score to go to the final.
That's correct, but if we're gonna determine one of them as the group of death, it's got to be the last heat because those are the top riders with the top ranking.
Yep, top riders in heat number 4. So let's take a look at heats 1 through 4. Ishad Ware is in there as well as Ryan Scheckler. Not terrible. Maureen McCoy, Matt Berger, and then we move on to 2. You've got Gustavo Ribeiro, Jake Alardi, Chaz Ortiz, and you mentioned Yukito Aoki. And then the heavy hitters, DeCenzo's in there, Louis Lopez is in there.
Utah, Horigome, wow.
And then the king, Nigel Houston, Kelvin Hoffler, and Felipe Gustavo in the 4th one. Let's take a look at the course in the GoPro course preview. Paul, there's a little bit of something for everyone.
There absolutely is. This course is massive. One thing you'll notice, there are
rails all over this course. It's like they fell out of the sky and landed on every obstacle. There's flat bars and rails galore. That's where people are getting the most points on that 8-stair main rail. Also, the gap launcher to floating Hubba that's bolted on top of that Mountain Dew can. There's a couple A-frames. There's long, mellow rails. There's tall, steeper rails. There's flat rails. So, I mean, it gives the advantage to skaters that are rail heavy, but there really is something for every type of skater. There are also banks and quarter pipes on all ends of the course. So there's no one having a particular advantage.
So that is your Boost Mobile course breakdown. As Paul pointed out, plenty of things to go. Big rails, big Hubba sections. Pretty much has everything you want, but it's going to lend itself to some fantastic progression. And I think one of the things the judges maybe not on paper look for, but they want to see some creativity. They want to see something that they haven't seen before.
Absolutely. Skateboarding is about progression. And to see it live in front of your face, it's got to count for a lot. As a judge, you're going to be looking for skaters to mix it up, hit the course from different angles, doing different tricks that other skaters are not doing.
So first heat getting set to go. We remind you one more time, they'll have 2 45-second runs, individual. They have the whole course. Then we move on to the 5 individual tricks. The top 4 scores are moving on to the final. Top 8, Maxim Habenek, 27 out of Prague, Czechoslovakia, has the honors of being on course first.
So Maxim Habenek missed this cut, and then due to a withdraw, he got in
back
this.
in. Yeah.
And so here he is, which can work in your favor. If the pressure's off, you were going home, and now all of a sudden you're back in there. So you get a second win just by luck of the draw. Maxim Habenek, solid run, nollie frontside nose grind, he's keeping it going. See if he can squeeze in this last trick. Nollie frontside board slide, good finish, solid run. Not necessarily a run that we're going to freak out about like it's guaranteeing a spot in the final, but we're not going to see any of that.
And maybe this is a question for Vanessa Torres, who was on with us yesterday, but I got to ask you, once you initiate the trick and the buzzer sounds, they still count the trick?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Pop of the tail or pop of the nose initiates the trick. As long as that happens before the buzzer, counts.
Kind of like the NBA continuation rule.
Maybe like that, whatever it is.
If you foul LeBron and he's in the act of shooting, the basket counts.
I got that,
okay.
yeah.
Look at this. Here it is at the buzzer.
So nollie, popping the board off the nose, turning frontside 90, front board slide.
We talked about this a day or two ago, how vital super slow-mo is for skateboarding, because it shows all the little intricacies that are going on, how difficult this sport is, because I don't think you can really appreciate it in full speed. All right, now we're back on track here. Second man to drop in here, Ishad Ware out of New Jersey, about an hour and a half from downtown Manhattan.
Ishad is a 2013 Skater of the Year. That's it. You've been christened, crowned, something in skateboarding that few people will ever be. He is such a smooth character on his board. He can do it all. The question just is, will he? Because he's not necessarily a contest-focused skater. He's just a skate rat. He skates and skates and skates. He's famous for winning practice and then not quite living up to that in his runs. But in the quarterfinal round, he was immaculate.
How do you compare the scene in the tri-state area, New York, New Jersey, all that, compared to what you see out here in the West?
Oh, it's great. It has a different vibe. It's got a different focus. It's more about covering territory, hitting all kinds of spots. It's less about super technical tricks, and it only lasts 7-8 months a year, and then it's indoors.
I know years ago we were in Brooklyn for an event, and there was a great support for that. So Ishad Ware, 27-year-old out of New Jersey, time runs out for him, as Paul pointed out. Man, he's been skating since he was 9, 2013 Thrasher Skater of the Year, and that's called being christened, right?
Yeah, and he spends more time on his skateboard than just about anyone. He was at Copenhagen Open a couple weeks ago. He won an event out there. So he's a skater's skater. Everybody loves Ishad Ware.
Those of you keeping score at home, the 5.20 comes down. Maxim Hubba picked up a 7.66 on his first run. That is strong. Now remember, they're only keeping your 4 best, so he's in a pretty good position.
That's right.
This is Sora Shirai of Japan dropping in, and we check in now on course with the one and only Tina Dixon.
Well, and this is the first Olympic qualifying event in the United States, and what we have seen this weekend is a lot of skateboarders coming out from around the world. And one thing I've learned, there's a lot of talent from around the world, including the skater on course now. And guys, this field is heavy, and the job is to make the finals. And I'd say it's going to be more competitive than ever with Olympic implications on the line.
No question about that, Tina. And Paul, we look forward to next summer when skateboarding makes its long-awaited debut in the Olympic Games. I know there's mixed feelings throughout the industry, whether it should be in the Olympics, where it doesn't. But I think it's progression, and that's what skateboarding is all about, and that's progression. You're moving up to the biggest sporting event in the world.
Absolutely, and you've seen so much progression come into it already because of the Olympic involvement. It's opened up, these open qualifiers are open to skaters from all over the world, and you see skaters like Sora Shirai busting the doors down. I mean, we've seen him on the amateur circuit the past few years. He won 2018 and 2019 Dam Am Japan, but here he is skating on the international stage against the heroes of skateboarding, and he's holding it down for Japan.
And just 17 years of age out of Kanagawa Prefecture, just south of the greater Tokyo area. So if he does make the team for Team Japan, which would be very difficult, he's going to be skating in his own backyard.
I think he is a strong contender. He has such difficult tricks, but he's consistent with them. Look at that, 7.8, good enough for first.
So right off the bat, Sora Shirai scoring a beautiful score of 7.8.
So that'll put him in the top spot as we...
Vincent Milieu now of France, 22-year-old out of Tarnos, second place in the 2018 SLS London Pro Open. And that's kind of, Paul, where he kind of burst onto the scenes and people are like, who is this French kid?
That's absolutely true. And then he went on, he got 6th place here at the Dew Tour last year. He is a powerhouse. He stomps his tricks. It's all in. It's either he's going to roll away or he's going to go down hard. Kickflip, frontside lip slide. That is a very technical and difficult trick. Only a few skaters have that one on lock. He and Ryan DeCenzo are 2 of them. And look, switch dance backside 50-50. He's got 10 seconds left. Time for 1 or 2 more tricks. A good solid run. Putting scores on the board is key here in this format.
Nice way to finish.
Absolutely. That was a strong showing. And what skaters want to do out here, they want to put scores on the board in the run section. It frees them up for the best trick section to really go wild and see what'll work, and that's where they can post huge scores.
And we saw that in the women's competition. You saw some of the skaters come out and just kill their run section, and that gave them basically 2 good scores out of 5.
That's right. You're in an advantaged position if you can put down 2 good run scores. Now, if you don't, this format still gives you hope, because all you got to do is get 4 scores, and you can do that in just the best trick section, but you got to make 4 out of 5 best tricks. That is tough.
An 8-0 for Vincent Milieu. What a strong start for the young man out of France. Now remember, he's got 1 more run of 45 seconds, and then it's on to the best trick. A little bit of a legend here, and Ryan Sheckler made the drive up the 405 from San Clemente. He's 29 years young and still just going strong.
And we remember Ryan Sheckler as the little
12,
kid
13, 14.
winning every Dew contest there was into the 2000s. And then, you know, he had his ups and downs, and it's so great to see him back up. He is ripping. He didn't get pre-qualified in here. He had to come and skate his way through the quarterfinals, and that was not an easy cut, and he did it how he's doing this run right here. A great mix of tech tricks on the course with a good flow. He's a great contest skater. He knows how to skate a contest, and he has a deep bag of tricks, so he can bring them to any obstacle, and that's a good example. Fakie nose grind, 180 on that Hubba.
Definitely one of those guys, when you're walking around the Dew compound here in Long Beach, if he's on course, you're going to stop and watch.
Yeah, and he's a legend, and he's a cool kid with a great attitude.
I still think of him as Life of Ryan. Remember that show when it went big on MTV?
Yeah, a lot of us, we blocked that show out. There was a lot of crying on that show. I actually like that part.
So Ryan Sheckler with a great opening run, as Paul pointed out, had to go through the pre-quals. It's kind of hard to even think of Ryan Sheckler wasn't pre-qualified. What are you talking about?
Right, but just the fact that he was able to skate through it shows how good he is. He just skated against a lot of upstarts, a lot of young kids who are hungry. Made it on through with tricks like that. Caballerial, down the gap, kickflip, backside tail slide. So he's not exceptionally technical, but he's got his tricks on lock and he makes them look good. And when you string them all together and use the whole course,
7.46 for Sheckler, so a nice start for him. Remember, he's got one more 45-second run, and then it's on to the best trick, and I think he could really shine. He's going to get 5 cracks at it to put down 2 solid scores that could be right in Sheckler's wheelhouse.
Agreed. I would say this. I think he's a stronger run skater than he is in best trick, so he's got to come out like he did and then do another one and take that momentum into best trick.
Mario McCoy now, Reading, Pennsylvania, the 23-year-old. Number 18 qualifier in the quarterfinals. He threw down a 75.46 in that run.
Mario McCoy, 2018 Dam Am of the Year. So he was just skating amateur events all last year. Went to the World Championships in Rio and handled his business with the pros.
Yeah.
And here he is. Mario, well, struggling.
Right off the bat.
Right off the bat.
Yep.
But there's one thing that defines Mario's skateboarding is his flick and catch ability. There you see it on display. Kickflip, board comes up to his feet. It's locked onto his feet. You know he's going to land his trick well before it's over. That is not the case with all skaters.
He's also kind of to a degree a mojo skater. Once he starts feeling it and gets into a flow, it's make, and then he's just in rhythm.
Yes, I would say that tends to apply to most skaters at this level. When you fall on your first trick, and especially your first two, your mind is in another place, and you're already thinking, I got to get this back together in my next run.
Yep. Okay. So Mario will look to his second run of 45 seconds. We'll see how that all plays out for him. That'll bring us to the end of the first run of Heat 1. So one's down, and Milieu with an 8 right off the bat. Shirai, Maxim Habanek, who just got into these semifinals, and Ryan Sheckler, 7.46. They're still within striking distance. It's 2 runs of 45 seconds where you have the whole course to yourself. Then you get 5 cracks at a best trick format and own your best scores. All you need to remember, as Paul's taught me many a time, it's 2-5-4.
Right.
The best 4 scores.
Best 4 scores count. So every run and every trick is judged on a 10-point scale. So the most points you could ever get in this format is 40. It would be 4 10s. That's never going to happen. You're trying to get as close as you can to a 40.
Right back to the start. Maxim Habanek, 27 out of Prague, Czechoslovakia, got a 7.66. And Paul documented how he just barely made it in because of another athlete dropping out, and he slides into the semis.
Big spin, backside board slide. Really solid skating here so far for Maxim. But I think he's going to have to bring more to the table in the best trick section. Nice hop, shove, and lip slide. So strong runs, and he's playing it very smart. Skating within his ability, putting down all the tricks, getting those scores, setting himself up for the best trick. That's what you're going to want to do as a skater.
Question, though, is that run almost identical to what he did in run number 1, and will the judges dock him for basically doing the same routine?
It's one of those things where you're not getting extra credit. You may get docked slightly, but if you know what you're going to do and you can pull it off, it's worth taking that bit of a hit rather than trying to do something too outside the norm, mixing it too much in your next run, because if you fall, then you're just, the score is going to be terrible.
Wow, look at this, a 7.66 backed up by a 7.76. So Maxim in great shape now. He's got 5 more cracks at the best trick, and he'll sit and wait until that comes on. And Shot Ware, though, He needs to get something going here. He did not get his best score on that first run.
Right, you never know what Ishad Ware is going to come out. He's not a skater who's going to do the same run. Now, that's a risky strategy, or it's just not a strategy. It's just who he is. It's who he is as a skateboarder. And obviously, skaters love that. It doesn't always work out in competition, but look at him just casually going about doing really difficult tricks. Oh, I love that. Kickflip nose slide, casual 360 flip. Just looking like he's skating, you know, a day at the skate park. You'd be hard-pressed to say he's a guy trying to skate his way into the Olympics right here. Oh, half cap, flip, nose slide.
So much going on. Can we request that for a slow-mo?
Okay, so that trick
beautiful.
Was after time. He had
the fall.
Yeah, the fall was after time. That run was incredible, and a huge part of it was the surprise factor.
Ishad Ware, this will be a much better score than his first run, and still rocking the signature Nike SB Dunk Low Pro Ishad Ware signature model. Do you know you've arrived if you've got a shoe, your own signature shoe?
Yes, you do.
Oh, yes, you do.
It used to be a pro model skateboard in the 90s, 80s. That was enough to do it. Now I'd say the shoe gets it done for you. So kickflip, nose slide, casual 360 flip. Here we go. Oh, half cap flip, nose slide. So I didn't see Ishad practicing that trick at all. He's just that good.
And does he land it switch?
Yeah, right.
Come on. So look at that jump from a 5.20 to a 7.86.
So well-deserved score for Ishad.
Sora Shirai of Japan, the 17-year-old now dropping in. Got a great first score, 7.80. Remember, he's got this run plus 5 opportunities on best trick. You think about the amount of skating these guys have done since they got here, what, Monday, Tuesday, when the course opened up for practice?
Right, because Sora Shirai, he had to skate the open qualifier. He also had to skate the quarterfinal. So the skaters we're going to see later in this semis have not had to take any runs on this course yet. They're pre-qualified in. He's already had to go through 2 rounds, so he has a ton of experience on this course. It almost gives him an advantage at this point. But he's probably a little beat up, probably a little sore, but these skaters can handle it.
And you know what's great about, maybe it's part of being 17, is he had a bail early on in his run, but didn't give up on the run. And he's going to probably get a pretty decent score here to back up his 7.8.
And the fact is, if you're gonna fall in your run, you might as well fall at the beginning and finish strong. So he did that, backside 180 nose grind on that big hubba. Any of those gaps to hubba tricks are worth extra points because they're big moves. This is a Sora Shirai trademark trick, frontside 180, fakie crook down the handrail. He's got it on lock.
7.60. So despite the fall early, as Paul pointed out, he came on strong and finished strong. His 2 runs now complete. Vincent Milieu, guy threw down an 8 on his very first run, so he's in a great spot. If he can back that up with a high 7, he's going to be looking so good. Now, the question I have for you, Paul, is will these guys keep something, hold something back from their 45-second run for best trick?
They will hold back their tricks that are risky, that they are not sure they're going to make. These runs are designed to be made every trick. So he's going to want to take those scores. And what you're going to see him do after this, okay, kickflip front lip. Unfortunately, he falls on that. But he's going to do that trick most likely in best trick also. And then once he's got his 4 scores, he's going to unleash on tricks that could go either way.
For those of you at home keeping score, remember they get 2 runs at 45 seconds. Then it's the individual best trick where they get another 5 scores. All those 7 scores put together, we take the top 4, and that's when we find out who's going to the final.
And I love the difference in techniques where you see an Ishad who's skating casually, almost in a lazy fashion, and then you see Vincent, he's charging. He's like, it's skating with this enthusiasm. But it's just, they're both putting in just as much effort. Just a different look. So huge frontside flip to flat for Vincent. And, you know, this is basically the same run that Vincent did to get here through quarterfinals. That's fine. Nobody's going to fault you for that. This is a new round. Everything's starting from zero. You got to do what you're good at.
He's in a good place right now with an 8.0, backs it up with a 7.13. So all that remains for him is 5 individual tricks. We'll be back on to Ryan Allen Scheckler, 29 out of San Clemente. Still going strong.
Never heard that middle name before.
Really?
I didn't know.
Ryan Allen Scheckler.
I like it. So Ryan Scheckler, always a crowd favorite.
Do you remember when we were in Portland years ago at the Dew Tour, and it was Broadway down the middle, and whenever Scheckler was announced, the place went nuts. It was like the Beatles came out, the girls were going crazy.
Well, and then, yeah.
I thought it was for you and Chris Miller, but then I heard of Ryan Scheckler, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's who it's for.
Oh, Todd. All right, Scheckler doing what he does and getting hung up on the kickflip back tail. So that's it. You can see he immediately gets frustrated. And skaters they just want to come out and put it down. You don't want to fall in and run. So you can recover from one bail. You can. But when you go down like then on your last trick also, it gives the judges a reason to just write that run off, give you almost doesn't count.
Yeah, a good example though, as you pointed out, Sora had a bail early on and came back to recover for a 7.6. So I'm sure Scheckler was hoping for something that high. We'll see what happens, and we'll see what the judges think. Now he'll turn his focus to the individual tricks. Let's look at this one more time.
That's a backside over crook. That's a fakey frontside flip or frontside half cab kickflip. Same trick, different name, depends what generation you're from. And there was the kickflip back tail. You need to turn your board 90 degrees to get into a back tail. He turned his board about 75 degrees, so his wheels were putting too much pressure on the side of the ledge. That's all it takes. 15 degrees, see you later.
Mario McCoy now on course.
He's going to want to follow up with a strong run since he had a few falls in his first run. He's basically, now he's down to 6 tries to get those 4 scores. There's a great example of that flick and catch that Mario is famous for.
Yeah, he's going to be looking to drop that score. And as the scores come down, once we get into best trick, Paul, you mentioned this many a time, but you'll see things change rapidly. You can be in 5th or 6th place and drop a 1.83, which Mario has right now, and he can vault himself up into 1st or 2nd.
That's right. It's only until skaters get 4 and 5 scores on the board that you really start to get a good idea of how things are going to finish.
Trying for that big transfer there. Boy, down to the final 5 seconds.
So Mario is
himself in a little bit of trouble. That score probably not going to be something he wants to hold on to, a 1.83. And after 2 runs, it's Maxim Habanek of Prague, Czechoslovakia with a 15.42. Shirai and Milieu. Ryan Scheckler still in the running as we get set for the best trick. We'll have that when we return to Long Beach. You're watching the Dew Tour, spelled just like it sounds. In the shadows of the Queen Mary on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Long Beach, California, we welcome you back to the Dew Tour, day number 3. We're in the midst of the men's street semifinal. 24 of the best in the world. The field will be whittled down to 8. Todd Harris, Paul Zitzer, glad to have you with us on the left coast as we get set now for best trick. So just to update you, and I apologize if you've been with us since the start, but for those of you just joining us, they have 2 runs at 45 seconds, got scores there. Now it's on to the best trick. So it's 1 trick, and we'll go through the whole thing 5 times, and then your top 4 scores out of those 7 scoring opportunities, that's how you determine your final score.
Wow, Maxim just came out going for the win. He's trying to launch 360 flip to 50-50 on the giant floating Hubba. So I like that, taking chances.
Why not?
Now, if I'm a coach, which we have those now in skateboarding, I'm telling him don't do that yet. Put some tricks down first that are a little more consistent.
Here's Ishad Ware. Hold it down for New Jersey, but the hand comes down.
Okay, that's an incredibly difficult trick. That's a trick we saw Vincent Malou do in his run. Very few people do it. Ishad with a very casual, slow roll-up, which makes it kind of dangerous. Yes, he put the hand down. Didn't have too much of his weight on the hand, just enough. It's going to hurt his score. Enough that in the end, that score is probably going to have to get dropped. If you shift all your weight to your hand, it counts as a fall.
Remember, misses are zeros.
Sora Shirai. That is a trick that is consistent for Sora and Sora only. All right, frontside 180 fakie grind. He will most likely do that next try. Get big points.
Let's check in right now on the deck with Tina.
Well, yeah, guys, and I actually really like this format. It really encourages progression. And one thing to remember, if you bailed or had a fall on those first 2 runs, that's okay. If you're someone like Mario McCoy, the contest isn't over. You can drop that low score. You've got 5 tricks. I have seen it before. In fact, someone like Sora Shirai has had problems on that first run and then come out and scored a 9 in trick.
Yeah, we'll have to keep track of that. Tina, I got to ask you this question while I still have you. Are all the athletes pretty much skaters sustained by each other and focusing on everyone else's run so they kind of know what's coming up or what was scored what?
Well, there's a TV in the athlete lounge, and so those skaters that are skating in heats 3 and 4, yeah, they're watching what everyone is doing. But those guys in heats 1 and 2, obviously, they're ready to skate and get out there.
Yeah, Ryan Sheckler next up. Thank you, Tina. And I would think that would be the way that you're kind of scouting, not necessarily your competition, but you're scouting the judges, what they're giving good points for.
Exactly. We saw that play out in the women's contest yesterday. Aori Nishimura playing that very smart, seeing what tricks were getting what scores, and then when she needed those points, she just went ahead and repeated those tricks. But you got to be good to do that, to see somebody else's tricks and be able to do them. So
Sheckler with a miss on his first of 5 best tricks. He's one of those guys, we've talked about before, he's a mojo guy. Once he gets that rhythm going, he gets a make, maybe 2 makes in a row, start the make train. Sheckler can certainly be in the running. Moving on now, McCoy, first trick of 5.
Pressure's on, he's got to make 4 of his 5.
Back to the start we go. It's going to move really quick. 5, Maxim Habanek, who's been kind of the biggest surprise here. Maybe not by his skating, but the judges seem to be responding to what he's doing.
Wow. Okay, that is going to be a huge score. I would expect that to be the biggest score of the day so far. 360 flip, 50-50 grind, which is a very notorious trick for people not getting into the 50-50 grind. It seemed like he locked it right in, and that was out of the bump on the floating Hubba. So big points coming his way. Let's see if he gets both trucks on here, because that's that. Well, no, actually he didn't. He didn't. That back truck was not on, so the trick lives up to its notoriety of being really difficult to stomp in the right place. So that score could go either way.
Yeah, they dropped it to 396.
Yeah, that's
and
why.
As we speak, Paul Zitzer taking out his eraser and taking points away. Maxim. They saw the trucks were on there.
That is true. Instant replay.
So Ishad Ware sitting on a 5.20, 786. Needs something good here. And no hand drag this time.
And the beauty of what he did right now, switch stance, frontside flip over the handrail. You didn't see him practice that. You didn't see him put it in his run. He doesn't do that every time all day. He just thought he was going to try that and do it. He's that good of a skateboarder. He's incredible. Over the handrail. That adds to your standard switch frontside flip. That's a big drop. You got to soak up that landing. He didn't put the hand
6.83 on his second trick. Sora Shirai.
Let's see if he comes back for this frontside 180 fakie grind. Oh, wow, that's surprising. That is his signature move. But skateboarding is tough. There's a million variables. But regardless, pressure is on him now. With 3 tries left, he's got to make 2 of them.
Individual runs, and he's got 3 more opportunities. He's got to hit 2 out of the next 3.
That one. Pop shove it. Backside pop shove it to back. Under the ledge, it doesn't. Although in the replay, he got it on, and then he may have slipped into manual.
Momentarily.
You don't see a lot of skaters doing that trick, especially out of a bump onto a hubba. Nicely done. He's coming up backwards. Half cap, backside 5-0. Swings it around at the end, the fakie.
So still rotating right before the landing.
Right, and it's in the end, it's a caballerial with a 5-0 grind mixed in. Not easy, especially coming out of that bump.
Coming in with his back turned to the landing, Sheckler able to ride it out. And maybe the biggest canteen on campus. 6.60, so Sheckler in a good place with there. Just needs one more solid score.
It would be really a treat to see Sheckler make it through to the finals here. Oh, Mario fighting that landing. It's like a fish, you're trying to reel it in. So he made it. It was so sketchy though. He's gonna get docked on the points, but that was an exceptionally hard trick. A kickflip frontside tail slide is hard anyway, and to do it on that obstacle, that's the hardest spot to do it on the entire course. Okay, what happened was it didn't go straight into the tail. He caught his truck first and wheel, and then it went to tail, and he kind of got rejected. It was just, it's going to be a low score.
Dragging some toe there. He's saying a 0, but no, they're going to give him at least a 4.46. So there you see the scores. He's got to drop that 0 right now, replace it with something nice and the 1.83, and he'll be in good shape. So everyone has had 4 attempts in the books. Do you have 4 scores, or do you have 2 scores and 2 misses? Do you have 3 scores and 1 miss? Vincent Milieu with 3. Start, Paul, doing the math, looking at what you can drop, what you can replace it with. Can I replace it with something I know I can make, or do I go
on the board? So as soon as he puts down a 4th, he could jump up the leaderboard. But then we see Vincent Milieu up. Low scores at 5.5. He's going to want to drop that. Let's see what Maxim has in store.
So Maxim comes off on his 3rd attempt. And let's remind everyone, he barely, by the slimmest of margins, is in these semifinals because someone else dropped out, basically.
This is a bonus round.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a no-lose situation, but with Olympic points at stake, it's worth going for. I'm not even sure what Maxim was trying. We'll see if he tries that trick again. Figure it out next try. Here we go, Ishad. You don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of Ishad. And in my opinion, I think that should count extra. Because it's not these tricks that have been trained and dialed in. He's freestyling. It's stream of consciousness. He's that good.
And this is where the progression comes from.
Yes.
Sora Shirai, he needs this in the worst kind of way after 2 misses.
Wow! So
Stepped up.
what a way to recover.
Yeah.
So he decided, hey, I'm going to leave that other trick behind. I'm going to try something different. And what he tried is a trick that is just absurd to think you could do in one try. Hard flip, frontside board slide.
You know what that was? That was a sorbet. He was clearing his palate after 2 misses and then starting fresh.
There you go, the sorbet.
The sorbet.
Hard flip, front board sorbet. So much going on there.
Yeah.
It's hard to even put into words. But the board's flinging around frontside varial flip under his feet and landing in a frontside board slide, and he lands it bolts.
Yeah, Sheckler can appreciate that. Sora Shirai, 17 years of age, out of nearby Kanagawa Prefecture, south of Tokyo. Vincent Milieu now keeping the international theme going here in heat number 1 of the men's semifinals. You're watching the street semifinals. So there are the 2 runs they had, 45 seconds, the whole course of themselves. Now it's on to the individual 1 trick. And there you see the zeros, the misses, but he picks up a 9. So if he can drop one of those zeros, Paul, we're going to see him vault to the top of the leaderboard, especially if he can get something even close to 9.
9 this weekend.
Yeah.
That's a first.
It's like a unicorn. You've heard about it, but no one's seen it.
The judges are keeping score this week. Massive score for Sora Shirai.
So a miss for Vincent Milieu of he's 2 5s in a good place. Sheckler now coming off that 6 points. Even in the upper 5s, lower 6s, he's going to be in a good place. He'll have 4 solid scores.
Interesting choice of tricks. Tech, not the biggest set of stairs in the world. Half
He's
cap
going
flip.
for something just he thought he could nail.
I think he was just trying to land that 4th trick and go. Kind of, it's a shock to see him not even get close to it, actually. 2 more tries for Sheckler.
He's got 2 for 1. He's got to make 1 of these last 2 to get himself 4 solid scores, or he will be out. And if I'd have told you 3 weeks ago that Ryan Sheckler's going to be skating for an opportunity to be in the Olympics in Tokyo, you would have thought what?
Hey,
anything's possible.
Oh, Mario McCoy recovering. And locked it in perfect.
We are due to a street course right now, and yeah, let's go have fun. The street course is really fun. There is pretty much everything in this course. There is A-frame rail, there's bump to rail, bump to ledge, hubbas, small stairs, big handrails, there's quarter pipes, there's a hip, there's pretty much everything.
I think the street course is super sick. I kind of like the A-frame setup right here. My favorite obstacle is the bump to rail and then the bump to ledges. I like skating bumps a lot. I think this course is a really good course for a qualifying event because it has all the big obstacles.
The big section will get the biggest score.
It's where you get more points, unless you do something really technical.
That one was
was so good, you pumped. Latest GoPro Hero 7 Black camera. Hero 7 Black features built-in hyper smooth technology delivering shake-free, shareable footage straight from the GoPro with ease. Visit GoPro.com to learn more. What you want to learn right now is there's 2 more runs in the men's street semifinal heat number 1. Vincent Milieu leads the way with a 26.43, but the devil is in the details here, folks. Remember, everyone gets 2 runs of 45 seconds, then 5 best tricks, and then you can start dropping your lowest scores, and we're only taking your 4 best. So when you see your favorite skater and he's down mired in 4th and 5th, the low score, don't fret. He still may have a 1.83 like Mario McCoy, or a 0 or a 3.96 like Sheckler that they can drop right back in the game.
The beauty of this format is that it keeps you on the edge of your seat till the last tricks. It is not over till it's over.
Trick 4 of 5, and Hubba once again comes unglued, so he will be down to his final trick to try to make something happen. Right now he's mired in 5th place with a 19.38. Well, he started out so fast with a 7.6, a 7.7, and then a miss. So he's got to replace a 0, and he's going to have to hold on to a 3.96. That's the problem.
Yeah, that is a tough spot to be in after such a great start.
Ishad.
Wow, he's going at the rail backwards. He's trying to fakey flip into a lip slide.
But he has 4 decent scores, a 5.2, 7.8, 5.0, and a 6.8. So his low score right now is a 5.06, and that's a problem a lot of these guys would love to have.
But with 3 heats still to come, with some of the heaviest hitters, and Ishad, he's as heavy as they come.
Yeah,
but
that 4th heat has got to be the group of death. Sorcerai.
Oh, he came back to his signature move and still can't get it.
I thought the sorbet would have cleansed his palate and he'd been money. He's got one more opportunity.
Wow, and I'd like to see now, what does he do? Now, the Japanese team has been on fire this weekend, and they've played it very smart. Everything they have tried has seemed to work. We're going to see how he does on the last
He has to
try.
have a make on this final attempt, Sorcerai. Vincent Milieu now. Milieu in a pretty good place. He's got 4 solid scores, trying to drop a 5.50.
Anything he makes here is probably going to be better than that. 0.
The grip need to take place. Down to your final opportunity, and Sheckler now. Opportunity for him to really step up. He needs 4th solid score. He's got a 7.4, a 5.4, and a 6.6.
Now, I'm wondering if he goes back to the stair set for a half cab flip. All right, he's going fakie right here. Half cab flip. Oh, comes. He's a little heel heavy.
So Sheckler down to his final trick. Needs a 4th scoring number, a make. He needs a make.
That is a very basic trick for Sheckler, but it's difficult to do anything downstairs where your board's flipping under your feet.
So Ryan's going to have to hold on to that 5.43. That'll be his lowest score if he can get something else, because he's got those 3 zeros, those 3 misses, and we only keep your best 4 scores. Mario McCoy to finish up this 4th of 5 round.
Kick, flip, crooked grind to fakie.
Yeah.
All right, that's the one of the highest points getting spots on this course, right? So the levitating Hubba out of the bump, flying up, kick, flip, crooked grind, pretty tech trick. To take it to fakie, that's what makes it ultra difficult. So a great trick there from Mario McCoy.
All right, get your abacus out. This is where it gets interesting. Mario McCoy currently in 6th place with an 18.82. He's going to drop that 1.83 for sure, Paul. He could be up 2nd, 3rd, anywhere like that with 1 to go.
Right.
Look at this. Boom.
Yeah, that was nice. Taking it to fakie, a.k.a. 180 to backwards landing, was what took that trick from pretty good to great.
Wait for the judges to drop that. 183, a 7.70. So that is going to be a nice jump for McCoy. He will jump into 3rd place now, sitting on a 24.69.
With this many late bails in this best trick and this early in this semifinal round, I'm hard-pressed to think that any of these scores are going to hold up unless tricks start going down
on
right
this last
now.
Yeah. So Vincent Milieu will lead with a 26.43. There you see a low number in there, and your favorite skater, that's the number they're trying to drop on their last attempt. Before we release the hounds, let's check in with Tina.
Yeah, and this is where the pressure really starts to mount. You guys have to remember that this is the first heat of 4. And there's some very big names coming up, including Nyjah Huston, Kelvin Hoffler. So the importance of getting first or second in this first heat, at least being those top 2, you won't know until the very end of the contest. But this last trick, more important than ever for a lot of these skaters, guys.
No question about it, Paul. I think it's a little bit like golf. On the second day, what's the cut line going to be? If you had to anticipate knowing that the Nyjah Hustons, Kelvin Hofflers are still to come, where do you think the cut line's going to be? You have to be north of 26, 27, don't you think?
28 even.
Okay.
I've seen it go as high as 30.
Okay. Max score would be a 40, which probably will not be seen. Max Hubba now, staying with the same feature. And this time he gets it.
Good finish.
Yeah,
but
played it safe.
Not an incredible trick. Big spin backside board slide. I'm glad he made it for his sake.
Yeah.
He is not going to be going to the final with that.
And the problem is, if the scores come up, you'll see he's going to be saddled with a 3.96 and 3 misses. So the 3.96 is really the anchor that's going to weigh him down.
Absolutely.
There you go. Is he rocking the signature Nyjahs? I think he is.
It looks like it.
Oh my.
Are you rocking them? You're rocking them.
I don't know. Not the Nyjahs. Maybe tomorrow.
Those are them.
No, maybe tomorrow. Okay, so 5th trick score coming in, and Hubba, as you said, with a 6.76, so he does jump up to a 26.14.
That's a high score for the big spin backboard.
6.76.
So a shot here, fakie, kickflip, looks like a forward.
Okay,
there you go.
This should be a big score. He's already in 3rd place, so he's just got to drop a 5.06. I'm not great at math, but if he drops that 5.06, Paul, he's going to be north of 26 points.
I have a feeling you are great at math. That was just a beautiful trick. Yeah. I'm very curious to see what the judges do with it. It could, as high as they want to go, I'm going to be happy with it. Boost that score up, judges. Fakie flip, lip slide to forward. Unbelievable. Nobody's doing that. That is just not a way you approach a rail. It is not. There's so many things that can go wrong. Look, Sheckler knows. Zion Wright knows. They know.
Oh boy, waiting for this score to drop for Ishad Ware, and it's coming down. It's an 8.86. He is north of 28 points. So Ishad Ware goes into 1st place, a 28.75. That, my friends, may have just punched his ticket into the final.
Happy with that. I would love to see that for Ishad Ware's sake and for the sake of skateboarders all over the world who love to see great skating going down.
Nike SB Dunk Low Pro Ishad Ware's getting it done out here in Long Beach. Sora Shirai now.
There it is.
That's the one he came back to.
Finally, 4 attempts to make it frontside 180. Fakie grind.
Is that going to factor into the judges that it took him 4 attempts to get one good?
It might. I mean, it shouldn't.
Makes a make, but
makes a make. It might count for a 1/10 of a point here or there. I don't know. I wouldn't let it affect me as a judge. We just know that that's a great trick. Yeah. The thing is, he was falling for no apparent reason. So just to put it down, it's good to see. It's going to be a huge score. It's a very precarious landed trick. Nobody lands a front 180 fakie grind like that. Everybody lands switch crooks. He lands it fakie 5.0.
What's great about this is he's got zeros to replace, so he's sitting on a 7.8, 7.6, and a 9. Oh. So if Sora gets anything around a 7 or an 8, he's going to be in the money.
To the moon.
Waiting. 8.46, so we have our first 30 club member, Sora Shirai, with a 32.86.
Yeah, now we're talking cut range.
This is what you were talking about.
Finals is, I mean, with Nyjah Huston, Kelvin Hoffler, Felipe Gustavo.
Still to come.
Gustavo Ribeiro, all those guys, they can get 33s, 34s, 35s.
Vincent Milieu now, after 2 amazing tricks. Has to follow that up, and the pressure just too much, but he rides out of it. Give him some credit. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
That was a switch, butt drag, uphill. The French special. Vinny Milieu, not going to count. I still can't get over Sor Shirai's. That was amazing.
It was good to see. It's great to see somebody battle a trick and stick with it and put it down.
So Ryan Sheckler needs to drop something heavy right here into the blue skies of Long Beach, California, if he wants any chance of getting into the final.
Coming back for this half cap flip. You know what? Even if he made that trick, he wasn't going to go to the finals.
It wasn't going to be a big enough point value.
But you want to see him make it.
Yeah.
But he's got heart. Great to see him out here.
Absolutely. Ryan Sheckler still going strong.
Be cool to see him in Tokyo.
No question about it. Problem for Ryan Sheckler is he did not get a 4th score, so he is saddled just with 3 in those 4 misses. Only keep your 4 best scores, and if one's a 0, see how that could be detrimental. All right, Mario McCoy to wrap things up here in heat number 1.
He was trying to...
What was that?
Well, he tried kickflip, frontside nose blunt slide. Incredibly difficult trick, and then shove it out. Whoop, mind's blown.
Yeah.
That would have been... That's like NBD territory. Never been done, Todd.
That's you going to Diet Dew. That's not going to happen. I don't know how that's ever going to happen. Wow. All right, so heat number 1 is now complete. There it is, Sor Shirai with a 32.86. He is not guaranteed a spot in the final, but he certainly has made his case for being one of the top 8. Remember, there's 3 more heats to go. Each heat has 6 athletes. They get the same runs, the same opportunities, but that is a very good score, 32.86. He shot Ware right behind him as we check in with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, thanks, Todd, with Ryan Sheckler. And Ryan, heat 1 is done. Give us your perspective on how things went.
They were going good at the start. I've been having a blast this whole day, and in the quarterfinals as well. So I've just been really having fun. So I really thought I was going to roll away from a few more tricks, and I'm not disappointed at all. I gave it my all, and I smiled, and I had fun, and just cheering everyone on and just being in the mix. You know, it's cool. I'm 29 now, and I was at the first Dew Tour ever, and so to be the OG, I guess, now and still skating with the guys that are, you know, the next level of skateboarding, it just makes me feel great, and I feel blessed to be out here.
It's an Olympic year. There's Olympic points on the line with this event. What's your approach to this?
Just the same, you know, just like really try to play the game, try to figure it out, and you know, it'd be awesome for me to make it to the Olympics, you know. I think it's cool. It's also not the end of the world if I don't make it. So I'm not putting unwanted pressure on it. I'm just kind of just going with the flow and seeing what happens.
Thanks so much, Ryan.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
All right, Todd, heat 2 coming up next.
Thank you, Tina. Ryan Sheckler with a smile on his face. I feel like we should get some U.S. Olympic exemptions. Ryan Sheckler should be there. Kelly Slater should be there.
Wild card
exemptions. Paul Zitzer exemptions. But Ishod Ware getting it done and putting on a show as...
everywhere.
I love everything about skating, you know, like the freedom.
I think it's the freedom.
It's individual. It's however you want to do it.
You can express yourself through skating.
Need anything else but you and your skateboard.
Whether it's a contest or we're skating a sport.
Because it takes a long time, you know? My favorite places in the world.
No one's wearing the same things. No one's doing the same things the same way.
Like, the skateboard under your feet is the same. The wood's definitely not the same in Brazil.
A lot of people from around the world that come to America, and like I've showed them around.
They skate stuff differently, and they
Belgium. I live in Oceanside now, and I love it. Like, it's more mellow, and there's all these skate parks around. Tripping out on all the Brazilians or like Japanese.
Here comes you.
How fast he has come up, you know?
For people that don't know, he started as a vert skater. English that much?
Pretty much just nods his head, yes.
Yeah. Right now, I'm studying English. My favorite place is California. Good weather, good skate park, so taught me how to skateboard. He made it very fun.
Long Beach is the setting on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. The temperature is brand manager from Santa Cruz, the one and only AC, Andrew Cannon. As we get set for heat number 2, oh boy, look at that start list. The judging, what did you think of the scoring in heat number 1? London SLS World Tour, so here he is trying to keep that momentum going now with 8 seconds to go.
The kickflip front nose to fakie right there was a nice touch. That's not one that you see often.
No, it's super risky, especially in a run.
Very nice backside kickflip at the end, over the bump and down the stairs for Matt Berger. So that's going to be a good score. I mean, we saw a fall in there, but as a whole, that was a really good first run.
Seconds, then we'll move on to the best trick. You get 5 cracks at that, so that's 7 scoring opportunities, but we're only keeping your top 4 no matter where. This is the super slow-mo. Very slow that we're just going to bail out of and move right along. So for that score to come down, guys, the course, everyone seems to love it. The conditions in Long Beach, not too hot. It's almost perfect.
It's seriously a perfect day out here in Long Beach.
We're
really lucky.
Jealous right now.
Well, the skaters are really lucky. There you go. Gustavo Ribeiro, who has really become quite the professional in the last, I would say even 6 months. Looking really strong out there. Nice back 180 nose grind down that Hubba. Oh! Frontside nose grind across and down the rail. Just about 20 seconds left.
I mean, if you've made it this far into this competition, you're cruising right now. You're feeling pretty confident, I would
Vanessa,
hope.
let me ask you a judging style thing. Do you like to see the athletes and skaters running from trick to trick? Or do you like more casual?
Hustle.
Is it quantity over quality?
I don't know about that, but hustle definitely shows the judges that you're on. You're on your A game.
That run was amazing
Ridiculous,
there. I talked to Gustavo a little bit beforehand. I was like, you get nervous? He's like, I get nervous every time. He's like, it's in my stomach, it's in my chest, I can feel it. And then as soon as he drops in, he's like, it's all gone. But it's that lead up. And that was a solid 45 minutes ago.
Definitely relate to that whole process.
That's what it's like. 18-year-old out of Lisbon, Portugal, has a twin brother, Gabriel. Really broke onto the scene. First Portuguese rider, I should say, to win the Tampa Am back in 2017.
There's another look. Confident out there. Big spin front board down the stairs. Taking it to fakie. And here's another look at that 360 flip nose slide right there. So difficult. So first run 8.7. That's a really solid score.
So 2 done, 4 to go before we get to the next.
You know, one theme of this entire Dew Tour has been the Olympics with Olympic points on the line. And the Open qualifier that was held a few days ago has brought out so much talent internationally. And one country that's been making an impact is Japan. If you look at that first heat, Sora Shirai with the highest score. In fact, he got a 9 on this heat. We've got Yukito Aoki coming up. And then in the final heat, we've got Yuto Horigami. So talk about some talent. It's going to be very, very tough for these Japanese riders or skaters.
Exactly, and we're going to whittle that field down to 8 for the final. You're looking at Timothy James Rogers, but the rest of the people know him as TJ. TJ Rogers, 27 out of Whitby, Canada, on course.
TJ's putting together a good run. We saw he had a wobble out there, but he's cleaned it up quite nicely. Still got enough time to get one more in down the stairs.
Yeah, he really brought it together for his run yesterday.
TJ's great. He's super fun. He has a great attitude, and he has such a wild bag of tricks. Really, really difficult.
Keep the judges on their toes, Vanessa, not knowing what he's going to throw. Like, be ready for the unexpected.
Yeah, he's kind of like a little hidden gem. And then given the chance, he goes out there and proves everybody wrong.
TJ Rogers, our little hidden gem.
Diamond in the rough.
So that's definitely not going to be the score that he's looking for.
Going to want to drop that. Remember, 4 best scores.
Yeah, 4.33, not the score he's going to want.
Jake Alardi now out of Osprey, Florida.
So Jake is a contest machine. This guy is going to put together an insane run. He's going to give it every single bit of energy he's got. Look at that gap-to-back lip.
I don't think we see any of the other dudes like attempting to gap out on that rail.
No. Look at him. Oh,
barely hanging on.
Keeping it going.
So much power and speed on this course.
Super solid. Blunt kickflip to fakie.
Works his way toward that nice stair city.
Coming in fakie. Oh, cab right there. It's a backside lip slide. Nose grind, and is he going to get another one in?
Oh, that might have been in time.
I don't know.
Is that full pull, no misses?
No misses, but he did the first kickflip front board. And he kind of tail dragged a bit.
Come on.
But that was an insane run. So there's another look at that kickflip front board. But
no
didn't put the hand down.
touch.
Didn't put the hand down.
Nah.
Kept it going. But yeah, that was a really solid run. Gap to back lip into this front blunt. Really, really quick combination.
Such a creative line.
Honestly, he looked a little wild. I think, we've got, I'm going to say, our judges
We're on our
are tough.
first runs.
Yeah,
We're on our
judges
first
are
runs.
tough.
Anything can happen. He can clean it up.
Look at that. Hanging on to that 360 flip. I think the score is going to be solid, but we're going to see more on that second run.
Do you give him any extra points, Vanessa, for keeping the earbuds in the whole run? Not one of those fell out.
Hey, whatever you got to do out there. You know what I mean? They're AirPods. You can barely see them.
Embrace it. Chaz Ortiz, the 25-year-old out of the Windy City. Think about Ryan Sheckler and Chaz Ortiz still going strong. It's awesome.
Yeah, Chaz, such a great attitude. And, still so unbelievably good at skating.
time I saw him was at a Portland Dew tour. He was like
must have
16,
been like,
something like that. And everyone was like, who is this kid? He's amazing.
I think he might have been closer to 14 at that time. I mean, he was seriously so small. Here we go for that crook nollie heel flip. This happens, though. This is basically those first run jitters. Talk about it a little, Nessa. You've skated in a bajillion contests. What's it like, first run? Tell me about those feelings.
I mean, you were just talking about it. It's, you know, we're stressed all the moments leading up, and then you drop in, and that's for me. I have, you know, I'm stressed, and then the second I drop in, nothing matters. I don't hear anything. I just go and try to land all of my stuff. But yeah, first run, you just want to get it out of the way, and then hopefully clean it up in the second run. So
3-time Dew champ Chaz Ortiz still repping the Windy City. Do you guys know his best sport, not necessarily skateboarding? You want to take a stab on what it was?
I don't know. Is it
wrestling champ?
I was going to say like basketball or something.
Chaz Ortiz, grappler extraordinaire. 15 years, as Tina Dixon talked about, the Japanese contingent that came over across the Pacific, they are strong.
I have not seen much of Aikido. And so to see this field expanding so much is awesome. You got that kickflip indie over the hip. Oh, nice backsmith. Fully dipped across and down the rail. So difficult keeping that balance on the back foot.
And Andrew, as an industry guy for Santa Cruz, what is the Japanese market like? I mean, you just seen it in the last 8 to 10 years just go crazy, or is it?
I mean, it's definitely getting wild.
Yeah.
You know, you're seeing a lot more participation, which is exciting, and that's to me the most exciting thing about everything changing. Look at that, feeble to backsmith. It's the most exciting thing about all of this Olympics is it's just really opening up the world to skateboarding. I mean, we're so lucky here, you know, in the United States with it.
Yeah. So Yukito Aoki, just 15, finishing his first run. Remember, they get one more 45-second individual run, and then we're on to the best tricks. Look at 5 of those. So that's 7 scoring opportunities. We're only keeping your top 4 scores. And then the top 8 after 4 heats, they're moving on to the big show tomorrow in the final. Sora Shirai, if you were with us for heat number 1, put on a great show, an 8.46 to wrap things up. So that launched him up to a 32.86. So that is his overall score. So he just needs to make sure that 8 more guys don't go better than a 32.86, and he's in the show.
That's a tall order, though. We've got a lot of really good skaters still to come. And we're not even finished heat number 2.
We got heat 3 and 4, and heat number 4 is absolutely loaded with the likes of the one and only Nigel Houston.
Right, back in, Matt Berger started off the back 3 lip and then a nice nollie front nose down the hubba. So difficult with the timing. Making his way across the course. Smooth 360 flip.
He is a very tall guy.
He kind of
just looks so
course
huge.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
dwarfing the course.
So close on the kickflip back lip. Yeah, he's massive.
Yeah.
Nice frontside nose grind. Ooh, stepping it up with a kickflip front nose big spin.
Maybe we'll see that in the best tricks section.
Berger is a well-versed contest skater. Unfortunately, he dealt with some injury. He was kind of sidelined for a while, but he has skated in a ton of these. He knows how to do it. It's put that first run down and then step it up as you move forward.
And Vanessa touched on it just a minute there. Is that a trick we'll see in the best trick portion? And do you penalize him because he ran it in his individual run?
No, definitely not. I think if anything, it would probably get the judges fired up to be like, ooh, I hope he pulls that.
Yeah, because they're seeing it. They know it's possible. Why
like,
not bring it?
Are you teasing us?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. Gustavo Ribeiro.
I'm excited. I hope Gustavo can keep on it this entire run. Look at that nice back 3 lip. Apparently, that's just a trick that people do now. Kickflip front board.
Stock?
Yeah, it's kind of becoming
at
stock.
This point,
How is
yeah.
that possible? Which is insane.
When did that happen?
Yeah. So difficult. I love the frontside nose grind across and down. I feel like you don't see a lot of across down rails these days, so it's nice to see.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a lot of fun with that. Especially that trick. Once you lock it in and you're sitting pretty on it, you take that one.
I don't know what the right phrase is for Gustavo, but his flow is just so visually appealing.
Yeah, he's really
that
look
is
at
wild.
That.
Every single time.
Look at this.
60 flip nose
Look
slide.
at that hustle. Going for the crook nollie flip. Making it happen in time, man. That right there was amazing. put together a
even
really
Vanessa
good
Torres
run.
is going to score that because he got it out before. You know, she's like rounded a second. You initiate anything at the one, may not make
But
it.
that combination, that back-to-back combination,
You're gonna just
was
connect
both of those were best trick attempts put into a run. That was gnarly.
So, okay, his first run, he got that 8.7. I don't know if they counted that crook nollie flip. And there was more hustle in that one. He might have even gotten more tricks in. So let's see if that's going to be enough to boost him up.
Just sit back and enjoy the stylings of Gustavo Ribeiro.
Look at that right there. Back three. That front side nose grind. Oh, just sitting pretty. I love this because he did a front nose blunt down the little rail and then big spin front board right into that.
And this is how he finished things up.
Boom. Perfect.
His balance, his air awareness, guys, next level. And just such a strong score. And we'll see how this comes down. Gustavo, as Andrew pointed out, sitting on that 8-7.
All right.
8-8-0.
Hey, that is a great score, though, because if you look up there at Sora right now, Sora 7.8, 7.6. So that's really, really good scoring as we head into best trick.
Especially in your run section.
TJ Rogers now on course.
Yeah.
Second run of 2.
I like that front 180 up, switch heel down. It's a different way to skate the course, which is cool. There we go. Crook nollie heel. So well done.
And it's like the simple, let me just throw this flat ground trick in there and ends up getting you.
What's funny, though, is like even though that might be a relatively simple trick, nollie flipping into a bank is risky. I mean, you got it. Perfect timing. It's flick, landing in the bank. It's not easy. Smooth switch backside tail slide. 10 seconds left for TJ. So 4.33 on that first score. This one I think is going to be better than that. Oh, that is the TJ Rogers special, though. The switch 360. That's his move.
So TJ got a 4.33 on his first run. And you see the difference between him and Gustavo. Gustavo came out and laid an 8.7 and an 8.8. So now the interesting part is when you get to that best trick, you can start eliminating. Once you get your 4 scores, you can start eliminating lower scores.
Ooh, look at that switch heel. So well done.
Perfect.
And where did it go wrong? Oh, that front foot just got away from him. So close. 5.06. It's better than the first run. Nothing to write home about. He's going to have some serious work to do with these 5 best tricks.
So the first thing TJ is going to need to do is drop that 4.33 as we move on now to Jake Ilardi out of
Barely
Florida.
hanging on to that 360 flip slide.
He's out of the cage. He's going. All right, 3 flip lip to start it off. Look at that gap back tail.
That was a back tail.
Yeah, and that is so much more difficult than a backside lip slide, which we saw in the first run. Back tail, you have so much less room for error. Nice 360 flip.
What I really like about Jake, aside from his just aggression and power, is that he utilizes all these quarter pipes around the course to get from point A to point B. And you see a lot of the guys not really touching those quarter pipes. And I think that really helps with his scoring as well.
Blunt kick fakie on that little quarter pipe into a cab back lip. This is really solid right here. So that
amazing.
That Bennett grind was after time. We won't be counting. But man, that was a solid run. So first score for Jake at a 6.6.
He should be in good shape going to the best trick.
That was a great run.
Yeah. Well, Vanessa, you talked about him and, really skating the transitions well. He kind of grew up skating transition. I mean, he can fully do 540.
Oh, I'm aware. I have seen him annihilate.
Yeah,
and that's what I like about these courses is that they do incorporate transition all around, like little pockets of it, and that's actually there to help you get from one side to the other, and it's there for you to use. But a lot of riders don't touch it.
Well, if I may say so myself, that was one of the things that I've always liked about your skating, is that you have always skated
You are far
the full
too
course,
kind, Andrew.
And not everyone always has, you know?
Oh, wow,
So,
an 8.23. So Jake Ilardi sitting pretty with a 14.83 going into 5 attempts at best trick.
I'm stoked. I'm stoked the judges rewarded him for that and really stepped it up because he did put a lot together right there.
Chaz Ortiz now on course.
What a good 360 flip. Chaz Ortiz has been doing this for a really long time. He knows how to skate these contests. Oh, kickflip back Smith. Nobody does the kickflip back Smith except for him.
Because it's so hard?
Yeah,
Or just a lost art?
Because I think it's because it's so hard, and from a consistency standpoint, it's a lot less risky to go kickflip back lip or kickflip front lip versus, you know, you have to land on that truck space, which is really small. Nice back 180 nose grind. 10 seconds left. Oh, front nose blunt. Also a difficult trick with a heel flip in. And
Oh! Couldn't hang on to that.
It was looking really good.
It was, I mean, it was
That was
better
a
than
good
his
run,
first
though.
run. I mean,
Definitely.
he's definitely going to get a higher score on that.
But he's going to have to put in some serious work in these 5 next tricks.
Vanessa, you talked about progression and evolution, and as a judge, you see new tricks obviously all the time because the sport's constantly changing. How hard is it for you to stay up on the latest tricks because there's so many variations, whether you do it switch or regular, and then kids are adding things to it every day?
I mean, you can imagine how difficult it
I mean,
is.
between each contest are things changing because kids are out practicing at parks like, oh, something new's coming up, and then you see it for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, you're actually seeing the younger riders coming in with these gnarly combinations and huge airs, and it's not even like your vets that are out here doing this stuff with these younger kids that are coming in, and they're hungry and they're bringing gnarly stuff.
6.73 for Chaz Ortiz. So the first matter of business for him is going to be dropping that first run score of 2.66, and then he'll be back into good shape. Remember, everyone trying to get into the top 8. There's still 2 more heats to come. But you want to get a high score. Paul Zitzer early saying the cut line may be high 20s, even low 30s to get into the top 8.
I agree with Paul on that. Yukito on course right now. Seeing that 3-flip lip started off, kickflip Indy, and then a nice backsmith across and down that rail. This is looking good so far. Nice front feeble, making his way to the hubba. Oh, kickflip back tail to fakie. So difficult. Getting the feet ready, flipping, and going blindside down the hubba. Feeble to backside Smith grind. Feeble across the top, and then backsmith down, some fancy footwork.
Oh, he gets it.
Wow, that was a great run.
Yeah.
Switch big spin board. That was a really good run.
And all this with the backdrop of the Olympics taking place next summer in Tokyo 2020. You see the nations that have come out to play, guys. We've talked about the USA, Japan, Brazil being the powerhouses, but you know, you look at Portugal and Canada and Australia and some of these fringe countries that certainly just given one day, one run can pull it off.
Absolutely. There's another look at that 360 flip lip slide. Caught really well. There's the kick flip back tail to fakie down the hubba. You do not see a lot of people do that trick because, once again, there's not a lot of room for error on that one.
No, you can't recover. I mean, it goes as planned or
you're going down.
Yeah.
And a 7.83 for Aoki, so he'll want to drop that 3.36 once he gets into the best trick portion, and he'll be in good shape. As you take a look at the leaderboard here, this is just heat number 2 of 4. 12 more athletes still to take the course. The skaters getting ready. Heat number 2 is, wow, they are right there as Shorai had the top score in the 32s. And now we move on to the best trick. Now this is going to go really quick. It'll be 5 opportunities to impress the judges and put 4 of your best scores on top. Oh, Gustavo, feeling it out here in the Pacific air and feeling good. We'll have much more. We return heat number 2. You're watching the street semis here at the Dew Tour. Back in Long Beach, California, this is day number 3 of the Dew Tour. We're in the midst of the men's street semifinal. Alongside Andrew Cannon, Vanessa Torres, Todd Harris with you on a beautiful day on the Pacific Ocean. Doesn't get much better than this until you roll out 24 of the best skaters in the world, and that's what we've got right now. So, current standings, 1 heat is complete. We're in the midst of heat number 2. They're getting ready for best trick. They'll get 5 opportunities to impress the judges. Now, they've already had 2 runs. They've got to put together 2 more high-scoring runs for their 4 best scores, and that's what their final score will be. And then we'll move on to heats 3 and 4. And then at the end of the day, the top 8 scores will be moving on to the big show tomorrow in the men's street final. All right, so you're all caught up. Weather is perfect. Everyone loves the course. The athletes now perfecting. So Vanessa and Andrew, if you are an athlete, if you're in the running and you are ready to drop 5 tricks, what is going through your mind? Are you choreographing? Are you thinking, okay, if I make this first one, I go to this. If I do this, I do this. Or do you just let it rip?
No, you have to let it rip right now. There is no half-stepping.
That's why you have 5 attempts.
Okay.
You got to bring it.
So Berger, right off the bat with a miss, and we want to remind you, hate to be harsh, but misses are zeros. You don't land, you get no points. No courtesy, no orange slices, no participation trophy. You get nada.
There's not even a pat on the back.
Nothing.
It's like, hey,
go back and
you got
your turn.
You got 4 more. Let's do this.
Gustavo Ribeiro.
All right, Gustavo does a great job in this section.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow.
Bigger spin flip front board. Oh,
it's like
man.
you knew.
There
it's like
you go,
you knew.
Todd. There's no holding back
There's no
here.
holding
that
back.
was one of the gnarliest
That
attempts.
was ridiculous.
Makes we've
Man,
seen.
just the way he pulled that was insane.
He's
so that's a
stoked.
360 flip with a little extra 180. There you go. Catching it to fakie. And that was really, really well done, especially for that trick. Because that trick can look good or it can look really gross. And he honestly made it look good.
Landing blind.
Yeah.
Now, Gustavo, the good word for him is he's already sitting with an 8.7 and an 8.8. This should be a monster score as well. Oh, yeah. Why not another 8.8? So he's already at 26.30 with just 3 scores.
Yes.
Simple math would tell me if he gets another 8, boom.
Things are looking good.
Things are looking good for him.
It's a good place to be.
Wow. So now TJ Rogers, I say, oh, Gustavo, that was great. I get to follow you. Fantastic.
But this is the section for TJ. Because TJ goes big.
Yep.
So switch heel attempt. Unfortunately, it looked like got some wheel bite.
Want to remind you to be sure to check out the Dew View behind the scenes channel. We are giving you the raw action of what's happening in practice and all around the Dew Tour venue. All you have to do is go to dewtour.com and watch for alternate angles live. Click the right side of the live screen to check it out. I am not responsible for what is said or done on the Dew View, but it's a good time.
If you tune in, you might see Zion dance more.
You never know. Look at it. Lights out, lights on.
I'm gonna walk around and run it.
DC's there. You never know who's going to show up. Jason Ellis walking around campus yesterday. Red Gerard making his presence felt. So that's dewtour.com. Check it out. You'll see all that raw action on Dew View. That's the behind the scenes channel as we check in with Tina Dixon talking about Jake Alardi.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and guys, I just want to add to what Andrew and Vanessa were saying about Jake and skating transition. You know, my first introduction to him was at Red Bull Roller Coaster, which is a combination of street and transition. And, you know, he came out, dominated, and won. And he wasn't even really on anyone's radar, but he really showed us what he's capable of there.
Yeah, Red Bull Roller Coaster, that's an awesome event. It used to be Heartlines in Detroit, and that was a cool thing indeed. I'm still just amped by seeing these guys come out on this favorite part.
There we go. Jake Alardi, trick number 1, big spin front blunt. Matt Berger, we saw him try that one out there, unable to make it. So we'll see where the score is going to end up. And also, this is going to be a good thing for Berger right now. He can kind of adapt his strategy depending on where the score ends up for this one. So, first trick.
Jake Alardi feeling good and in a good place. Remember, it's your 4 best scores. 8.66 for Jake Alardi, so he is looking really good, guys. Remember, he got a 6.6 and an 8.23, so he already has a strong 23.49 overall with 4 more tricks to go.
Looking really good. Chaz Ortiz going for that back tail kick to fakie. Unfortunately getting away from him, but that's kind of a Chaz Ortiz special right there.
You know what's great about the do tour? You can be sitting here minding your own business, just enjoying a nice, cool do. Bucky Lassick walks by. Just like that. What a edge. You're sitting next to Vanessa
There
Torres.
is nobody that front blunt slides on a vert ramp like him.
Whew. I was talking to Paul in the first heat about getting exemptions. Why not get Bucky in there, get Tony in there, get Kelly Slater surfing, Scheckler.
You want to get in there?
No.
I mean, let's just put
absolutely not.
Zitzer's in.
Chris
just
Miller.
put everybody in.
It's a family affair. It's a family affair.
Back to the action here as we lose our train of thought as we get set now for the second go around.
So Yukito going for that first attempt, unable to make anything right there. Tried that nollie big spin back lip. And we're back in for Berger's second attempt.
Second of 5.
Oh, so we'll see what Vanessa, tell us, are they going to score it
From
or
a judging point of view, I'm pretty sure Jake Alardi just did that trick. So,
But the late fall, is that a make or is that a miss?
no, I think that's a miss.
Okay.
Ooh,
She's
you
playing
are
the Russian
tough.
judge here in Long Beach.
You are tough. We will find out. Two shakes of a lamb's
I
tail.
don't play nice here.
6.76 and a 5.06. So that's what we're looking at right now. Just so you know, the judge that you want to send your comments to, she's down at the end of the table, VanessaTorres.com. Here it is right here.
You're just giving her a domain name.
Threw that in. I took a guess.
See, I feel like that was a make in my eyes, but because he would have rolled
Okay,
away.
now that I'm seeing the replay, okay, like a few seconds, he was.
It's almost like he caught the border, see, and then the border threw him off.
Well, no, that's 100% what happened. Yeah. It was hitting the bottom because he would have rolled up that quarter pipe.
So
I
is
guarantee
somebody
it.
going to move that piece of wood? So.
I mean, I think it's a great idea.
We'll see
because he could have rolled off.
You know why they came to us? Because I said Bucky Lassick was roaming the area. And they said, no,
They're
we'll
like,
go to those guys. Yeah.
No, it's because those judges are trying to decide if they're giving him a score or not.
4.4. So they kind of split the middle.
That's fair.
Not a full make, but not a full 0.
That's fair.
I can agree with that. Gustavo.
So setting up looked like 360 flip positioning. Ooh, hitting the rail on the way up.
He is human.
Super difficult.
He's human. Gustavo was on an absolute tear, and that would have been lights out if he had nailed that. But instead it goes as a miss.
It's okay. Still got plenty of attempts.
Yeah, and also that first attempt was just straight out of the.
Yeah, it was bananas. What are you even talking about?
Just kidding. 4 best scores. So he's sitting on 3 solid. TJ now thinking what he's going to do. TJ needs a make in the worst kind of way. Got a 4.33 and a 5.06. He wants to go to work here on best trick.
All right, coming in switch. Looks like he's going for that heel again. Kicking out, unable to get that switch heel flip over that gap.
So he's down to 3 more attempts, and he still needs 2 solid scores.
Yeah, he's going to need to go crazy on these next 3 and make every single one if there's even the slightest of a shot. I'm talking high 8s, 9s.
But if you were with us for heat number 1, we saw something like that play out a little bit with Japan's Sora Shirai. He had 2 misses in a row, and then he backed it up with a 9, then another miss, then an 8.46.
But if you look at those first scores for Sora,
wow,
bigger deal.
Yeah, he was in the 7s.
Jake is killing it.
Jake is feeling it today.
Big spin flip, front board to fakie. So difficult.
Such a rad dude. I'm actually going to be out in Munich, Germany, announcing for
Look at you.
Red Bull's
Oh,
roller
that's
coaster
awesome.
event. Yeah.
There's another look. Big spin, adding a flip in there, sliding blind side down the rail and taking it to fakie.
So So guys, he's going to have 4 solid scores now when this score drops. He's already got 2 makes in best trick, and of course he had some solid work in the individual 45-second runs, a 6.6 and an 8.23. So if this thing drops anywhere near another 7 or 8,
now
he's going to be in really good shape.
Gustavo got that 8.8 for a bigger spin flip front board. So
8.33. Look at that.
That makes sense. 8.33.
So Jake Alardi is going to jump right into second place with a 31.82. Now remember, we've got 24 skaters all vying for 8 spots, and right now Jake Alardi is already sitting north of 31.8.
Sticking on the back tail. That's a tough spot.
Chaz Ortiz now with 2 misses. He's got 3 more opportunities, and he still has to replace that 2.66 he got on the first run. Jumping right ahead to Yukito Aoki, 15 out of Japan. His situation, 3.36, 7.83, and then a miss on his first best trick attempt.
It's still possible, though. It's still possible. All right, setting up Nollie. Oh, okay. Nollie big spin back lip.
Wow.
Look at you, the big believer, sending out the positive vibes, Andrew Cannon style.
Hey, that's the only way. That's the only way I exist.
So he's going to drop that 3.36, and then he's going to go to work looking for 2 more big scores.
All right, I'm excited to see where the score ends up on this one. He did that really well. That was really cool.
I was actually just going to bring some attention to the fact that, his feet were in the middle while he was on the rail, and then coming off, somehow both ended up being really close to the front. I don't know if they're going to dock him for that. That's an incredibly difficult trick.
No heel touch. Nah, scores in 7.63.
7.63. Okay.
Sounds good.
I think that's a very, very reasonable score for that trick.
Are you getting the super slow-mos, Vanessa, in the judging tower? Are you seeing the super slow-mos? Oh, see, the super slow-mo tells all.
I think they're happening behind me.
Okay.
And I'm,
All right, 2 out of 3 in best trick is done. And we will see where they stand right now. Sorshirai has the mark 32.86. He was in heat number 1, but Jake Alardi has thrown down 4 great scores with a 31.82, a 6.6, an 8.23, an 8.66, and an 8.33. Got to think that cut line somewhere around the 30 mark. So 28, maybe Ishad Ware's in a good spot. But everyone else needing to do some work as we quickly move on to run 3 of 5 here in the best trick portion of heat number 2 street semis. Berger out of Canada.
All right, Berger. Kickflip back tail to fakie on the rail. Good trick, very good trick, but that's not finals skating.
The good news, though, he's got 4 scores in.
I think maybe that was his approach.
Yeah, be clean, get your 4 in, because if you have 3, then you got no shot. You have to have 4.
I'm curious if they're going to go 7-ish on that, because the kickflip back tail fakie, as far as tricks are concerned, is relatively basic in the spectrum of what we're going to see today. So although very difficult, landing on the tail, going blindside, down the rail. But in the overall, I mean, we still have Nigel Houston, Yuto Horigome, Kelvin Hoffler. We've got so much skating left that the judges are going to have to play it really, not safe, but they're going to have to be really smart about it.
Basically, you're saying don't give too big of a score for something those guys do stock, and what do? They give them an 8.16.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, to be honest, I think that's a bit surprising, especially knowing that he's got kickflip back tail big spin under his belt.
So Andrew Cannon for a vote for a little too high on that one. Gustavo back to his winning ways.
Do you think he was going for nose blunt on that?
I think it's possible. I mean, that's definitely the full. That's the.
I don't even know how he recovered from that. Even you get the little teeter-totter action that happens.
I think if we can see the slow-mo on that, we'll know. But it is impressive that Gustavo made it. Yeah. Here's another look.
Yeah.
Yes, that was definitely to nose blunt and held on.
So do you get extra points for the save?
No.
No, it's still a make.
Look at that.
Come on.
Got into a grind. That's crazy.
A lot happened.
What that shows you is how good Gustavo really is, though.
Mid-trick, didn't go where he wanted. Oh, that's okay. I can save it.
Yeah, impressive that he didn't just jump off.
Now, this will be his 4th score in the book, so he's going to be sitting really good. So far, 8, 8, 8 across the board, guys. He is going to be, I mean, if this score's anywhere near where I think it's going to be, he's going to probably be in the top 2. Correct? Where it should be, Vanessa? You want to stick your neck out on that one?
We'll see. I don't want to stick my neck
7-7-6.
out.
She doesn't, plays it safe, and he goes into first. Take a chance, roll the dice, comes up Yahtzee, 34.06 for Gustavo.
Gustavo knows what he's doing out there. I mean, this is a skater that has come up through the contest scene and really knows the format and knows the strategy. Although new here, this is, you know, he's coming into this very serious.
Gustavo, who has a twin brother.
Now,
Gabriel.
Someone who, not always so serious, having a really good time, TJ Rogers.
Does it affect you who you're following? Because I'm thinking I do not want. It's like playing horse. I don't want to follow Gustavo right now. Just for no other reason. It's like, man, are you kidding me? The judges are all hyped up what he just did, and now I've got to follow that up.
Yeah, that's definitely difficult.
Talk about adding the pressure. So TJ, he is 3 misses, guys. He's going to have 2 more opportunities, and he has to land them both to get 4 scores. Alardi.
All right. Jake has been studying the format. That was awesome. Big spin back tail attempt. That's a new one for him.
And what's great about this is he's got, 3 attempts, but he's got that 6.60, which is a pretty solid score that he can drop. As soon as he drops that, he can be vaulted back up.
Absolutely, and not far.
He's only in 3rd.
Yeah, not far behind. Chaz Ortiz right now down in 11th.
Chaz
This is
not
not
feeling
working
it,
out
no.
for him right now.
So Chaz has 2 more opportunities to get 2 solid scores, and the problem for him, guys, is he's going to be saddled with that 2.66.
Yeah.
Which is not good in any country. Yukito Aoki now.
Especially this one,
Especially
right now.
in US of A in Long Beach, California.
All right, Yukito coming at the rail. Oh, smart. So Yukito probably playing the format, seeing Gustavo Ribeiro getting that 7.76 for a 3-flip lip, which was a mistake.
True.
So probably looking at that going, hey, I can get a solid 7 in there.
So he'll probably get somewhere, as Andrew said, in the 7s, which means he now gets to work 2 more attempts on dropping a 3-3.
There you go. Popping, a lot of scoop in that back foot, sliding down the rail. It's crazy. That was a video part trick for so long, and now it's just people are doing that as like it was almost the nose blunt. It's crazy.
Do you think this is something we'll see at the Olympics? Skaters going over their coaches saying, hey, what do I need to do? What do you think? Stock? Do I go? Do I chance it here? What do you think?
Absolutely.
So right now, doing a little bit of math, and they're saying, okay, Yukito, you got to drop your 3.36. What do you have in your arsenal? 7.63 for Yukito. So now he's thinking, okay, I'm going to drop that 3 with something I know I can make. He slides into 5th behind Ishad Ware, who was in heat number 1 and is done for the day with a 28.75. Oh boy, just heating up here in Long Beach. 2 more runs to go, and heat 2 will be finito. We'll have it all. We return here at the Dew Tour.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Boost makes it easy to switch. Switching makes it easy to save. Mountain Dew. Do the Dew.
Beautiful day in Long Beach as we continue on with the Men's Street semifinals. There is the overall standings right now, as we've got 2 more runs in best trick for heat number 2. Then it's on to heat 3 and 4. Gustavo Ribeiro has been the man with a 34.06. There you see the rest of the field. 24 skaters all trying to make the top 8. That will be the final tomorrow here in Long Beach. Matt Berger has a bit of work to do, looking to drop some low scores. So we talk about the line. What's the line going to be? It's not the Mason-Dixon line, it's the Paul Zitzer line. What's the line to get yourself into that top 8? And right now, everyone's saying high 20s, low 30s.
I'm not even going to say high 20s.
Wow.
I think it's going to be
what's
30s.
coming up. So maybe
just in seeing what we've seen thus far, and knowing who is still yet to drop, I think with 2 heats ahead of us and the rest of this, I think it's going to be 30 plus.
So Ishad Ware maybe on the bubble at a 28.75. Hard to believe.
Oh,
That he rides it out. Not even Vanessa Torres is going to take that from him.
Nope, that's a make.
There we
It's
go.
a hard make.
So feeling a little bit of mojo here, as Berger will have one more attempt before we wrap things up for heat number 2.
There's another look at that big spin front lunge. So look at that. Big spinning it, landing right on the tail, and then surfing out of that like, no, I'm not doing it. Sending the high sign over to that.
Yeah, he's definitely
piece of
like, I'm
wood.
hanging on to this.
He was like in
No
the
matter
I
what.
don't know if any sprinter stance.
I don't know if anything would have gotten him off right there. No, I'm done.
No.
Well done, Berger.
He's getting all his money's worth out of that Etnies shirt, isn't he?
Oh,
Sure
yeah,
is.
that. So we'll see where score ends up.
Okay, so Matt waiting to see what the judges give him. It should be a pretty solid score. He's going to have one more to go, and Berger with a strong score coming down there as an 8.43. So look at him jumping up to 4th right now with a 28.41.
Gustavo, low score 7.76. That was the mess up for the 3-flip nose blunt. So if he can get into that 3-flip nose blunt and pull it, he's going to smash that score out and just increase
But how
his
good of a
lead.
place is that? He's got to drop a 7.76. There's guys who are dying to have a 7.76.
Here we go. Oh, so close. Still got one more, though.
One more attempt.
He's in a really good place to try that again in his last attempt. So.
Take some chances. So Gustavo Ribeiro will have one more opportunity, still trying to drop a 7.76, which is ridiculous. If he keeps it, he's still in first place.
Yeah, that's a great spot to be in right now.
TJ Rogers. He's got 3 misses in a row. He needs this make so he can get a 4 score. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to hold on to a 4.3 and a 5.06.
Right, coming in with some speed, going for this switch heel.
There you go.
The
I think we all wanted to see that.
Everyone does.
Yeah.
TJ saying, Gustavo, if you don't need that 7.76, how about if I just...
You mind if I borrow that?
Put that in my account.
What I'm curious about is what's next.
Yeah. On his final trick.
Yeah.
No question about it.
He's got some wild moves.
This is the penultimate runs, 4 out of 5
think
here
we'll
in
see
the
this
individuals.
Switch front 360 over the stair set. What do we, Adam? Maybe that's too safe.
Ooh, I think he's going to go half cap nose bigger spin somewhere. Just because that one will garner more points.
Yeah. That's a massive switch heel flip.
Yeah, that was big.
So a great make for TJ Rogers, 27-year-old out of Whitby, Canada. Score's dropping. It's going to be a 6.50. So there you see his situation. He has one more attempt. He's got to make it count. He's got to make it big. More than likely, the damage has already been done. Probably not making the top 8. 3 more to go here in the 4th out of 5. Jake Alardi out of Florida has had a great run. Currently sitting in 3rd.
Trying to drop that 6.6. All right, see if he goes again for that big spin back tail. Setting the feet up nicely. Oh, so close.
I wanted that for him so badly.
Would he come back and do that again, you think?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you know what? He's in a good spot
Great
right now. And like we talked about earlier, he knows how this game is played.
Yeah.
And it's going to take a make like that to really keep him in the running.
You look at his scores of 31.82, so he's north of the Zitzer line right now. So that's got him technically, not officially, in the top 8.
I like the Zitzer line.
Zitzer line. It's a Mason-Dixon line. There's a Zitzer line. Got to be north of that 30, 31.
Super close on the big spin back tail. Getting a little bit of wheel bite.
Chaz Ortiz. Just not feeling it, is he? So Chaz, with that miss, guys, it means he's going to only have 3 scores. So even if he gets a 10, he's still not even cracking 21.
Yukito in 6th right now, trying to get rid of that 3.36.
And if he does that, Andrew, look at his scores across the board, though. 7.83, 7.63, 7.70. If he gets an 8 here, boom.
All right, coming in with some speed at the Hubba.
Oh, my
There
goodness.
we go. Was that 180 switch crook right there?
Yes, it was.
That was solid.
Could have even been a switch back to the nose grind. Not sure.
That's super important, though.
Yes.
Here we go. Let's have another look. 180
You're
switch
right,
crook.
yeah.
Okay.
Chew, laser vision.
Amazing.
Nothing gets past Andrew Cannon.
You know what? It's these new contacts I'm wearing. No,
There's
super
some
difficult
shadow
right
play
there.
out there.
There you go.
Okay.
True that.
Well, I think, honestly, I think we had a cameraman in the way.
Yeah.
And so it made it a little
Super
difficult.
slow-mo tells all.
That was amazing.
5.5.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
A little lower than we thought, maybe?
I think I thought it would have been a little higher, but I don't think it would have been as high as the other ones.
Yeah.
180 switch crook, to be honest, is another one of those ones that everyone's doing.
All right, guys, this is it. The final 6 runs in heat number 2, and then half the field will be done. Gustavo Ribeiro, he's trying to drop a 7.76. Sorcerai's already done. Jake Alardi's trying to drop a 6.60. Ishad Ware coming out of heat number 1, he's done. Yukito, he's got to drop the 5.50. Berger's got to drop that 5.06. So you really can't, I don't say, project who's going to be where until we get to this 4th and final, knowing what they need to drop and maybe saying what they need to do. And if I was really good with an abacus, I could probably figure that on the fly, but I'm not going to do it.
Well, the nice thing is a 5, Berger can pull it.
Oh!
There you go. Kickflip back tail,
You
big
were
spin.
just talking about that.
Well, that's why I thought it was interesting. I mean, 8.43. The judges are going to have to step him up, and I think it's going to have to be close to a 9, if not a 9.
I
mean,
almost
you're
knocked
throwing a
Andrew
big
Cannon
spin
out of his
Man.
seat. I got so excited.
Guys, he's going to drop that 5.06, and this could be a monster score for him.
That's why I love this format, because it always comes down to the last trick. If you're in the running, it's like all pressure on. Here you go. Kickflip back tail. Look at that. Big spinning out. Almost big spin out a little early.
Yeah, the momentum you get coming off of this big handrail, and then to throw a big spin out last minute.
That's so incredibly difficult. So there's another look. Boom. And then, wow.
So he's currently sitting in 6th. Now here's where you're going to see how the format's going to play out. Where does he go from 6th place? Remember, there's still 2 more heats to come, but he's sitting on a 28.41, and I got to think he's going to pop up at least in the top 3. Whoa! A 9.23.
That's
Berger
what we
goes
needed.
to 3rd.
That's exciting.
Yes.
I mean, that's what I felt when I saw it. I was like, it's got to be in the 9s.
You just were like, 9.
Look at
The
that.
difficulty, how quick you have to be with that trick.
And that's the beauty of the format, as Andrew pointed out. Look at that.
All right, here we go. It all comes down to this with Gustavo, though. 3 flip nose blunt. Can he do it?
Oh, my God!
No! So close! Oh,
Inches.
man. Oh, I just wanted to see how high that score would be.
The good news is he has to hold on to a 7.76. The bad news is he holds on to the 7.76.
Well, no, the bad news is that we didn't get to see him roll away. That's
Look
an
at-
insane trick. We're talking Costin's last trick from so many years ago now being done in a contest. Unbelievable.
Boom. And
Oh,
just
gosh.
got his weight and momentum over the nose and couldn't. Oh.
I just want to break this table in half
I
right now.
know.
I'm so
And is he wearing
frustrated.
Costins? I think he's wearing Costins.
I don't
Beauty.
know.
I think he is. That's awesome. All right. Why not, TJ? Put on a show for us.
Good.
Oh, we'll see.
Wasn't TJ's day. Was not his day. Unfortunate for him, he's going to have 3 scores instead of 4 after that miss.
Now, Jake's in a good spot.
Yeah.
4th place, a 6.60 to drop 3 scores with 8 and above.
If he gets another 8, he's in the 32 club.
Landed on the big spin back tail. Feet are setting up nicely. Is it going to go down?
Look at the focus.
No! Yet again.
foiled.
Yeah, I don't think any of these guys are feeling very comfortable,
No.
even if they are in the top 5, top 8 currently.
I'm
with
with Andrew now.
the
I think
next
you gotta
couple
be,
heats
I
that
think
are
you got to
coming
be
in.
honestly north of 30, 31, 32 to even be in the top 8. That's not even.
Yeah.
That's putting you bubble. Chaz Ortiz now not going to make the final. He's going to send us off with something special.
Whoa. Kind of got into a Susky right there. Tweaked out backside 5-0. Always great to see Chaz Ortiz. Longtime Duke contestant.
Definitely a crowd
Would you put him in the OG category with Scheckler?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. Yukito
All right.
Aoki, the final skater to drop. He needs a big score. What's he dropping, Andrew?
5.5.
5.5.
And he can definitely do it. I mean, the scores are there. High 7s.
High 7s.
All right, looks like switch big. Oh, so close. That's going to put him in a really tough spot right now.
So he will not improve on his 28.66. So 24 skaters, 12 have completed the semis. And the overall shows us that Gustavo Ribeiro is the man out of the first 12 with 34. But as Andrew and Vanessa pointed out, heavy hitters come into play here in the next 2 heats. Let's bring you up to speed, though. The Portuguese skater, Gustavo Ribeiro, with a 34.06, just couldn't get rid of that 7.76. Sora Shirai out of heat number 1, still with a solid score of 32.86. And then the bubble scores start coming in. Matt Berger, Jake Alardi, Ishad Ware. Will they have enough to get into the top 8 and the big final tomorrow here at the last day of the Dew Tour? Let's check in now with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, and I'm with Matt Berger, and who just kept going for the trick. But the look on your face after you made that last trick was pretty priceless. Walk us through that and just kind of the keep going attitude.
I mean, it just got to a point where I was kind of frustrated with myself, so I was like, whatever, we're just going to go all in for it and see what we can do. And it's funny, I don't even really remember doing the trick. It's just rolling away, and you see my reaction, so happy for sure.
It was a 9.23, the highest score that we have seen so far. Now, you made the finals, if I go back to the SLS in London, with a 32.58. That's what you have here. Is that going to make the cut here?
Okay.
So the 32.58, that's the score here. Do you think that's going to make the cut here? You did make the finals in London.
I mean, at this point, you know, we got still 2 more heats, and these dudes are insane. I could easily get bumped out. So who knows? I'm just happy I got to skate today and stoked to roll away.
Yeah, thanks so much. Todd.
Great attitude from the Canadian, always happy, even though they did not win the Stanley Cup this year. But they did get the NBA championship with the Toronto Raptors. So, as we take you to commercial break, this is the situation. The top 3, Gustavo Ribeiro, Sora Shirai, and this man, Matt Berger, coming on strong, guys, at the very end of Best Trick. Will Berger be in the big show? 32.58. Sora Shirai with a 32.86, and Gustavo Ribeiro leading the way with a 34.06. 2 more heats still to come here in Long Beach. Day number 3 of the Dew Tour. These are the men's street semifinals. Much more after this short break.
Me and Louis have been friends forever. It's kind of cool that we somehow both ended up in the same place and both went pro together. For like how long we've known each other and how long we've been friends, it's kind of almost like unheard of.
When we met, it was definitely like around like 8 years old.
He's probably 8, I was probably 9.
You're not older than me. But I was 8, you were 9.
Never mind. He was a year older than me.
Do you even realize you guys are both wearing stripes today?
No, I was wearing this first, and then as soon as we walked to the court, he's like, oh, maybe I should put on some stripes.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just trying to copy him. I'm just gonna be honest.
Kind of at a young age, like kind of figured out who we are, I would say. Me and Louis, being around so many legendary people, we just saw like, all right, well, I don't want to be like that dude. Like that's a person I would like to be one day.
Our parents are tight because they were at every contest we went to and cheer both of us on, and there was never any weirdness. It would always just be like fun.
We don't hate each other yet.
It's been like 10 plus years, so maybe one day we'll hate each other.
In second place, let's give it up for Louis Lopez in first place.
We're about 18, Flip turned us both pro. That was kind of like when we started to really get like more competitive and started to become like 1 and 2 in contests and maybe take it more seriously.
If I fall, I'm gonna be so mad. Oh my! I knew I would fall.
I'd say Louis is definitely a lot more focused than I am.
All right, right here.
In a contest, he's always kind of joking and messing around.
I know that like kills my dad. Yeah, Louis and I are definitely who we are, basically because of traveling so young. Us having each other, we both kind of almost guided each other in a way.
Now we're a little bit older and we're just experiencing things for ourselves, so it's cool to be able to still experience new things with Karen, and we've known each other for so long.
Long Beach, California is going down. Mountain Dew, you better ask somebody, is going down. It's your boy Warren G. Let's get busy. Cause it's on N-A-T-E-N-A, the Warren to the G. We having a good time, all the kids out here doing their thing, playing good music. And we're gonna mount up, we're gonna regulate this same. Church. Yeah. I used to skateboard. I haven't did it in a while, but I could still tic-tac.
Excited to see what Yuto brings. Oh! From Japan, Nollie late front foot flip.
World, Yuto.
Skating in the dude tour.
Oh my God.
Going the other way.
Nollie 270 over the rail to board slide.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Long Beach, California. It's the Dew Tour Men's Street semifinal. What a day it has been so far. I'm Paul Zitzer, back in the booth with Andrew Cannon. We are halfway through this semifinal round. Taking a look at the format right here. We started out with 24 skaters, aka athletes, 4 heats of 6. Each skater gets 2 runs and the 5 best trick. Format, 4 highest scores count. Top 8 skaters overall advance into that final round. Let's take a look at the first 12 skaters and how they did so far in this semifinal round. There's your current standings. Portugal's Gustavo Ribeiro way out on top with a 34.06. That score is a final cut-making score, followed by Japan's Sora Shiraya and the Canadian Matt Berger back on fire. And a bunch of Americans down the list. The cut is 8. Mario McCoy, see you next time. Sorry he missed the cut. Andrew, that's your boy. I blame you.
You can blame me all you want. Have at it.
So I'm Paul Zitzer, along with Andrew Cannon. We're about to kick off heat number 2 and 3. So this is where it really gets serious. You know, it's so far fun and games to a point. Now the big guns come out. Who are you predicting is going to step into that top 8 and bump out? Maxim, Vincent, Yukito, those guys probably got to go.
They got to go. Well, I think, you know, we've got Louis Lopez in here. We've got Yuto Horigome in this heat that I think Deshaun Jordan, I mean, he's won an SLS event. You can't count Ryan DeCenzo out. Jagger Eaton qualified in him first, and Lucas Ribello has mind-bending tricks. So this entire heat right here is going to be nuts. Then you dive into the next one, Jocelyn, Kelvin, Nyjah.
You expect to see all of those skaters in the final.
No, it's impossible. It's too many skaters.
Yeah, so what are you going to do? We could expand the final, or we could just see what happens.
I'm just saying that all of them are in a really difficult spot because I think it's fair to say any of these skaters could make it in that top 8.
Now let's talk real quick. This is an Olympic points qualifying event. Who among these guys has to make the finals? If you're from Japan, if you're from America or Brazil, you have to make the finals to get enough points to beat your fellow countrymen here.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Jagger Eaton, 2014 Tampa Am winner, 2018 Tampa Pro winner, is on the course.
This right here is where Jagger shines, is in the run section. He's going to put together amazing runs. We talked to him at Phoenix Am this year. He spoke about runs differently than I've ever talked to anyone. He was like, yeah, you get 6 passes. I've never, ever heard anyone talk like that. So he knows how many tricks you can fit in. Look at this. Wow. Absolute annihilation right here. Blunt frontside flip, backsmith across and down.
Okay, well then let me ask you this. So he kills the runs, he puts 2 in the bag. Does he have it? Can he back it up in the best trick section?
That's what I want to see, because he qualified in runs, back 3 down the stairs. I mean, this is literally one of the best runs we've seen so far today. Capping it off with a nose grind. He got more tricks than anybody else in.
What do you think about the trick that happens a fraction of a second after the buzzer?
Doesn't count. I think it's cool. I love that it happens, but it doesn't count.
Judges act like they didn't see it.
Yep. I think it's really important that that's the case, you know? Look at this. Switch Smith grind down the rail for his second trick. I think he set the tone with a big spin front board. Boom, nice scoop back 3. It's crazy. He just attacks the course. And keeping it classy with a nose grind.
So Andrew Cannon claiming that's the run of the day so far. The highest run score we've seen is an 8.80 from Gustavo Ribeiro.
8.9.
You called it.
Yeah, I mean, he put more tricks together than anybody else. That was really, really well done.
So we're going to have to expect to see him do that another time, and then we will wait and see what he brings in best trick. Deshaun Jordan on the course. He placed 8th here last year on the Dew Tour.
Another skater out of Arizona. Front 270 lip, nice backside over crook.
Are he and Jagger homies, or are they battling for the title of King of AZ?
I mean, I think everyone's always battling for the King of AZ.
Actually,
you know, Skater of the Year here? Back 180, nose grind right there. Deshaun putting together a nice run. Oh, lofty 360 flip.
Can Deshaun post a run score that we saw from Gustavo Ribeiro or Sora Shirai? Can he get up in that range?
I just don't think he's going to get the number of tricks in, and that's key. And also, coming up after Jagger makes it difficult.
Do you think the judges are counting tricks?
I don't necessarily think they're counting tricks, but I think they're counting, you know, if you're putting a lot of tricks in and they're all really hard, then yeah, they absolutely are. You know, I mean, if you only get 6 tricks in, but they're all incredible, then it's not going to count against you. There we go. Front 270 lift down the rail for Deshaun, cruising out of that backside over crook, making his way over to that Hubba where we saw that 180 nose grind. There's another look. Backside forward slide up and down. So that one right there, honestly, backboard, really good trick. But in the context of this run, it's not going to be, you know, you want to see a little bit more. Nice 360 flip over the pyramid. Waiting on the scores.
6.53. Is that a fair score?
I'd say that's a fair score right now for that run, especially after what we saw from Jagger.
The Red Dragon, he's a veteran. 4th place here on the Dew Tour. Last year, Ryan DeCenzo.
Ryan has been skating contests for so long. He has such a deep bag of tricks.
Where do you think he excels, runs or best trick?
I would say that I think runs he's really good with, but the nice thing is, especially on a course like this, he excels with the bump to trick. He is a high flyer, so this is a great course for DeCenzo. Nice switch front lip across and down, taking it back to switch, showing the judges he's got a lot of control. All right, 10 seconds left, coming in at the stairs. Oh, wow. Kick front lip. In the run, we saw Shad do that as a single.
So that was a big finish, and then he squeezed in the last frontside 3 over the hip. A run with no falls, big tricks.
And variety.
Did he leave anything out? Was there anything on the table?
No, I think within that run, I think he did a really good job of mixing it all up. Even from the get-go, starting with that back Smith from the other side is really difficult. Nice kickflip backboard right there. No, I think he kind of crossed it all off the list. Look at that, gap to back blunt.
I think you nailed it. You're right, he did it all. Used the whole course. A lot of hard tricks, that switch stance slip slide.
That, to me, especially taking it to switch, really, really helps. And then capping it off with that kickflip lip to fakie. Senzo did a great job right there.
Waiting on that score for Canada. 8.26, that's big. That sets Ryan up nicely.
Yeah, 8.26 is a great way to start things off.
And we've talked about this before. You got to put those good run scores in so it takes some of the pressure off those best trick attempts. On deck from Brazil, one of many Brazilians here in the semifinals. A lot of competition for any of them who hope to go to the Olympics. Lucas Rebello skating in his first ever Dew Tour.
I'm excited with Lucas Rebello. We've seen him skating in AMP contests for years. Always a ripper. People really like watching him skate. He's got a great bag of tricks. Nice, backside nose blunt. Look at that setup, so quick into the nollie crook.
He's such a clean skater. Everything is so precise, very calculated, but yet a cool style. Sometimes that can work against a person, but he's got good flow also.
And what's nice is he's putting together a really solid run, but his single tricks, if he can hang on, have the potential to be really difficult. Nollie front board to fakie.
I agree, and I would add his single tricks for him are very consistent.
Look at that, hanging on, well, falling over the thing, but at the last minute, nollie back 180 nose grind down the Hubba. That's a great way to put a period on the end of that run. I'm gonna actually, an exclamation, because it was a really good run.
It was a great run.
Especially for his first one here at Dew Tour.
So far in heat number 3, everybody coming in swinging, putting it down, doing what they came out for.
Look at that, back 270 lip, super smooth. This nose blunt.
Super smooth also.
Yeah, really nicely done. This right here, nollie back 180 nose grind, so difficult having to pop over the Hubba, turn those shoulders around.
And out of bounds. That counts, that was a
make.
Yeah,
absolutely. There we go. And I mean, just look, running into that and avoiding it.
He just had a little bit of weight on his heels, swerved into the barricade. Off you go.
So Lucas Ribello, I'm excited to see the score on that one.
Next in, this kid, he won Dude Tour Street in 2013. Won Tampa Am Tampa Pro 2017. He's a killer. Louis Lopez.
Louis, I feel like, is one of skateboarding's favorites across the board. Everybody loves Louis Lopez. Backsmith to feeble, because he does it all. He skates street, he skates contests. He's a really good person. It's great.
He's a rare skater that can approach a contest with no strategy and still do great.
You know what, though? And we got to see that really cool piece where Curran talks about Louis and the two of them growing up. And he says in that piece, he says, Louis was always more focused than I was. And I think we see that, and we've seen him really excel at all of this in these street contests over time because he has that focus, you know? So maybe he just tricks us into thinking he doesn't have a plan.
Well, he has such a deep bag of tricks, and he comes out, let's say he falls on one trick in a run. What you see from most skaters is they come back and they try to put that same run down again without the fall. He'll just move on and do a completely different run. Now, that to me just says, hey, you're a great skater. You're going for it.
Yeah.
And we've seen judges like to see that also. How much do you think that should matter, though? The element of surprise versus, is it just about what you do in those 45 seconds, or is it some of it about what you're not doing?
No, I think it's really important to mix it up because, you know, what's going to kill progression is if you go out there and do the same stuff. Now,
defending Dude Tour champ, Yuto Horigome.
And talking about progression, this is a guy who really brought some heat to Dude Tour and has been bringing heat to skateboarding contests over the last couple of years. Started as an amateur, just recently officially turned pro for Shane O'Neill's new company, April Skateboarding. Look at that, 180 the hard way to switch back 50-50 on the bump to Hubba.
Now, if Yuto is at his best and makes everything he sets out to do, can he be beat?
I'm going to say he can be beat, but it's difficult and it puts more pressure on it. Nyjah can do it, but then Nyjah has to be at his best.
Well, let me ask you this then. Is Nyjah the only one who can beat Yuto when Yuto's at his best?
It's difficult to say. I think it depends on the course because when you look at a guy like Kelvin Hoffler, I mean, Gustavo Ribeiro, there's a lot of talent.
Right. And you saw, I mean, he came out very casually and did so many difficult tricks and made him look, he makes them look way too easy.
Yeah, the big spin front board there, that's so easy for him, but really such a difficult trick. And that's one of the things that is so awesome about Yuto is he makes skateboarding look easy when it is definitely not.
The theory I have about that is the easier you make it look, the better you are. That's it. You can't make it look easy unless you are great at what you're doing.
But I do think that sometimes that might be difficult for the judges, you know? Because if there's a little bit of wildness, if you're kind of skating around saucy, it can get a little bit more exciting. I think they might reward it.
And the crowd feeds off of that.
Absolutely.
Excitement generated by the guy who's hanging on, fighting it.
I love seeing this. Behind the scenes, Nyjah Houston switch heel front nose on the step. What are we going to see?
All right, waiting on Yuto's score, 7.56.
I think that's fair because he went for that nollie 180 to switch feeble to start things off and got into a nollie lip. And I think the judges are just saying, look, if he pulls the full run, he's going to get a nice score. But right now, he's going to need to step it up.
Before we go back to the top of the order, let's send it down to Chris Pastras.
Thanks, boys. And yeah, here on the sidelines in the staging area, as you can see, Nyjah has been skating nonstop, just trying his tricks on the stair here. Super intelligent approach because a lot of waiting has been going on with 3 heats prior. And another report from the sidelines here is the bros and the pros just erupted when Matt Berger made that kickflip backtail big spin. That was the trick of the day so far from the crowd here and the pros themselves. And right now, we are watching Jagger Eaton just destroy the course. And as you see, he fits so many tricks into his runs. Super intelligent and just such a competitor. So much strategy going on. So excited to keep it moving.
Thank you very much, Chris Pastras. Now, Andrew, talk about Jagger came out with a different trick on the big rail.
Yeah, started things off with a switch nose grind down the rail. That is so difficult to do. Pop and switch, pulling on your opposite foot on the nose grind on a round handrail and riding away clean is next level.
Balance squared.
Wow. Wow. Unfortunately, though, we saw him fall on that kickflip back lip. Almost 2 perfect runs, but that kickflip back lip almost at the end of time.
How much will that hurt a score? His first run score was an 8.9. He was looking to even improve on that.
Yeah.
With one fall.
There you go. There's a look at it.
Is that going to knock a point, 2 points? How much does he get docked for that?
I don't know.
How about that dismount, though?
It's going to be. I think we have scores coming in. I think it's still going to be a good score. Look at that. Back 270 lip on the gap. That. Insane that he can pull that every single time.
Every try. Scores in 7.76, so essentially a 2-point deduction for fall at the end.
I think it's fair.
Mm-hmm.
So Jagger, though, it's going to come down to those next 5. Deshaun Jordan in. First score 6.53. We'll see if Deshaun mixes it up. 180 nose grind.
Now, if you were to give Deshaun advice, or if there's anything any weaknesses in his game, what would those be, in your opinion? Anything?
I mean, it's tough to say because after watching a guy like Jagger, you almost want to be like, Deshaun, you need to hustle more. But Deshaun hustles. I mean, it's all relative, and we'll see when we're finished.
Okay.
All right, coming in. Because
wow.
Look, 3 flip 50-50 at the end of the run. Nice front blunt to cap it off. That was a great run. He really mixed everything up. You know, he had the board slide up and down. He had the 3 flip 50-50.
Which he fell on in his first run. And so his first run score was a 6.53. We can expect a much bigger score this time around.
Yeah, a 360 flip 50-50 on that bump to Hubba is so difficult. I think with him being able to pull that at the end, unreal. So this is how we saw him started off, front 270 to board. There we go, another look, 360 flip 50.
Nice.
Whoa.
It's kind of a front truck on, back truck
Well, let's
off.
see, here's another look. No, I think that back truck was on, but the front truck was on so strangely, like toe side, that it just looked a little extra funny.
Now, and I'll say, if you get on with not both trucks in a 50-50 in best trick, that's liable to count against you. If you do that in your run, and you got to run like Deshaun, it's not going to hurt at all. 8.23, huge score.
Yeah, that
run
was
number 2.
Well deserved.
Ryan DeCenzo.
8.26 on that first run. Really put it down. See what the strategy's going to be for him. I love the way he's starting it off on the other side of the rail. It's like threading the needle. That's a really thin area.
How much do you think it should affect a score or not if a skater does essentially the exact same run 2 times in a row with maybe one trick different?
Tough. I think it's important to, potentially boost it up as long as the trick's better. But at the same time, from a progression standpoint, you do want to see them adding, changing things up. It's showing how versatile they are as a skater.
Yeah, I agree. I think the scores generally aren't affected too much by a repeat run. What I would like to see, though, is the mix-up being rewarded more with the points.
Agreed, because that was trick for trick, the same run. And, I mean, it was a good score, 8.26. And from a strategy perspective, it's really smart. Because if he's going to get scored highly, I mean, hey.
Do it.
It worked already. Why mess with success? But I do agree with you. I think from a judging standpoint, I'd love to see them knock a full point off it from, hey, it's not as original.
Ryan DeCenzo waiting on his score. 8.33
instead.
An improvement.
Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting.
Lucas Rebello.
So Lucas, first time here at Dude Tour, 7.23 on that first run. Now, he's a skater that you could definitely anticipate seeing do it again. Like, hey, you know what, I got that score, but we'll see how he goes about it. Setting up for that nollie crook again. Nicely done. So thus far, the run's looking the same. We still have 25 seconds left. Oh, the nose blunt hitting away.
Falls, do they hurt more at the beginning of the run, the middle of the run, or end?
I think it depends on your run. You know, I mean, psychologically, it seems like it hurts a lot more in the beginning. But from the judging, I think if you put down a really solid run, I don't think it matters, especially at the end.
I think that run had enough falls in it. It's probably going to be a write-off.
Agreed.
So, with heats 3 and 4 that we're in now, heat 3, these skaters haven't had to qualify through the open qualifier or even the quarterfinals. A lot of these guys have been pre-qualified straight into the semis. How do you think that affects the skaters when they haven't had the warm-up of the qualifying rounds, and here they are straight into the hot seat?
There's definitely something to be said for, and you can see it from contest to contest, the ones that are in those top spots and keep going, but I feel like we haven't seen anyone qualify all the way through and then take a win. Right. It's almost like it's one too many rounds.
I would agree with that.
All right, next in, the man himself.
He won Dude Tour Street 2013 in San Francisco. How about that? Just very recently.
Oh, recently. Oh, half cap flip in the middle. There's only one other skater out here that I think would be so brave as to pull that in the middle of a run, and that's Nigel Houston. Big spin backboard. Just to clarify, that half cap flip is one of those tricks that, as a skater, it's so easy to miss. It doesn't look that difficult, but it's risky.
Wow,
kickflip nose grind.
Down the Hubba.
Louis Lopez is really putting it together right here.
I love that he can hit. We've seen very little action on the quarter pipes. Yeah. It's only been some frontside ollies over the hip. He went alley-oop.
Oh, no. You know what? Still, it was right towards the end, and it was a really, really good run with a lot of diversity, great tricks, flip-ins. That was looking really solid.
How do you think that stacks up versus let's say, a run with 5 absolute hammers in it, but none of the flow or the diversity?
I think that, whoa, look at that. God, it's so tough. I almost feel like they can be weighted relatively similar. You know, kickflip frontside nose grind down the Hubba, tapped a little bit of the back truck, but it was really solid, yeah.
6.73.
Judge is not feeling it, though.
The score does not reflect a lot of what was done in that run, but there were falls, so.
Unfortunately, I would say that for the most part, Louis does a great job in the runs, and he struggles in comparison in the best trick. So hopefully that's not going to be it for him, but we still have 5 attempts. There we go, Yuto. Nollie 180, switch feeble. Oh, look at that. Nollie 180 blindside to switch back 50-50 down the Hubba.
Right. The fact that he's doing a nollie or a 180 or a grind isn't the thing. It's all blind.
Absolutely.
That's what makes that trick difficult.
And the timing is so impressive, especially after coming off that other one, keeping the speed, popping before the stairs start, and then turning with your back to the ledge. That's really, really difficult. Oh, the switch 180 crook getting away from him. We still have 10 seconds left, though. We'll see what Yuto can put together. Big spin front board. All right, that's time for Yuto Horigome, run number 2.
How much do you think SLS veterans who have been skating under this format for a long time, how are they in comparison to the rookies who have to step into this for the first time? What do they know that the rookies don't?
So what's interesting in watching this run is although these tricks are really difficult, like, okay, nollie back 180, 50-50, that to me was like, okay, that's a bit of a reach trick, right? That's not something you're necessarily going to see in every run, but Yuto then, big spin front board, that's easy for Yuto. That is so easy for him. We have seen him do nollie 270, switch back lip to switch back tail. And I think that's what we're going to see as we move in. So I think you'll see the element of surprise a lot more with the vets.
All right, so 2 runs down. Yuto Horigome not getting the scores we would have expected from him coming into this, but a lot of movement on the leaderboard about to come. Any predictions going into best trick for these skaters here in Heat 3?
I'm excited to see what happens with Jagger Eaton. I'm psyched to see if he's able to put it down on these best tricks because we know he can do it in the runs, and I'm really excited to see what Yuto Horigome brings.
So no predictions, just more questions from Andrew Cannon. What's going to happen as we move into the best trick section? I like it. All right, everybody's chasing Gustavo Ribeiro here in Long Beach on the Dew Tour. We're 2 runs down in heat number 3 of 4. Everybody going for an 8 cut. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out down here with Felipe Gustavo, who we're going to be seeing in the 4th and final heat. Felipe, how you doing? Staying warm back here, doing the 2-step challenge down here with Nyjah. Who's winning the warm-up course back here?
No, we're trying to stay a warm-up and then skate a little bit before the heat. We only got 10 minutes, so yeah.
So if you were like putting on your own contest, like the Felipe Invitational, would you have a little like mini shred in the back for the warm-up area for the skaters in the later heats, and what would it consist of?
Oh, would that be like a straight ledge on the flat ground? Yeah. So we can warm up. Good flat ground and ledge. That will get us there.
Right on. So how's the past 6 months been treating you? I haven't had a chance to talk to you since last summer's contest season.
I'm trying to skate as much as I can, and then traveling with all this contests, you know, just trying to stay up and try to keep the rest going.
Yeah, what are you doing to balance out that travel schedule? How do you keep the sanity with such an intense schedule going on?
I don't know. I just try to skate as much as I can, and then like go to the gym and work out and try to get my body keep my body healthy, and then yeah, on to the next one.
There you go, aspiring athletes. Words from a true professional on how to keep it balanced. Best of luck in the next heat. Looking forward to watching you skate. Back to you guys.
Well, he's got just a little while longer to wait because we still have some tasks we can take care of here in
Dew Tour is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Boost makes it easy to switch. Switching makes it easy to save. Mountain Dew. Do the do.
That is a beautiful view of downtown Long Beach. Who even knew Long Beach had a downtown? There's the Queen Mary. She's about to set sail. A couple hundred years. So, yeah, I mean, I guess anybody in Southern California knew that about Long Beach. But
I was like, definitely the Long Beach citizens.
I would like to know how many professional skateboarders live in Long Beach. It's got to be a record. There's more here than anywhere.
For sure.
It's good
Absolutely.
to see.
You go to Cherry Park any day of the week.
It's a who's who.
Skateboarding royalty.
Taking a look at our current standings there as we work through the semifinal rounds of men's street. Gustavo Ribeiro from Portugal way up on top, followed by Sora Shirai from Japan, Matt Berger from Canada, Jake Alardi from the good old US of A, and Ashad Ware still up in the cut. Let's talk about the format. It's the 2-5-4 format. 2 runs, 5 tricks, 4 scores count. The cut is 8. It's pretty simple.
And it's important to note, too, it's out of 10 points. It's not out of 100, it's out of 10.
Each run and each best trick attempt is scored on a 10-point scale. So the most points you could ever get out here is a 40. That's NBD territory.
Never been done. We've never even seen a 10.
Right, that's correct. We've seen a 9.9 from Shane O'Neill and Nyjah Houston. So here we go.
Oh!
Best trick attempt number 1. Jagger going for it.
Yeah, that is really awesome to see. Jagger going backside flip nose grind down the hubba and putting it down. So maybe he's got it.
Jagger's got tricks.
Jagger's definitely got tricks, but does he have the tricks to make it into the finals? Because that is a whole nother story.
This
Sean
skater
Jordan
does.
Oh, hanging on! Front
now.
270, switch front blunt down the rail on that gap. Oh, that was awesome. Oh, I can't wait to see that again. That's the first time I think I've ever seen that from Deshaun.
Yeah, the last person I remember ever seeing that from is Lutzka.
There you go.
I call that the 270 to back nose blunt. Either way, similar.
Yeah. All right, there you go. All the way around, getting into back nose blunt.
He came off the rail a split second earlier than I think he was prepared for, but still hung on. That's got to be a huge score. Even with a slight sketch, a 6.6 is not a huge score.
No.
I'm claiming they docked him for being a little sketchy, but such a hard trick. DeCenzo in for his first of 5.
Really excited to see where DeCenzo goes. Setting up. Oh, nollie heel board. Interesting tack, too, because like I said, I think DeCenzo has the opportunity to skate this course differently than everyone because he's such a good bump to skater. So bump to rail, bump to hubba, just bump to flat. He's really, really good at that.
On deck, Lucas Rebello. My claim is that his tricks that are really hard, he's consistent at them, they're easy for him.
Yes, and this is where Lucas has an opportunity. Oh, look at that.
There you go.
Front 270. I'm going to go switchback lip on that. Down the rail the hard way. Everything about that trick is so difficult.
That's a Chris Cole original.
Yep.
He invented that trick, and it's a 100% commitment trick. Once you're over that rail spinning, it's like, okay,
all right, look at
you're
this.
in.
Front 270 over, just barely getting those wheels over, and then hanging on. It's like you turn your body like a pretzel and then take it back. Look at the shoulders right there. That is unbelievable, and to be able to pull that out, first trick, is insane. What else does he have in his bag?
Setting himself up nicely. 8.63. That is a huge score. And,
well
and
done.
We already know making your first 2 tricks and getting the 4 scores on the board where you can relax a little bit and have some room to play around is huge. Louis Lopez in.
Coming in, fakie. Oh, I like that. Half cap blunt, taking it back to fakie. I'm curious where the judges are going to go on that one.
How hard is a trick like that? It's not a super tech flip trick, but it's tech in its own way because it's fakie to fakie, coming off the bump.
It's really difficult. From a timing perspective, you got to pop fakie off the bump, turn the body. Look at that. Landing in it perfectly, and then taking it back to fakie. You can see his body's twisted up. Look at his shoulders.
Yeah, his body's saying, go forward, man.
It's saying, aren't we going to keep going? And the answer is no. We'll see, though.
Louis Lopez showing his versatility, though, once more.
6.3.
6.3. Decent score.
I think that's I definitely think that's a fair score. Now, Yuto Horigome. This is where...
And that is one of his trademark moves, Nollie 270 lip slide. You got to assume it's easy for him.
Absolutely.
He is one of the only people who ever messes with that trick, and he's the only person we see putting it down consistently in any contest format.
Yeah. And to come in, set things off right there, Nollie 270 back to back lip, really impressive. And once again, that's just starting things for him in our 5 best tricks.
And to add a little energy to this event, we're about to be joined by the Long Beach Unified School District Drum Corps.
Scores in 8.40. Go ahead, bang the drum.
That is a massive score. So that sets Yuto up nicely to move on. So these guys are going to join us for the rest of this semifinal. That's the Long Beach United Drum Corps. You hear some Warren G up in there too. He's playing tonight here at the Dew Tour at 8:30 p.m. I'll be there, front row. No.
Yes, you will.
Maybe second row.
Front row for you only, Paul. I've been to shows with you. I know how you operate, you animal.
Long Beach, let's welcome in the Long Beach Unified School District drum line out here on the main stage. Hey! The top drummers from the Long Beach Unified School District providing music will come into the semifinal battle.
Andrew, you're a musician. You howling.
We use that term loosely.
How good is this, though?
This is awesome. But I have to say, I'm curious if it's going to be distracting.
I'm curious if it's enough for the final.
Would you give it a 9?
I 8.
I 8. That was awesome.
All right. So we control the drum corps. So Andrew, if you want to hear a beat, you just shout it out. They'll play it.
All right.
Jagger is in.
Oh, yes! I'm so psyched he made it. I want to see Jagger put it all down. Backside flip nose grind, so difficult. Flipping blindside down the hubba, landing on that front truck and taking it to fakie. That's a really difficult trick.
Risky.
Yes.
Low probability.
There you go. Look at that. Ooh, well done. There's another look. Honestly, that was done super well. I'm stoked to see where the judges go with this. So, first run score for him, 8-9, and then 7.76. Score in, well, we are just awaiting, 6.8.
Well, I guess the judges thought it may have been a little sloppy, but
that's honestly, you could roll tape. Nothing about that was sloppy.
You're sloppy.
I think that was, you got dogged.
Deshaun Jordan in for his second of 5.
Oh! Well done. He stomped that. Everything about that was perfect. Laser flip. That's a front side 360 heel flip.
That is a trick that he has done all over the world for big points every time. Remember?
It's taking him to
Remember
victory.
Chicago?
There we go. Look at that.
That's the laser flip.
Caught with the front foot, landed bolts. As far as that trick is concerned, it could not have been done any better right there. Oh man, that was beautiful.
It really was. So Deshaun Jordan, that's going to be his 4th score, 7.86, gives him a total of 29.28, good enough for 5th place, and he bumps Maxim Habenek out of the final.
That's really interesting to see that score versus the backside flip nose grind. All right, DeCenzo setting up nollie. Oh!
That's exactly what happens on nollie board slide tricks, especially
All
with
the
a heel
time.
flip in the mix.
It's so hard to pop that over the rail.
It's a risky trick. But it is a trick that DeCenzo has relatively locked down, but he's 0 for 2 on it now. If you were a coach...
Oh, I would tell DeCenzo, enough. Let's go with something off one of these bumps that you're going to do. Even kickflip front lip, something along those
Sail
lines.
all the way over the hubba with a frontside flip.
Please, yeah. And we'll see what happens. This is where the strategy really comes into play. Because he definitely needs to get a score on the board.
Up next, Lucas Rebello.
Stoked to see what he brings. We saw that first trick that was super difficult. Setting up. Oh!
Is he trying a bigger spin flip front board, or was he trying a big flip and it overflipped? We don't know.
It kind of looked like his foot went to front blunt. We'll see.
So that's a lower probability than what we saw on his first trick, where he's not flipping his board, it's all body motion, and he's very consistent with those tricks. Once you start flinging your board onto a rail, I mean, there are a million things that can go wrong.
Yeah, the moment that it leaves your feet, it's just like, well, here we go.
Maybe we'll catch back up.
Because then you end up with different factors. You know, you've got the wind, which, you know, thankfully today the weather is perfect. But it makes it really difficult. All right, Louis Lopez starting in a fairly unorthodox way. Oh, that was awesome. Nobody has skated that yet today.
The only person I've seen skate that all weekend was Lacey Baker, who knows manied it. Nollie heeled out. That was unbelievable.
That was smart skating. Backsmith all the way around the curve, 270 out. That is playing to your strengths.
Once again, Louis surprising us with his, we're not surprised by his ability. He surprises us with every trick.
Look at that. Perfectly done. Backsmith, where all the weight is on that back foot, front foot, guiding you. And then the scoop out to a backside 360.
It's like slingshot out of the Smith.
And that's long, too. To be able to hold that, that's looking at like at least, 10 feet.
8.23. I'm happy to see that trick get the credit it deserves, because once again, using an obstacle on the course that nobody is touching, you got to reward that.
I'm excited to see if anyone else brings some heat to that now. We've got a guy like Felipe Gustavo, Ivan Montiero in the next heat. We'll see. Those are tech dogs. Yuto Horigami back in. Oh.
That is such a rarely seen trick. That's like maybe people do that on a curb. Nollie 270 backboard.
Yeah, he keeps doing all these tricks that are all blindside. It's basically just like, I want things to be as hard as humanly possible. But that's going to get him the scores.
After 2 rounds of best trick here in Heat 3 of 4 in the men's semifinal, those are your current standings. Not a lot of movement so far in this round, but that's most likely about to change once skaters put their 4th scores on the board. That's when things change.
I love this drumming going on in the midst.
Name that tune, Andrew. Little drummer boy.
Huh. Good, good. I like that one.
So, back to the top of the order.
Really curious where he's going to go now.
3rd attempt at 5.
Coming in switch. Oh! Switch back 180 nose grind down the round rail. That's really, really difficult.
That is. I want to see that and then see how it gets scored. Both, I'm sure, would be impressive.
Yeah, Jagger down in 11th right now. Deshaun up in 5th place at 29.28.
Trying to drop a 6.53.
Oh! Was that big spin front board? We'll need to see a replay of that one. Because he's a guy that's got the bigger spin flip front board. We just caught the last bit of that. I have a feeling he went bigger spin flip front board. Yep, there we go.
Did.
Oh, well done.
It's
keeping
funny.
that arm away from the ground.
There's a number of skaters now. Deshaun, Jake Alardi, Gustavo Ribeiro. They all have that trick on lock. How many times do we see it before it starts to get docked as a stock trick? And should it ever?
Whoa.
Should you get an 8.8 every time you try that trick from now till eternity? Because it's so
No, I think it will always. I mean, I think that as we see progression, the scores will adapt. But as of right now, that's that's a high score. It's an 8-8. All right, good. DeCenzo switching it up. There we go.
He took your advice. He went off the bump.
Big frontside 360.
And that was easy for him.
Yeah.
Insanely difficult trick because he's flying through the air.
Just like Louis Lopez, he's playing to his strengths. And not anyone else on this course is going to do that. So there you go. Big frontside 360. I don't necessarily think the judges for that one are going to go super big. But I think even if he ends up with around, a 6 or so, it's better than nothing.
After 2 falls, he needed it, but a 5.16 leaves him with work to do on his last 2 tries, but he's still in the mix because his run scores were so high. If he could put down 2 big best trick scores, he'll be in there.
Lucas Ribello, curious to see where he ends up going. Oh, he's going 360 flip front feeble. That is really difficult, and we have not seen something like that.
That's a trick you would assume would be in the 9 range.
Yes, and that one's so difficult. We've seen a lot of 360 flip lips. You have a big area to land. I mean, in the middle of your board, you've got, probably about 14-ish inches wide, at least. And so 3-flip feeble, just got that, you know, about 8-inch wide truck. Louis Lopez.
There you go. That's another Chris Cole trick. He invented a lot of these best tricks out here today. Frontside 180, switch feeble grind. What do you think?
That's the grapefruit.
What's hard about the grape?
So, all right, 180 all the way over, locking in switch. And what I like is that he took it to switch. So he got his shoulders all the way around, which is so important right there. Nailed it. Now, Chris Cole, a lot of other skaters do that, and they take it all the way back. But personally, I think taking it to switch is really difficult and really nice looking.
So Louis trying to drop a 1.43. That's his low score.
He's going to do that for
sure.
sure.
That is going to go.
I think this one will be probably around that high 7 range.
7.10 for a grand total of 28.36 with 2 attempts left to go. Louis Lopez moves into the 8th place spot, bumping Vincent Milou out of the cut.
Yuta Horigami back in, approaching the rail blind side. Oh, so close.
What happened there?
I'm going to need to see a replay of that. That was wild looking. So he got into it, nollie 270 behind him into a board slide, but it looked like maybe his back foot got away towards that rollaway, and it hurt his knee a little bit.
I mean,
here we go.
Very few people have done that trick. It looks like you don't get to spot your...
Oh, there you go. Take a look at that back foot. He got heel in there. Always different. When you go splits like that, it's really risky. So unfortunately, it was that back foot that just got into it a little bit too much, the heel side. He was unable to pull it.
There's our leaderboard. Deshaun Jordan moving up into 5th place. Louis Lopez up in 8th with a few more best trick attempts still to come. There you see Vincent Milou out of the cut. Maxim Habenek out. Yuto has work to do. He's outside the top 8, trying to make it to the final. This is the 2nd ever Olympic point qualifying event. Stakes are high here this weekend, Andrew.
First one on American soil.
So, a skater's best 2 finishes of this year are going to count towards their points total as we head towards 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Every contest counts.
All right, Jagger back in. We saw him try that switch back 180 nose grind on the last attempt. Oh, switch back 3 attempt? Jeez. Huh. So that is 2 zeros in a row. That's 3 zeros in best trick.
And Jagger is down in 12th. He's going to have to come back with something big, but you got to assume at this point now he thinks, what should I do? Stick with the switch back 3, go back to the switch 180, back 5-0? He's put himself in a tough spot.
Yeah, that's definitely tough.
Deshaun Jordan is in 5th, just trying to increase his point total.
Oh! Trying to go bigger spin flip down the stairs, which is really risky because you see, some of the skaters, Louis Lopez going for the rail, 180, switch feeble down, a lot less risky than trying to flip it down the stairs. There's a lot that can go wrong.
Ryan DeCenzo on deck. He's in 14th place. He's looking for his 4th score. He needs this.
Here we go. Coming in nollie. Nollie heel back 50-50. Off the bump, onto the hubba. That's what DeCenzo does best.
How hard or not hard is that, and should it be a huge score or a medium score?
I would say that's a decent score. Popping nollie is super difficult. It's all about timing. Going for that heel flip. As you can see, you see the ramp ending. He flips it with his back foot, heel flip, landing in the grind, and rolling away perfectly.
He really did that beautifully.
Yeah, so from a score perspective, I think it should be around that 7-8 mark. But we'll see where the judges go.
6.7, almost the 7 mark, 28.45 overall score. So his next score is going to be very important. He has moved into 8th place for now. Louis Lopez is in that. This is Lucas Rebello.
Switching it up, setting up nollie. Oh, look at that. He was like, well, Yuto got. A good score for his. I can do that trick. But that right there, you know, this is Lucas's first ever Do Tour.
Lucas
showing that experience.
Needs a huge fifth score. Louis Lopez on deck. He's in 9th place. He's trying to get rid of a 6.3. Anything he does better than that is going to improve his score and most likely move him back up into the top 8.
Oh, going for the big spin heel flip. Really risky, but risking it all.
He's going to have one try left to try to move into that top 8. Yuto Horigome, he's in 14th place. He needs 1 out of his next 2 because he only has 3 scores on the board.
There you go. 0 right there for Louis. 28.36. Low score is that 6.3. He really, really needs to put something difficult down. Because like we said, I mean, those bubble scores are 28-ish right now, and I think that's going to change. Yuto. Oh,
again.
So close.
It was almost an identical repeat of what he did, and he is hurting.
Grabbing that knee.
So Yuto remains in 14th. It's all going to come down to the last of 5 best trick attempts for Yuto here in the semifinal round, trying to make the 8 cut into the final. And with 8 of the best skaters still waiting in the wings, Deshaun Jordan is in the cut for now. Ryan DeCenzo is in, but he's on the bubble. Rest of the heat is nipping at their heels. We'll be back right after this. There's a look at this Do Tour course, flanked by the Long Beach United Drum Corps, playing on request Andrew's favorite drumming hits.
All the hits out here today in Long Beach.
This is men's semifinals in street. It's Heat 3, 5th and final attempts.
We got a lot of skaters right now that are all trying to make their way in there, and it is a tough cut.
Yuto Horigome is trying to get in. Louis trying to get in. Lucas Rebello is trying to get in. Especially what?
Well, especially because this next heat coming up is full of monsters, contest annihilators. So right now, everyone needs to put down the best trick they can.
Jagger's in 13th. He's got to make this.
Oh, kickflip front blunt, unable to put it down. That is going to be it for Jagger Eaton.
So a great showing. He's a young pro with a bright future, but you're not going to see him in the final tomorrow. Chris Pastras has an update on Yuto Horigome.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, after that first slam Yuto took on the 270, not only 270 board, he was okay. I spoke to him. He was ready to take his 4th attempt, but that 4th attempt slam really stung, and medical's currently taking a look at him, so we are unsure if he's going to be able to take his final attempt, unfortunately.
Thank you, Chris. Yuto Horigome is in 14th place. He only has 3 scores on the board, but if he were able to take that last attempt and put it down, he probably would advance into the top 8. Deshaun currently in 5th place. He's in. He wants to increase his score.
Trying to drop that 6.66, a cab back lip. Has the potential to do it.
So what do you think? Cab back lip versus the Nollie 270 lip. Same trick? Different trick?
No, very, very different. Cab's just so much more comfortable. It's a lot more natural. Everyone grows up skating regular and skating fakie. Nollie is something you have to learn, and it's basically learning to skate all over again. There's another look at it. Popping off the tail. 270 over top. Oof.
That was
a little kind of karate move.
Sketchy, but a great trick. Caballerial back lip. Deshaun Jordan in 5th place. Trying to get rid of a 6.66.
And a 6.2 is that score, so not able to do it. DeCenzo on his last one right now on the bubble, going for that nollie heel board.
So Ryan DeCenzo is going to have to settle for a 28.45 overall score, meaning he stays in 8th place for now. And like you mentioned, monsters waiting in the wings, ready to take to this course in heat number 4. And skaters in 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, they could all very easily get pushed out of that top 8 cut by the time this event is over. On deck, Lucas Rebello. He needs this trick. He has 3 scores on the board. It comes down to this.
Oh, did he get the truck on though? I don't think he did.
No, he didn't. Talk us through, what was he trying?
So that looked like he was going fakie ollie to basically hurricane. So turning
switch
it
hurricane.
Switch hurricane all the way around, getting that front truck on. That one would have been a mind bender. Okay, here's another look. So popping fakie. So like fakie back lip, but going a little bit further. Oh, he did get the truck on, but just for a brief moment. Unfortunately, it fell off. So we'll see where the judges score him for that, but I think he'll probably end up in fakie back lip territory, which is not going to be high enough.
He's going to get a 4th score. It will help his case. He's in 15th place. He needs a 7.64 to move into 8th. Do the judges think the fakie back lip essentially is good enough for a 7.64 or better?
Score is in 4.83. No, they give him a fakie back lip score. It's not going to do it, but great to see him out here, and I'm excited to see what he brings to contests as we move forward.
Louis Lopez, 5th and final best trick attempt. He needs this. He's in 9th place.
This is huge right here. Oh, the wheel bite gets him on the big spin heel flip.
That was a risky move to have to make at this point, this deep in the best trick section of the semifinals.
Yeah, he needed a 6.4 for 8th place. There was a lot of tricks Louis could have done right there to make that happen. And you know what, though? He knew that a 6.4 wasn't going to get him in, because we do have these monsters coming up. We've got Nyjah Houston, Kelvin Hoffler.
Yuto Horigome, he's in 15th place. It looks like he is going to take this 5th attempt.
If he can put this down right here, right now, this is going to be incredible. Oh, so close!
And Yuto Horigome missing the final 8 cut. And that is a shock. Andrew, he leaves the door open for, especially on the Japanese team. Think about these Olympic points. There's skaters like Yukito Aoki.
We've got Sora right Shirai. Now in 2nd place, putting him above Yuto Horigome. Also saw Sora in the finals in London.
And so Yukito Aoki from Japan is in 7th. Sora Shirai is way up in 2nd place. All of a sudden, Yuto Horigome not having a walk in the park on his way to the Olympics. A lot can change over the next year.
Absolutely, and you know what? In a scenario like this where you get in, try a couple tricks, and then you do hurt your knee. I mean, it can really mentally throw you off.
So let's take a look at our current standings after Heat 3 of 4. Gustavo Ribeiro from Portugal up on top still, followed by Sora Shirai and Matt Berger from Canada. And then the 3 Americans, Jake, Deshaun, and Ashad. Another Japanese skater, Yukito Aoki, and Ryan DeCenzo on the cut right there in 8th place. We're going to send it down to Chris Pastras.
Deshaun Jordan, amazing skateboarding out there. I know you're familiar with this format from SLS. Talk about strategy with this new format here at Dew Tour.
So basically, I don't know, you want to kind of try to go out of the run section like with pretty good solid run scores, so that way you have a little bit of room to you have a little bit of room to be flexible in the trick area. That's always the main goal, but sometimes it kind of happens the opposite. And I mean, for me, it's kind of rare that I put 5 scores on the board. I mean, I did all the tricks, they're all sketchy, but I mean, it was whatever. It was just cool to be able to put those 5 scores up there, you know what I mean? And I mean, check on the trick one, or you're saying like the trick I was stoked on. I mean, it's one I always do, and everybody knows me for doing this laser flip, but for some reason, like, every time I do them in contests, it just never works. And like I was hyped to be able to like put that one down like on my first try, you know, at it. So I mean, that was kind of a highlight for me, kind of a little confidence booster, you know what I mean? Sitting in that 5th spot going to this heat, it's kind of a teeter, a seesaw or whatever, because this next heat is stacked as well, and all these dudes have more than enough talent and potential to bump. So I mean, I'm here to watch. All the homies are gonna kill like always, but I mean, I'm stoked to be able to keep it semi together, you know what I mean, and end with being in that top 8.
Amazing. So far, you're looking good. And you're representing the U.S. here. How much is that pride working into changing the game here at these contests?
I don't know. It's a lot of pride, and it's a motivation thing too as well. You know what I mean? Having that opportunity,
intensity heating up with the Olympics happening now with 2020.
Yeah, I mean, like everything counts now. You know what I mean? And just that, like having that pressure of like being able to represent your country on that big platform it all factors in. But it's like the main goal is to like not worry so much about getting there, and it's just to worry about skating and as long as you're skating as hard as you can, I mean, you should be happy with whatever your results are, whether you make it or not. So.
Yeah. Amen to that. Enjoy the ride. Deshaun Jordan sitting in 5th place. We hope you hang on. We hope to see you in finals, brother. Thank you.
So as we move into heat number 4 of 4 here in the men's street semifinals on the Dew Tour, we have seen so much amazing skateboarding here today.
Look at all this. So many amazing tricks. But it's all about that top 8.
And so it's going to come down to the last heat. Some of the best contest skateboarders to ever live.
Chris
Start
Joslin,
list for Heat 4. Chris
Yvonne
Joslin,
Monchiero, Aurelien Girard, Felipe Gustavo, Kelvin Hoffler, and Nyjah Houston. This one is stacked. I'm claiming Nyjah, Kelvin in there for sure. The rest, we shall see.
Current leaders are Matt Berger in 3rd, Sora Shirai in 2nd, and Gustavo Ribeiro from Portugal way up on top with an overall score of 34.06. We know that one's going to hold through to the finals, but are Ryan DeCenzo and Yukito and Ashad going to be able to hang on to those 6th, 7th, and 8th spots? We will find out when we return right after this. You're watching the Dew Tour.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out down here with our amazing fans out here at Dew Tour. And what's up, man? What's your name? Armani. Where are you from? I'm from Huntington Beach, California. Well, man, just down the road. Well, thanks for coming up and hanging out with us here in Long Beach. So, final heat to go here. You got any favorites up in the mix? Let's go, Nyjah. That's a good bet. Safe bet out here. You gonna stick around for Warren G? Absolutely. We'll be here. Nice. Yeah, you got good seats here. It's gonna be a good view. And shout out to the drum line over there holding it down as well. Well, hey. Thanks for hanging out with us. Got yourself a nice Long Beach hat. Thank you guys. We love the fans out here at Dew Tour. So, hook you guys up. We got some amazing music. One more heat of skating coming, as this dude almost walked in front of my camera. Thanks for stopping by. But one more amazing heat coming up your way, and then a special guest for you, Warren G's. stage. First time anniversary tour. Love you guys, Long Beach. Back to you, the booth.
I'm Mariah Duran.
Current Caples. Sean Malto.
I started skating in my hometown, Albuquerque, when I was like 10. Being in Albuquerque, I had to be creative. We have amazing skate spots that are like untouched, like ditches for days.
I grew up in Ventura, California. Ventura is definitely a surf destination. The skate scene there is pretty small. My parents got me a skateboard and I just skated in the front yard barefoot. One of my neighbors came up to my mom and was like, you should probably take him to a skate park.
Kansas, as far as the skate community goes, it's pretty small but really strong. We all try to come together and make whatever we do special.
I was the only girl skater in New Mexico. Boom, there it is. So I think it just opened up my perspective of skateboarding to be creative when I come out to all these events.
I grew up skating a park called Skate Street, and there's like a 13-foot giant bowl corner. That's definitely the reason that I skate the way I do.
In Kansas City, there is some ruggedness. As far as competition goes, I think it helped me be a stronger skater. To be able to skate all day, every day growing up. That was one of the greatest times of my skateboarding life.
I'm from Hawaiian Gardens, California. It's 9/10 of a mile square, not even a full mile. Growing up was pretty crazy, to be honest. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a place that just makes you just want to do something to get out of it. The neighborhood I grew up in was kind of a gang-related area, I would say. There's definitely more violence than skateboarding. I had a gun pulled on me at one point over some stupid shit. Once they found out I was getting boxes, they were like, oh, we're gonna take you, we're gonna rob you, and take all your boxes. It's like, you see it going on, you see what you could become, but you don't want to become it. So you want to get out of there, but you just know at the end of the day, there is that chance that you might not. I was raised by my grandma and mom and grandpa. My dad passed away when I was really young, so I never got to meet him. Growing up skating, I would always ask, just because I was curious as a kid, like, oh, are your parents together? 99% of skateboarders I've met, parents were not together. You know what I mean? It was kind of like their escape. So I felt like for skateboarders, we all kind of look up to each other as like father figures, you know? Everything I do, I just feel like I put like everything I got into it, you know? I don't know what it is inside me, but I really want it. When I'm skating, it's like, if I'm really trying to trick, like there's really no stopping me. Commitment is something I learned through skateboarding. I saw the same thing happen to a lot of people. No drive, no dedication. Or if they did have it, something would get in their way and they couldn't overpower the obstacle. I kind of did my best to just learn from everyone else's mistakes around me and just power through them, you know, and make the most of what I got. In life, there's always going to be hardships, you know, but one of the greatest strengths that humans have is to overcome those obstacles. Times are hard, but we get through them, you know. We always have, we always will.
We're in Long Beach, California, taking a shot of the Dew grounds. This is the men's semifinals. Street. 6 of the world's best skateboarders about to take to the course. Chris Joslin will be the first skater in. 2 Americans, 3 Brazilians, and 1 Frenchman. About to try to put it down. chasing a top 8 spot into the final round. And here's a look at who is currently in, but wow. The scores up on top in the 30s, 34, 32, 32, 31, 31. Those skaters may have a good chance at advancing, but 6th, 7th, and 8th down there in the 20s, Ishad, Yukito, Ryan DeCenzo, they got targets on them. And these 6 are coming for those guys first, and then we'll see how it goes from there. But what an international field here this weekend. Talent's deep these days as we go towards the Olympics. Any part of the country surprising you at this point, Andrew?
I think the biggest surprise, Brazil has always been huge in skateboarding, especially in the competitive side, for years now, for decades. But it's really exciting to see this Japanese surgence. And then, you know, countries like Portugal that really have never had a whole lot of representation. And here we are with, you know, guys like Gustavo Ribeiro able out there putting it down and really pushing forward for their countries.
So here we go. Heat number 4 of 4. This is the semifinals, men's street. On the Dude Tour, Chris Joslin is in for his first of 2 runs.
Chris Joslin is a barbarian as far as skateboarding is concerned. If the grip tape is there, he is trying to put it down.
And while he obviously excels in the best trick section, he can put runs together like a champion.
It's because Chris Joslin is such a skater. He does not stop. If you pay attention to his Instagram, it's just runs and lines and lines. And what's cool is because he can do so many tricks, he can be spontaneous and do like that kickflip front 50 right there. So Joslin throwing it away, smart move, save the legs. Looked like he had one fall out there, but overall, a pretty solid first run.
But as we work our way through this event and get closer to the end, the judges have to be conscious of everybody who's come before. And so if you give the judges a reason to give you a low score and take some of the heat off what they're doing, they will do that. So falls start to hurt more and more.
There's that back 3. Unfortunately, his weight was a little bit off. Nice kickflip front 50, though, down the Hubba. And that was just at the end of time. 6.10. Not a bad start.
Not a bad start. On deck, Ivan Montero. He got 6th place in the 2018 World Championships. And he's locked in those scores before he smashed his face. He's recovered since then, and he is on fire.
Ivan, super technical. That's what we're going to be seeing here today from him. A lot of flipping his board, taking those risks that a lot of skaters won't. That's where we saw, you know, skater like Jagger Eaton really get those points. Look at that, 360 flip lip.
Every trick he does is incredibly technical, and he is polished. A contest machine. He's been around the world many times doing tricks like that.
We saw Gustavo Ribeiro try that. He did not even make it in the best trick, and he just did it in his run. He is sending a message right now. With 10 seconds left, Ivan Montero coming out swinging nose slide big spin, putting together might be one of the best runs we've seen all day long.
The only thing you could say in a negative way about that run is he ran out of time with 5, 6, 7 seconds left and left something out there. But before that, he did some of the most difficult tricks we've seen all day.
Wow. I can't wait to see where they go. And I really hope they don't dock him too much for running out of time. All right. Starting off, back 3 lip right there. Then he comes to the stairs with a nice 360 flip. Caught perfectly with the front foot. All right, here's another look. 360 flip lip off the bump. Down the rail. And then 360 flip nose blunt slide down the handrail in his run.
Let me ask you this.
From a strategy perspective, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if that was the best move.
Why?
That's 3 flips in his run, and he could have pulled that out during the contest. He could have done a 3 flip lip, gotten some points, pulled out the 3-flip nose blunt if he was feeling so confident and just done it. But a 9-0. He still can 3-flip nose blunt it, and he will probably get a really high score. Whew.
That
well done.
is the first run score that has cracked into the 9 range that we've seen today. All right, Felipe
Aurélien.
Aurélien Girard from France is in.
What's so awesome about Aurélien is, aside from his wild tricks, this guy can launch. He's got a huge hard flip, big backside 360s. This is a great course for him.
He has done some of the biggest hard flip variations that have ever been done, and he can do them consistently.
All right, backlip to fakie, half cab nose 270, a Tampa Am winner, the most prestigious Am contest in the world, and he's taken home victory. We know he's got the chops for it.
And that was already way back in 2015. Since
Look
then,
at
he has been on a tear all across Europe and around the world, winning events. He has not won any of the major events yet.
Can today, well, not today, but will tomorrow be the day? He has to get there first.
Today, the semifinals, all about getting there, making the top 8. Ryan DeCenzo still on the bubble in 8th place. Aurélien Girard putting in his first run, solid as a rock.
Here's another look, gapping over to frontside feeble. Looked really effortless, but super difficult. You got the back 270 lip down the handrail. So difficult.
And then to follow it up, I like that. Immediately into a frontside blunt.
Just to show, hey, I'm that comfortable right now. I also like that he went frontside 5-0 down the rail before he did the back 270 lip.
There's a lot happening. 8.0. Great score to set himself up going into his next run, and then
it's tough because
what's going to happen in
you
best
see
trick.
You see that 9 and you're like, oh man, 8-0. But 8-0 is great. A great place to start.
On deck, skater who placed 3rd at the 2018 World Championships. That was huge. One of his best ever finishes. Another Tampa Am winner, by the way. Back in 2007, that kick-started his career. This is Felipe Gustavo.
Felipe coming in really strong there. 2-trick combo and then into that nollie flip nose blunt. Nice frontside flip over the pyramid. Felipe, always been a street skater, but it's great to see him switching it up, skating all these contests. Oh, well done switch kickflip down the stairs. Making his way across. Now, Felipe is one of those guys that's going to probably do less tricks, but he's going to do more difficult tricks, so we'll see how the judges reward him. Oh, look at that. He went kickflip crook and then crook nollie flip. Oh, all right. Good run.
That was a great run. A lot of very difficult tricks. Now, how would you rank, let's say, a switch flip down the stairs done to that level of perfection versus these tricks like 360 flip lip slide? Is it on the same level?
I think it is. I absolutely do. I think what we're seeing is, you know, there's not many people taking risks like that. Flip tricks downstairs are hard. And look at this. Nollie flip nose slide as your second trick in your run. That's confidence.
And I would agree with you. It's a less flashy approach. His board's not flying all over the place, but the perfection and the difficulty of doing the tricks that he does the way he does them, it's unmatched.
And then you have that crook nollie flip. Super well done after the kickflip crook. I think we're going to see a solid score for him on that. Yep.
Yes, we are.
8.86.
That is a big score. So let's check in with Chris Pastras.
What's up, guys? A lot to be determined here with this intense Heat 4, but I will tell you what, Nyjah Huston certainly won Heat 4 practice. He's just skating so on fire and just has a next level confidence I've never seen before. One trick I saw him do in practice like it was nothing was a fakie flip, fakie nose grind, traveling the hard way backside down the big hubba. So Nyjah is on fire. But hey, lots of skateboarding to happen. Kelvin Hoffler's another name. And I think it's interesting to note 3 of the skaters are Brazilian in the 6-person heat. So This is one for the books, going to be epic. Cannot wait to see what Nyjah puts down.
Thank you, Chris Pastras. In the meantime, 2015 world champ on the course right now, Kelvin Hoffler.
Kelvin missing a kickflip front 50 right there. Abnormal for him. He is usually a skater that's going to stay on the entire time. He's done a great job putting together this run so far, but with one fall, that's going to affect the score. All right, front feeble down the rail and ending it with the big spin front board. Hey, he makes it in time. There was a lot of tricks right there.
No stranger to the Dude Tour, Kelvin Hoffler, 2017 winner. Third last year. He's always almost a guarantee to make final.
Agreed.
It is a rare day where he struggles in the qualifying rounds and doesn't make it.
Because he can do it both. He can put together a run that's super, super well done, and then he has the level of tricks to get the high scores when it comes down to best trick.
And his consistency is always there.
I love this. Kickflip backboard. It almost looked like he had the potential to fall right there, leaning a little too far over to the one side, but he held on. All right, this is where things turned around. His back truck just didn't lock in. The front one did, but with how much wax is on there, it's really sketchy. Oh, but he needed that. Hanging on, that back foot.
Score of 7.5 for Kelvin Hoffler on his first run. We're gonna see more from him. We're gonna see higher scores. And Nyjah Houston.
I love this version of Nyjah. I love him getting so fired up right now. Kickflip into that bump, 360 flip over.
He's the defending world champ. He's been here a million times. He's done it all.
Nollie front feeble. Oh, nice kickflip front board across and down. This man is calculated. He knows the format better than anyone in the entire world.
And arguably is the best street skater in the world.
Look at that. Back 180 nose grind and a half cab crook. Half cab crook, really interesting in a run, and then to see both him and Kelvin do it. All right, coming in, fakie, cab front board, well done, and then a half cab blunt revert.
All right at the buzzer, a perfect run, flawless, did it all. Talk about that run.
Well, I think his approach for starting it off separated him straight out the gate. Kickflip off the bump into that wave is really difficult. It doesn't maybe look that hard, but trying to roll away on that bump is incredibly difficult. Then following it up with a nice 360 flip.
And that was the easiest trick in his run.
It truly was. You got this nollie front feeble. The timing, so good. So popping off the front, where timing is everything, landing in the back truck, kickflip front board across and down, and it's answering back to Kelvin, who went kickflip backboard. And then cab front board there at the end into the half cab blunt 180. Look at that focus right there. Popping right before the stairs. Perfect. And I don't want to say effortless, because I think what's great about Nyjah is you can see the effort. Look at that score, a 9 for Nyjah's first run.
Only the second skater of the day of the weekend to put in a 9 in the run section.
And I'm going to say he's just getting started, because if there's one thing we know about Nyjah, he tends to step it up on that second run if he puts it down.
He has always something more to give, because he's smart and he's playing the strategy, and he has a million tricks on lock that he can turn to whenever he needs them. Back on deck, Chris Joslin in for his second of 2 runs. He is in 24th place. First run score is a 6.1. Not bad. He can do better.
But take a look. I mean, if we look at all of those scores right there, we've got 9s, we've got high 8s. This is a really, really good heat right now.
Yeah, this is when you start to question how many of the skaters that are currently seated in the top 8 are going to get bumped out by the time this round is over.
Oh, nice gap to backside lip slide for Chris Joslin with a little over 20 seconds left. Coming in switch. Oh, he makes the switch here. We saw TJ Rogers do that earlier at Best Trick.
No one is better in the world at jumping down gaps and flipping the board than Chris Joslin.
Oh, man, I wish he would have made that kickflip front 50. He's got 5 seconds. Can he pop another trick off before? And a big spin. That is the Chris Joslin trick right there. And I'm stoked he was able to get that so that he didn't end it on a fall.
And you know, he's going to make that backside big spin every single time. But that is so hard to do it on that spot at the end of a run.
Over the gap, down the stairs, no problem for him. So Joslin, 6.1 on the first run.
But leaving it up to the judges with the fall gave him something to dock his score with. Score is...
Well, we saw him fall in the back 3 in the first run. So I think that could be an improvement.
So trying to work his way up the leaderboard. There we go, 6.76. Good enough for 18th place for now. And we know no best trick is safe from Chris Joslin.
Well said, Paul. Nollie Crook down the Hubba. This is a small course for him, too. As a whole, he is so used to jumping as big as possible. Switch heel, making it down the big gap. Basically saying these stairs are not big enough for me.
Not even close.
And then that big spin right there. He didn't even have a ton of speed. He just kind of ran up and threw down for it.
So Ivan Montero coming off a 9 in his first run. And he is a precision machine.
Super consistent. So even if he goes and puts the same run down and gets a high 8, it's, from a strategy perspective, it's definitely not bad.
You're right though, Andrew. A lot of variations of the 360 flip, if not, there you go, 360 flip down the stairs, 360 flip lip slide, and then does he go back for the 360 flip?
Oh, front feeble. No, there's no way he was going to go for that with that little speed.
What's he got here?
It looks like setting up for it again.
360 flip nose blunt slide. Ivan Montero knows what works for him. He plays to his strengths. He doesn't take a lot of risks outside of what he's known for, but he hasn't had to because his tricks are so hard.
Which is funny to say because he's not taking a lot of risks outside of his sort of, kind of his grouping of tricks, but all of those are so risky themselves. Back 270 lip. All right, spinning around. I would say that one of the least risky in his run, but so difficult. Nice 360 flip right there. Then you got that front blunt. Really well done, just showing that he is that comfortable when landing. Making his way across the course, going to that 360 flip lip slide that we saw.
So his first run score was a 9.0. Second run had a fall in it, but still a whole slew of hard tricks. Only good enough for a 4.33.
Well, he had 2 falls because he fell on the front feeble and he fell on the 360 flip nose blunt. So,
fair score.
That's what happens. All right, Aurelian. Score of an 8.0 on the first run. Ooh, that was a locked-in backside Smith grind. Back 180 nose grind. Down the Hubba. Coming in with a lot of speed. Very nice. Gap to front feeble.
High speed.
That was a great 360 flip. No, the hard flip, or the nose blunt getting away from him.
So far in this heat, we've seen so many great runs. Only 1 or 2 falls max per run.
It's like we said, this heat has some of the best skateboarders in the world. Oh, half cab nose 270, hanging on.
And that's time.
I'm going to say that's strategy right there. Saying, you know what, I could go do something big for the crowd, but I'm going to hold off. I'm I'm going to wait. I'm going to conserve the legs because now, for him, it's all about those next 5 attempts.
First run score was an 8.0. Aurelian Girard is in 23rd place before the second run score comes in.
Oh, the nose blunt getting away from him after that perfect 360 flip.
But such a short amount of time he leaves himself to set up. High-speed 360 flip straight in a nose blunt. That's tough.
Yeah. There's another look at it. It just looked like he didn't get up enough. Like maybe if he would have had a little bit more speed, he would have landed further down the hubba and he would have been fine.
6.33 is the score for Aurelian Girard on his second of 2 runs. Felipe Gustavo coming in the 23rd spot, but coming off an 8.86 first run score. If he can get even close to that his second run score, he's going to be looking good.
Pulling the nollie flip nose slide again, 2 for 2. Nice frontside kickflip over the pyramid. Coming in switch. Oh, switch kickflip down the stairs again.
Such a small amount of movement in the feet and hands. It barely takes any effort. Apparently, we know it takes a ton. It's just he's so good at what he does. His technique is so refined.
So Felipe going for that same exact run. So he'll get a little bit of a lower score. I think the switch flip wasn't as good, and he wasn't able to make the crooked grind nollie flip in time. Everything else about that run, though, was perfect. Nollie flip nose slide. Just the way that he pops in, his board is perfectly level. Here's the switch flip.
It's funny that one wasn't as good.
I know, and
Look, score is good though, 7.70, even with that fall. Judges rewarding him for what he did, which was a lot. And coming in next,
Kelvin Hoffler.
2017 Dew Tour winner, Kelvin Hoffler.
7.50, didn't have the run he wanted on the first one, but we know he can do it. This guy is a run machine. Kickflip front board to fakie. Ooh, half tap crook sliding into a nose slide.
There wouldn't be a huge deduction for that if he can keep this run going and not fall off his board.
Oh, and the kickflip backboard. So we saw him almost do that on the last one, and he just got his weight a little too far over to the right side to be able to hang on. Oh, man. So this is going to put a ton of pressure on Kelvin right now. He is super good in the best trick section, but there is a comfort in having those 2 scores on the board. Backtail big spin.
Kelvin almost always comes out of the run section with at least 1 huge score. So
front feeble.
The fact that that's not going to happen for him here in Long Beach is going to be a test in his best trick section.
Oof. So we'll see what happens with Kelvin, but this is abnormal for him. Not being able to make a full run, that's not normal.
It's almost unheard of.
But it's probably going to make Nyjah feel pretty good because Kelvin is certainly a competitor.
When Nyjah's at his best, in a way,
he is
unbeatable.
Yeah.
He came off a 9 on his first run. Let's see if he can do it again.
And I'm going to call that a safety run for him. Nice 360 flip. Nollie front feeble, getting that back truck in, locking in perfectly. Coming across the course. Nice kickflip frontside board slide, taking it to straight. There's so much control with that one. Oh, back 180 nose grind. Coming at the hubba, locking into the crooked grind on the half tap crook. He still has 15 seconds left. All right, nose grind. So right now we're seeing the same run from Nyjah. Perfectly. We'll see if he switches things up. Cab front board.
Hey, do what works. He, instead of doing the half cap blunt 180 out, went for the fakie nose blunt, nollie heel in, didn't make it. So instead of getting a 9, he'll get an 8 point something.
Yep, but Right now, he is being strategic. He knows that he got a great score on the last one. For him, he's probably like, I can do that run again. I'm going to get a high 8. I need to get my way in there.
You know what people have to worry about with Nyjah? Is when he's laughing after a run, having a good time, you know it's serious. That's when he can't be stopped.
Yes.
When he starts to stress out, then you think, you know, maybe he might fall, he might. When he's having a good time, watch out.
Yeah. Back 180 nose grind. So balanced.
There was like no wasted movement in any of that run. Everything was done to perfection.
It's almost like he's optimized his skating, you know? We talk about optimization all the time, and he's doing it on his skateboard.
Wild.
Look at that cab front board. If he would have made that switch, the switch blunt, switch heel flip in, could have been lights out.
8.70, just what we expected. 17.70 total score for Nyjah Huston.
You know what? And I didn't mention this. This is, I hate to say just the semifinals, but this is just the semifinals for Nyjah too. He's very confident that he can probably make it into the finals, and we will see him step it up once we get in there.
Before we go into the best trick section, let's check in with Chris Pastras for an update on this course.
What's up, fellas? Yeah, the general feedback on this year's Dew course, it's the best Dew course yet. The skaters are digging that it's got great flow, it's super diverse, yet there's a lot of legit street obstacles, which the guys are loving. It's also basically symmetrical, which everyone feels is a fair game. And I think it's interesting to take note, these smaller obstacles like the small flat bars or the smaller ledge obstacles are pretty much irrelevant points-wise unless you've got something super difficult and super unique like a Louis Lopez backsmith back 360. That scores huge points, but for the most part, the bigger obstacles are scoring bigger points.
Thank you very much, Chris Pastras. You're watching the Dew Tour. This is the men's street finals. Heat number 4 of 4, Nyjah Huston is in the hunt for the final. We have best trick attempts coming up when we return.
Caliber of tricks right now is out of control. It's bonkers. Coming in, fakey. Yes! The pressure is on.
Carlos Ribeiro coming out to Brazil.
Leticia Buffoni. She's amazing to watch.
Kelvin Hoffler, 2015 Los Angeles winner.
Leticia Buffoni.
From Brazil, no stranger to pressure. Oh, Kelvin Hoffler coming out swinging.
Pamela Rosa.
Eye of the tiger right there.
Carlos Ribeiro.
It's just so good.
Million team is a force to be reckoned with, and they are on the course here in the semifinals, but none of them are in the top 8 yet. Gustavo Ribeiro up on top from Portugal, followed by Sora Shirai from Japan and Matt Berger. Now Ryan DeCenzo is in the cut for now in 8th place, but expect those scores to start dropping soon.
Ashad Ware, Yukito Aoki, Ryan DeCenzo, all with those 28 scores. That's a big gap between Deshaun Jordan with that 31.55 And then those three with those 28s.
If a skater does not have a 30 posted from heat 1 through 3, they are in a highly vulnerable position. And even if you're in the 3rd spot, as Matt Berger is, who knows? You could get bumped out. Only the top 2 are safe because there are 6 skaters here in this heat 4.
Oh man, look at Jocelyn. Huge big spin to start things off.
Yes!
Oh man.
That is why he is here, and that's why he's the best in the world.
That's what we love about Jocelyn.
Jumping.
Yeah, he's going to find a way to go huge on this course.
How does that man generate so much speed?
Massive backside big spin. Curious to see where the judges go. Look at that. All the way to flat.
Chris Joslin trying to make up ground after 2 runs that didn't go all the way together as planned, and this is a great start. The first of 5 best trick attempts, and that is as good as you can do a backside big spin. That is as big as you can do a backside big spin on this course.
Oh, there we go. Rewarded nicely with an 8.06. What I'm excited about is he can do that all day. He can backside flip it, 3 flip it, hard flip it, so we'll see where he goes.
I want to see him keep doing that and doing tricks that work for him.
Yes. That's kind of been our theme today, is play to your strengths.
Right.
Do what you do best. All right.
Ivan Montero, he's in 22nd place coming off of a
One of our most technical guys out there. Oh, first try, 360 flip nose slide big spin on the bump to ledge. Flipping in, shoving out. He's going to get a good score.
Is there any number of 360 flip variations that he would have to do before it started to count against him? Now I know, again, that trick is incredibly technical, but 360 flip 2, something.
Yeah.
360 flip 2, something else.
I think because it's still new. I mean, I think if we're 2 years from now and he's still running that game, maybe even next year. But at this moment, I still think 360 flip nose slide big spin is going to get the points.
Copy that.
But if every single one of his 5 tricks is 360 flip, we'll see.
7.66.
I think the judges may have said, okay, we've had enough of the 3 flip. Because 360 flip nose slide big spin is difficult.
On paper, that trick could be mid-8s.
Yeah.
Aurelian Girard coming in after
please.
Great run
hard
section.
Flip
Hard
front
board.
Fakie. Yes.
Sora Shirai did that trick. Got a 9.0.
And that was about as well done as you can do it. That is the Aurelian trick.
I would expect the same score.
All right, take
based
a look
on
at that.
how he did it.
He has to pop it so high to get that nose of the board over. He catches it way above the rail. Look at how lofty that was. He's got to be a foot over that thing, catching probably that last foot or so of the rail.
And you know what? I'm going to add this. I'm not sure that Sora went to fakie. So Aurelian did. It's good for another 0.13. 9.13, highest score of the weekend.
Aurelian moving up the leaderboard right now with that 23.46. He is closing in on those bubble positions.
Felipe Gustavo, his first of 5, coming off of 2 great runs.
All right, Felipe's coming in switch right now. Oh, switch, kick flip, frontside tail slide down the hubba. Saw him doing those in practice, and he was nailing it. Hopefully we'll see it here today.
Kelvin Hoffler, his first run was a 7.5. Second run was a complete write-off. So he needs at least 3 of 5 best tricks here.
This is an interesting moment because this is where we will find out if Kelvin is as prolific as we keep talking about. He's got 5 attempts. He has to put 4 amazing ones down if he has a shot. Big spin front blunt fake. I like that laugh.
I mean, because he's so good. That was just too perfect.
He truly is so good. He knows that Berger got a higher score on that one. I think it was in the 8s, if I recall. Look at that. Big spin, front blunt, and he even almost didn't get in with those wheels.
So, after putting down that first of 5, looking at scores, Andrew, he's really going to need 2 big scores after this.
Yeah,
2 out
because
of
he has the
4.
7.5.
He could be okay with just 2 out of 4. He won't need 3. 8.73, that's huge.
That's good.
He's on his way, but he still has work to do.
You're right. I was kind of discounting that 7.5 because it's not what we normally see from Kelvin, but it was still a solid score to get on the board. Nyjah Houston in for his first attempt, coming off 2 really good run scores. Nollie heel backside lip slide. Oh, and you can see he's stoked. All right, popping off the nose of your board. Heel flip, going blind side down the rail to fakie. Look at this. I love seeing Nyjah so fired up.
He's the defending world champ. He just came from a win at X Games in Shanghai, and he did it just like he's doing it here. Just having a good time and doing his best work with ease.
Oh, man. Here's another look. All right, so popping before the stairs. Oh, man. Nyjah Houston is on fire right now.
Did we mention his win at London? I mean, he's won everything lately. He's been looking exceptionally Nyjah-esque.
Yes.
It's weird. So all he needs to do is one more trick.
8.70.
Woof. He might not even need to do one more trick.
No, 26.4. He needs another trick. He has to do another.
I don't care if he doesn't. He should be in the cut with those 2 runs.
Jocelyn coming back in, high flying.
Good at back 3. That's what we want to see from Chris Joslin.
And I love that he was able to make that first trick because this sets him up to get in there, potentially. Of course, if the judges at some point go, hey, Chris, no more launching. We'll see a change in scores, but 8.06 on that big spin that he did. Let's see where they go on the back 3. I think they're going to maybe give him a little bit of a lower score. Oh, look at how well he did that.
That's got to be 16-foot backside 360.
And he's landing so much further than the ramp. Back 3, big spin.
7.80. That's a good solid score. Based on looking at scores from skaters. Well, hey, Chris Joslin just moved into the top 8. He's in 7th place. Ryan DeCenzo, pack your bags. You're going back to Canada.
Could you be a little nicer, Paul?
I love
Jeez
DeCenzo.
Louise. All right, Ivan Montiero. We'll see where he goes with this one right here.
He also only needs to put down a halfway decent trick, and Yukito Aoki is going to be out of the cut.
I think he's going 3-flip nose blunt. He does. Set up for it.
See you in the finals. Well, he's going to be moving into the top 8 most likely, and then it's a matter of does he hang on to that spot, or does Nyjah, Felipe, and Kelvin, and all these others bump him back out? It's not over until it's over.
Oof. That 3-flip nose blunt could not have been any better. Down the handrail.
Again, 3-flip trick.
Yep. Look at that.
I mean, come on.
Locked in perfectly.
That used to be a video part ender trick on much smaller rails than this one.
8.80.
Score.
You know what?
29.79. He has moved into 6th place, and Yukito is going back to Japan.
Are you going to tell him to pack his bags?
Pack the bags.
Things are changing. All right, Aurelien Girard started things off with that hard flip frontside board slide. Got a 9.13.
Needs a 5.27 to move into the top 8.
Oh, look at that. 360 flip nose grind on the bump to Hubba. That'll be a big one.
Aurelien Girard will have 3 best trick attempts left to put that down. He doesn't need a trick that hard to get the score. He needs to advance into the top 8.
A part of me hopes that he just goes for a huge hard flip just to put it down and get the score like right where Jocelyn's going, because he knows it'll get a good score. But we'll see. Felipe Gustavo back in, coming in switch. There we go. Switch, kickflip, frontside tail slide down the Hubba. Perfectly done.
If the skaters here in Heat 4 continue as they're doing, they will all be in the final.
And let me clarify, when I say perfectly done, just because it's perfectly done does not mean that it's going to get a 10. It means that as far as that trick is concerned and the score for that trick, it could not be done any better.
Thank you.
And that was perfect. So look at this. Flipping it, catching it, sliding half of the hubba right there, landing bolts. He didn't. His arms were just relaxing by his side.
Down.
So smooth the way he rolled away from that.
That is Felipe's first score in the best trick section, 8.0, good enough for a 24.56, and he is moving on up. Now, Ishad Ware is highly vulnerable in 7th place, as Chris Joslin is in the cut in 8th, but Chris Joslin has more attempts still to come.
And he has a 6.1 to drop.
Kelvin Hoffler. He's
like we
looking
said,
for
he
his
needs two. He needs two good scores.
Yeah, this would be, if he puts down something big, this would be his 3rd high score.
There we go, kickflip front blunt.
That score will be huge.
Thinking smart. That's a trick that he knows he's got.
Which is funny, because that trick,
I know,
kickflip front blunt, fake.
It's all relative though, you know? It's like, if Nyjah were gonna do the nollie heel back live, it'd be like, that was smart skating for Nyjah.
Right.
Because he knows he's got it, and he's gonna do it. So kickflip front blunt right there for Kelvin was a really good call in this moment.
These are the best skateboarders in the world, so the standard is so high.
Look at that flick. He caught it so high above the rail, placing just the tail. Beautifully done and taking it to fakie.
So that's going to be Kelvin's 4th score, but he's got a 2.96 still on the board, and that's going to have to go away.
But that'll move him up the leaderboard. I'm excited to see where it ends up.
8.86, good enough for a 28.05 overall. And Kelvin Hoffler finds himself in 12th place, very close to the top 8 in points.
With 3 attempts left, though, it is on. All right, Nyjah Houston back on course, coming in fakie. Whoa!
Wow.
He did not need to try something that crazy right there. Fakie kickflip. It looked like he was maybe going to go fakie flip, switch back 50-50.
That is wild. That's how good Nyjah Houston is, and we got to assume that's how good he's feeling on his board. Almost invincible.
Well, and he's still got 2 attempts left, or 3 attempts left, right? So if he's still got 3 attempts left, that was basically him saying, hey, I'm going to throw this out there. We'll see what kind of a score we end up with. And if it doesn't work, it's okay, because I will adapt.
Because as Nyjah Houston, he is that good. So here's where we are after 4 scores in heat number 4 here in the men's semifinals of street at the Dew Tour. Gustavo Ribeiro from Portugal still up on top. Chris Joslin from heat 4 just coming on in. Ivan Montero coming on in. Yukito, DeCenzo, Louis, they're all out of the final. But we have Hoffler, we have Nyjah knocking on the door, ready to just take over.
Felipe, Aurelian, both skaters looking to make their way in. Whew.
All right,
These
let's
next
do it.
3 attempts.
3 attempts left here in the final heat of the semifinals. 24 skaters being cut down to 8. All these skaters in heat 4 in the hunt for a spot in the final tomorrow.
All right, Chris Joslin is going to start things off for us, dropping in for his 3rd attempt. Where's he going?
It looks like he landed his 3rd attempt. I heard the crowd cheer.
I'm going to take a guess. I'm going to go nollie inward heel flip 180. That's my guess, but we will see. Nollie inward heel flip 180. Saw him doing that in practice. Nobody else. Maybe Nyjah, but nobody else is doing that trick.
So
Look at that.
Joslin trying to drop a 6.1. He's already in the top 8, but he wouldn't be safe unless he's moving on up that leaderboard, which he will now do with the score. That's gotta be
I think that's higher
huge.
than that 6.1 for sure.
Oh, it better be.
If not, Zitzer is coming to the judges' booth.
Like to give themselves some breathing room. Step it up a few spots with a 6.80.
6.80, barely better. Good enough to move Joslin up 1 placing, 7th. Ishad Ware is now in 8th place.
You know what the judges just told him? They were like, we like when you go really far, but when you jump off this, it's not as impressive, Jocelyn. We know you can go big.
Fair enough. Ivan Montero, he's in 6th place. His low score is a 4.33.
All right, back 270 lip, 270 out. Did a lot of sliding on the ground. I think the judges are going to dock him for that. We know he can do that down the handrail. He did it on the bump to rail.
That trick is very basic for Ivan Montero. It's not a groundbreaking trick. It's good, but there was the slide factor.
Yes. Hopefully we get to see a replay.
He's trying to drop a 4.33.
Here's another look. All right, so the backside 270 lip, relatively standard for him, but he basically spun the whole thing on the ground.
Full 180.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't mean it's easy.
It's definitely not easy, but the judges take note and give him that 6.7. Moving Ivan Montero, though, up into 4th place.
There goes the 4.33 for him with 2 more runs left to go.
So he's on the. He's in a very good spot. Aurelian Girard coming in, trying to put his 4th score down. Aurelian needs to make another trick.
Yes.
He is outside the cut. Felipe Gustavo.
It's kind of crazy he went hard flip back 180 versus just a regular hard flip.
I think it may be just as easy for him. Not just as easy. It may be the same to him.
Yes.
That he is the master of that trick.
Oh. Every time a shoe flies off, it always looks so much worse than it is. You're like, ah!
Felipe Gustavo trying to put his 4th score on the board, and when he does, if it's anything at the level we're used to seeing from him, he will be moving way, way up.
He needs a 4.2 to get himself into 8th place. Coming in Nollie. Oh, that one's definitely going to do it. Nollie flip frontside nose slide is such a difficult trick. Whew. We saw him nollie flip backside nose slide down the Hubba in his run, but going frontside on that is a completely different animal.
And once again, as perfect as it could be done.
There we go. So popping off the nose where timing is everything, flicking it, but then you have to turn blindside, and that's not the way that naturally it happens. When you nollie flip, it's going to pull you behind you, and so when you do a nollie flip to frontside nose slide, you have to be really, really careful to make sure your angle is right to get you into that Hubba.
Ishad Ware on the bubble in 8th place.
No, it's on. Ishad is out.
Ishad Ware out of the bubble in 9th place, and Felipe Gustavo moves into 3rd.
All right. I'm sad about that because I love to watch Ishad, but that one right there was undeniable. All right.
Kelvin Hoffler, he's in 13th place. He's trying to drop the 2.96. 4.34 better moves him into the cut.
Oh,
there you
back
go.
lip. He's playing with us.
Smart. That was genius.
He is a very smart competitor. Just like you're saying, he knows the format, he knows the scoring, and he knows where that's going to have him land. He just wants to get in that top 8 and then move up the leaderboard. With 2 more attempts, absolutely can do it. We're waiting the scores. Cab back lip. This one, relatively standard for Kelvin Hoffler. Look at that. He looks so comfortable doing that one. Going 270, getting the middle of his board on the rail and taking it to fakie. A cab back lip for Kelvin Hoffler.
Shout out to the camera crew.
Easy.
Bringing us those angles.
Yeah, camera crew.
I like it. Great.
A cab back
Good
lip's an
stuff.
easier trick for him relative to the rest of his ability level, but it's going to get him a good score.
6.90, 31.99.
Kelvin now in 6th place overall. Chris Jocelyn now outside the bubble, and Deshaun Jordan on the bubble.
Wow.
Nyjah.
He's not in the cut yet.
Needs to make another.
This trick.
Oh, look at that. Playing it smart. I like the way this is going right now. We've seen Kelvin and Nyjah kind of being like, oh, you're going to kickflip backboard it? I'll kickflip frontboard it. Oh, you do that same trick? I got it. No big.
I like that. You know how, like, if you're at the spot with the bros, that's bad form, right? If like,
total faux pas.
Right? But in this setting, that I love it.
Yeah, because he needs a 5.16 to get in there. He saw the score that Kelvin got, and he was like, oh, that's what it's going to take? Okay. Later, Deshaun. Is he going to pack his bags as well?
I wouldn't say that to Deshaun.
Yeah, because Deshaun is ripped. You don't even want to go there. 6.9, 33.3. Nyjah Houston now in 2nd place overall with 2 attempts left. Well played, Nyjah. It's a smart competitor.
Back to the top of the order. 2 tries left. Chris Joslin, he's in 10th place. Trying to drop a 6.76 and make it into this top 8 that you're looking at right there. Jake Alardi suddenly on the bubble. Gustavo Ribeiro up on top. Kelvin Hoffler in the cut. Ivan Montero in the cut. Felipe Gustavo. This heat has been unbelievable. Chris Joslin trying to get in there. The Brazilians have shown up. Everything changed quick.
Aurelian Girard not in our top, but we know he can do it. He knows he can do it, but will he pull it off when it matters the most with 2 attempts left?
I can't wait to find out. All right, you're watching the Dew Tour. This is men's street semifinals. When we come back, best trick.
Unified School District drumline. That was their last hit for tonight before they warm it up for Warren G.
Welcome back to the Men's Street semifinal here in Long Beach, California. The sun is setting over this beautiful Dew course, and the competition is heating up. It is hot down there. 2 skaters out of this semifinal Heat 4 are not in this top 8 cut. top 8 advance.
They can make it. They absolutely can. And what we've seen here in this last heat is some of the smartest skating we've ever seen in competition. Nyjah, Houston, Kelvin Hoffler, all of them playing it so smart.
It's been a pleasure to watch. He's putting on his favorite tunes. He's putting on the Long Beach United Drum Corps soundtrack, and he's going for his 4th of 5 best trick attempts. He needs to drop a 6.76. Whatever he does, it's got to be better than that.
All right, coming in fakie. Oh, the cab flip. It's almost too much. I'm going to say that is too much for him right there.
We know he can do that trick, and we've seen in the past it has scored as high as 9.5. He doesn't need a 9.5, but he can do that trick. He can do it consistently. He's Chris Joslin. He has 1 attempt left to try to crack into that top 8. Ivan Montero on deck. He's already up in top. He's in 6th place. His lowest score is a 6.7. What do you think? What does he come out with?
I think I know where he's going with this. I saw him cooking something up in practice that was a little wild. Yeah, it looks like I know where he's going. Here we go. 3 flip, big 3 flip no slide, bigger spin.
There's a lot going on there.
There's a lot going on there. And I gotta be straight up with you. From a perspective of, you know, bringing something fresh and new to the course, I think we're just seeing a lot of 3 flips. And I love that trick. It's one of my favorite of all time.
Overkill.
Yeah, but it's too much.
Aurelien Girard, 2 tries left. He is still looking for his 4th score.
Okay, new tactic. Coming at the rail. Oh, there we go.
He hangs on, bigger spin, flip, front board to forward.
I gotta say, the way he does that, and not necessarily that one right there in particular, because he landed a little, you know, like, woo, but I like the way he does that better than anybody else. He catches a 360 kickflip, and then he turns. Whereas everyone else is kind of like, we just bigger spin it. Yeah, and I just think that the way he does it is really controlled in comparison.
I understand. So,
let's take a look. All right, so catch it, then he puts it down.
He caught his back truck on the rail for 1 brief moment.
All right, there you go. Catching it, turning it. He pretty much got into a front feeble, and then he was full twinkle toes mode.
That's such a heavy trick, even though it was a little sloppy. Comes in at an 8.4, 31.86. That's good enough.
He needed an 8.37 and he got an 8.4. Yes.
8th place, Aurelien Girard.
Jake Ghilardi now
pack your bags. Florida, here you come.
That's the new Paul Zitzer saying. Oh, man. Jake Ghilardi, he's out. Aurelien Girard now in. Look at this heat. Felipe Gustavo in 4th place currently.
So, Chris Joslin is the only skater here in heat number 4 in the semifinals to not be in the top 8.
And it's now he's got to make the cab flip for Joslin, because he needs, I think it's a 9.21.
Wow, yeah.
That's going to be really difficult.
So the bubble score right now, Aurelien Girard, 31.86.
That is a tough cut. Look at that. Between Aurelien and Jake, 0.4.
So Matt Berger and Sora Shirai and Gustavo Rivera, the only ones managing to fend off this onslaught from heat number 4, Kelvin Hoffler. Please, kickflip back tail.
He's playing with us. He's just being smart. He's trying to just improve his positioning at this point. He's in 7th, kickflip back tail fakie. It's going to do better than that 6.9. We saw that earlier from Berger.
And that may have been crucial, because if Aurelien makes what he's out there trying, and Joslin does too, he was still vulnerable. But if he moves up another spot or two, it's untouchable.
Here's another look at that kickflip back tail, trying to improve his placement because we're going to run things in reverse order of how you qualify tomorrow once we get into the finals. So from a mental standpoint, that's really important.
Calvin Hoffler moving on up. Third place, overall score of 33.19. He has guaranteed his spot in tomorrow's final round.
All right.
Here's where we're sitting with the top 8 there on the left of your screen. Aurelian Girard down in 8th.
Look at this. He needs to drop a 6.9. Nyjah Houston, one of the most insane skateboarders of all time, needs to drop a 6.9 to keep moving up the leaderboard. I think we're going to see it. Oh, man! Fakey flip to...
Fakey backside nose grind.
Oh, on the bump to Hubba? That was incredible.
That's how good he is. Nyjah Houston proving why he is the defending world champion, coming off of wins in London and in Shanghai, and he's on his way to the final.
And he still has one more. Oh, man. Look at this. Okay, popping fakie, landing on that back truck. Fakie kickflip. I would call it switchback 5-0. Unbelievable. So, whew. Fakie flip, nose grind.
We won't argue about naming conventions.
Well, no, because realistically, if it's a switch trick, you have to pop switch.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Waiting on the score just for fun, just to see how high that score goes. 8.80, good enough for an overall score of 35.20. Nyjah Houston takes the lead, and if the finals look like this current standing sheet, Nyjah Houston will be skating last tomorrow night.
Look at all those flags. That is incredible.
Good-looking batch of countries right there. So here's where we are before we head into the final attempts here in the men's street semifinals. Heat 4 of 4. Chris Joslin needs a 9.21 to move into the 8th place spot, and that would bump Aurelian Girard back out.
And he's going to be our first skater in, so we will find out very quickly what's going to happen. And then at that point, if he makes it, we'll see a shuffle. If he doesn't make it, then it's a matter of moving up and down the leaderboard. So here we go. The pressure is on. It all comes down to this right now for Chris Joslin. We saw him try the cab flip on that last attempt. Is he going to go for it again?
It looks like he might, and if he does... Oh, you can tell from the moment he flicked it, it went sour. That is the end of Chris Joslin's 2019 Dew Tour, and you can see how disappointed he is because he didn't have a prayer of making it. Once he popped the tail, it was already done.
Aurelian Girard wiping some sweat from the brow right now.
Look at this. The Americans are in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th place. Jake Alardi, Deshaun Jordan, Chris Joslin, and Ashad Ware all outside that top 8. And tomorrow's field of skaters is set. The only thing still left to chance is the start order.
All right.
Wow.
Yvonne Monchiero in 7th place right now overall. Whew. So we'll see. Looks like he's going to go for that 360 flip no slide bigger spin again. Oh, and sticking on it. That's not going to be enough. So he's going to stay in 7th place for now. But Aurelian could potentially move up the leaderboard, bumping him down.
It might be for the best that Yvonne didn't make that trick right now. He doesn't need it. Save it for tomorrow. At least it'll be the first time he makes it in the competition.
And you know what? 2 falls means it's really that difficult. All right, Aurelian right here. Can he move up the leaderboard with this last one? Hard flip back 180. I think he's going to do it.
Wow. He's trying to drop a 6.33. You got to assume that size. Hard flip back 180, a.k.a. the Ghetto Bird, a.k.a. the Chetty Thomas. That trick is incredible. He's the best in the world at it. And we saw it. so he will most likely move from 8th up, bumping Ivan Montero from 7th into 8th, but no one is vulnerable. Everybody is moving on to tomorrow, who is in the top 8.
Here's another look, going all the way over that landing ramp. Hard flip, catching it mid-air, right through those legs, and then backside 180, turning it blindside. Hey, the trick's called a hard flip, and then a back 180. Let's make it harder. All right, really in an 8. 8.7! So Aurelian now bumping up into second place. Gustavo Ribeiro in 3rd. Nigel Houston in that top spot.
What a semifinal. This is incredible. This is as good as any final you would hope to see.
Yeah, I mean, this could be easily a final with the caliber of tricks we're seeing. Felipe Gustavo in for his last attempt. Oh, that was awesome!
Switch, flip back, nose grind.
All right, so what makes that one so difficult is popping off of a ramp switch is a completely different world. So popping off the ramp switch, opposite foot in front, flicking it, and then landing on the nose side of your board, super, super difficult.
Felipe Gustavo's lowest score that he's trying to get rid of, 7.70.
I hope that gets him up into a 9. We'll see, because the judges gave him an 8.8, I want to say it was, on the fakie flip 5-0, or fakie flip nose grind for Nyjah. Look at that, switch flip backside nose grind. Just keep playing it. Oh, man. Yeah, Nyjah got that 8.80. Where's that gonna put him?
Waiting on Felipe Gustavo's score for the switch flip back nose grind. 9.0.
Yes!
34.16 overall score, good enough for 3rd place.
Pushing Gustavo Ribeiro.
Gustavo Ribeiro was in the lead for the last 10 hours. Suddenly he's in 4th place. That's an
We're going to have a lot of fun saying the leaderboard tomorrow. We're going to be like, Felipe Gustavo Ribeiro. All right.
If Carlos Ribeiro was in there, things would really get tricky.
All right, Kelvin Hoffler, one more attempt. Lowest score, 7.5. I'm sure Kelvin right now saying, hey, you know what? I'm in. I'm feeling comfortable. We'll see where he goes. Coming in fakie at the Hubba. Oh!
He did like a staple Kelvin, which is the half cab nose to back tail. And then, surprise, surprise, it's not over yet.
Yeah. And then he was like, also there's a surprise.
And then he was going to land in a fakie manual. And yeah, what a display of skateboarding here in the semis.
Especially for Kelvin. You know, we saw him come out here today, not have the best runs he's ever had, and then he really was able to put it down when it came down to it in the best trick.
It's showing.
Oh, he was so close to that. It was that 1 foot was just a little off.
This might be completely experimental right here. They're going to be going to the Rolodex trick right now.
Kelvin Hoffler is going to finish in 5th place. Nyjah Houston up on top with 1 trick left. This is probably, well,
where's he going? Oh, there we go. Nyjah Houston ends in 1st place, qualifying into the finals. And what an event it has been here this evening.
8, Matt Berger at 7, Source Ryan 6, Kelvin Hoffler 5th. Gustavo Ribeiro 4th, Felipe Gustavo 3rd, Really Gerard at 6th.
What an incredible semifinals here we've seen tonight in Long Beach. Out of Heat 4, Chris Joslin, the only skater not advancing into the final round. There is no safety with skaters like this lineup in the mix. Let's send it down to Chris Pastris, who's standing by with Nyjah Houston.
So Nyjah, you've got a renewed focus here at Dew Tour this year. You are on fire. Tell us what's going on.
Man, I'm stoked. This year's going good so far, and I'm just out here trying to keep it going.
And I see you constantly having fun, staying on your board. Tell us how important it is to stay loose and have fun out here.
Yeah, it really is. I told one of my buddies that recently. It's just like, can't think too much, you know? That's why I like throw my headphones on and get in a little groove and just try to act like you're just normally skating with your homies or whatever, you know?
Yes, and you are representing the USA, the Olympic stakes. How much is that changing the game here at these competitions?
It does change a lot. I mean, I feel like everyone's definitely taking everything a lot more seriously. Like, I mean, everyone's trying hard to get out there in the finals and stuff. You know, it's going to be, I mean, especially the U.S. and Brazil, I would say. I mean, very competitive countries, you know. I mean, there's so many good skaters from each one. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be crazy, but it's going good so far. And I'm the only U.S. in the finals, so USA, let's go.
Amazing job. Congrats. We'll see you in our finals, Nyjah. Great job today. Yeah, brother.
Congratulations, Nyjah Houston, the USA up on top, followed by France and Brazil and Portugal, more Brazil, Japan, Canada, so many countries represented here today. Those are your top 8 moving on to the final. Ivan Montero snatching that last spot. And look at his overall score, Andrew, a 32.16 just to make the cut.
That was a very tough cut. That was some of the best contest skating we have ever seen from the perspective of strategy here today.
And going back to the Olympic qualifying point structure, these results count. Skaters' best 2 results on the year count towards their standing going into 2020. So Nyjah Houston looking good for America. Jake Deshawn, Chris Joslin, and Ashad Ware are going to have to duke it out the rest of the year and heading into 2020. This was an amazing semifinal. The finals are set. Don't go anywhere. We're going to wrap up the entire day. What do you think, Andrew?
I'm honestly blown away by what we saw tonight. I think in watching throughout the day, we saw look at that, kickflip back tail big spin when it mattered the most. I think that's kind of the theme is, you know, for the ones that squeaked in there from the strategy perspective, it was all about putting it down in that moment. But everybody else are really they came in and they handled it today.
So thank you so much. We're going to wrap up today's action. We've got more to come and a special performance tonight with Warren G here at the Dew Tour from Long Beach.
Oh wow, I just can't wait to see tomorrow's final. It looks like a final today. If these guys got another gear, it's going to be unbelievable.
I can't even fathom what we're going to see tomorrow.
And I'm super excited about the 20-year anniversary of the regulator right now. Let's get down there.
All right, that's a wrap for us. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to you guys. Warren G coming up here at 8:30. Don't forget, we're back out here bright and early tomorrow. Dew Tour Experience. We've got all sorts of competitions going on. Men's and women's park final, men's and women's street final. We've got the Father's Day open session going on out here. Don't forget, you can always check it out at dewtour.com. You guys have a great night. Enjoy Warren G. We'll see you all tomorrow for the finals.
current cables.
Sean Malto.
I started skating in my hometown, Albuquerque, when I was like 10. Being in Albuquerque, I had to be creative. We have amazing skate spots that are like untouched, like ditches for days.
I grew up in Ventura, California. Ventura is definitely a surf destination. The skate scene there is pretty small. My parents got me a skateboard and I just skated in the front yard barefoot. One of my neighbors came up to my mom and was like, you should probably take him to a skate park.
Kansas, as far as the skate community goes, it's pretty small but really strong. We all try to come together and make whatever we do special.
I was the only girl skater in New Mexico. So I think it just opened up my perspective of skateboarding to be creative when I come out to all these events.
I grew up skating a park called Skate Street, and there's like a 13-foot giant bowl corner. That's definitely the reason that I skate the way I do.
In Kansas City, there is some ruggedness. As far as competition goes, I think it helped me be a stronger skater. To be able to skate all day, every day growing up. That was one of the greatest times of my skateboarding life.
What's up? My name is Cooper. I'm originally from a small town outside of Evansville, Indiana, and I currently live in Los Angeles, California. I think Dew Tour brings a lot to the community of Long Beach, especially for
What's up, Long Beach?
For the skateboarders.
Hey!
It gives us an opportunity to showcase our talent.
Hey, it's kind of easy when you listen to the G-Dub sound.
Last year, I painted for Secret Walls and battle. I made a couple contacts and I'm back this year. My process as an artist definitely depends on what type of project. If it's a mural or if it's just a drawing, it can vary. But at the basis, it's pretty much the same. I just start out with a handful of drawings and then I work with colors and color coding and things like that, and then I'll eventually find one that I like and then trash the rest. My favorite part of the process is working with Andy Baker's team in his studio. As a kid, and even still, I've always just loved cartoons and animation. To be able to bring my work into a 3D cartoon level, I'm definitely excited about that. Hey, what's up? I'm Cooper. See you in Long Beach, June 13th through 16th.
Long Beach, California is going down. Mountain Dew, you better ask somebody. It's going down. It's your boy Warren G. Let's get busy. We having a good time, all the kids out here doing their thing, playing good music. And we're gonna mount up, we're gonna regulate this thing. Church. Yeah. I used to skateboard. I haven't did it in a while, but I could still tic-tac.
Traveling the world and skateboarding, meeting new people, it's just a huge part of what skateboarding is.
My favorite places in the world, Copenhagen,
Australia, Barcelona, just the whole ambiance, the whole vibe, the buildings, the spots, the people, the food. Europe has got it figured out, man. It's nice over there.
No one's wearing the same things. No one's doing the same things the same way.
All these different countries have different cultures. They make different things out of different materials.
It doesn't really matter where you're from. The skateboard under your feet is the same.
The wood's definitely not the same in Brazil. We have some shitty ass boards out there.
There's a lot of people from around the world that come to America, and I've showed them around.
They skate stuff differently, and they just will do something. You're just wow, I've never thought of that before, and it just kind of opens your eyes.
I'm from Belgium. I live in Oceanside now, and I love it. It's more mellow, and there's all these skate parks around, and it's just a different vibe.
I think people have always been tripping out on all the Brazilians or like Japanese.
Here comes Yuto.
I don't know. I don't think anyone should be that surprised that a kid from Japan is killing it as hard as Yuto is. But at the same time, it's such an incredible feat. It's such an incredible story how fast he has come up, you know?
For people that don't know, he started as a vert skater.
Yuto is just a little funny kid, dude. He doesn't speak English that much.
Pretty much just nods his head, yes.
Yeah. Right now, I'm studying English. Growing up in Japan was very hard. Not so many skate parks in Japan. My favorite place is California. Good weather, good skate park, so many friends, fun. My dad was a skateboarder, and he taught me how to skateboard. He made it very fun.
There's a lot of kids out there that don't have anything, you know. I come from Colombia, in a third world country where there's no jobs, there's not much stuff to do. I don't even know what I'll be doing right now if I wasn't skating.
Skateboarding definitely saves lives. Just saved my life, literally.
Skateboarding in Long Beach was just like the start of the positivity in our neighborhoods.
But all these kids, you know, let me throw a skateboard under their feet. It gives them something to do. Keeps them off the street, gives them a sense of family.
That was the best feeling ever when you're a kid and you're just skating for fun.
We just push each other. As long as we're skating together, we're always like ready to take on like bigger things.
You learn everything from your skate crew that you grew up skating around.
Skateboarding teaches you how to have that mindset of always being positive, always thinking you could do it, always getting back up after a fall. And you finally get it, you feel like, oh, I earned this.
The problem-solving mindset and that mentality takes you through life on so many different levels.
Young kid could just start skating and just next thing you know, you're traveling around the world. I did it, and kids out there could do it too.
The women of skateboarding returned to Dew Tour this year, and 8 of the world's best took on this epic street course in the California sunshine. Brazil, Japan, the Netherlands, and the USA all being represented today in this winner-takes-all best-of-3 run format.
A lot of talent.
Let's see what was good.
Run number 1 for Candy Jacobs.
She puts in a lot of work. Came in as an alternate, and she really made the most of it. That was a great run. And a 72.66, that bumps her up into the lead. And next up, we got Pamela Rosa from Brazil.
Eye of the tiger right there.
Yeah, for second run.
Nice lip slide down the big rail. Lots of speed.
Always.
Nice, crooked grind. She gets the feeble.
A lot better than her first run.
Yes!
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Oh.
Highest score of the day so far.
Now our leader.
Up next, we got Jen Soto here. Just perfect kickflip front board.
Getting a lot of tricks in, technical tricks as well.
Nice little crooked grind. There we go, kickflip front board.
That was a really good run.
That was better than her first, yeah. 79.66.
Wow.
That puts her up into second place.
That's exciting.
Alexis Sablone, second run here. She's playing her own game.
Everyone's skater's favorite skater.
Let's see the highlights.
Look at the
Just
kickflip
textbook, like never leaves her feet. Ooh, gets the kickflip front board.
Oh,
just
man.
Harsh wheel bite on that one.
Is it enough to get her up on the podium right now?
Third and final heat. Leticia is in sixth place right now. She really wants to get up on that podium. She lives and breathes podiums.
Perfect Smith grind on the A-frame. This tail slide fakie, I mean, that is difficult.
Unfortunately, the back Smith getting away, but
she's amazing to watch. Look, oh my God, I'm losing it.
She has been outside of the top 3. Can she crack into a leaderboard spot?
Here's our final results. We have Pamela Rosa, obviously our winner at 82 points. Second place, Jen Soto.
Right behind her.
Coming in third is Alexis Sablone.
Thanks, family. Thanks, Dew Tour. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, nóis aí, 15.
Very historic. Happy to be here.
Amazing. Amazing.
Dew Tour Long Beach has been celebrating women's skateboarding all weekend long, and now it is time for the Women's Pro Park competition. Run number 1 was the young Bryce Wetstein coming at swinging.
Youngest skater in the Women's Pro Park final.
Check this out, stylish Smith grind on the giant extension. Linking tricks back to back.
Definitely put everyone on notice. That frontside boneless disaster was just the icing on the cake to what would be a run that would have a very high score for almost the entire event. Things were just heating up.
Yeah, the best female park skater from down under, Poppy spinning the summer over here. She's got a back feeble through the elbow in the deep end.
Poppy Star would try to answer the call. Finishes her run with a 77. And then on the third run, it was Japan's Sakura Yasuzumi putting together a great run, big airs, trying to get it all together to put up a high score.
Sakura is one of the newest additions to the pro park skating scene. She's got better and better every time we see her skate. Fully committed, representing Japan.
Putting down a great run. And then on the fourth and final run, all the pressure on Nicole House. We knew that she had the talent. The question was, would she be able to put it all together under pressure?
Nicole blasts some of the biggest airs in the female field, starting it off with a backside ollie over the hip, using those corners to pump for speed. Check out this combination, frontside ollie into the deep end. Nice tuck knee frontside air.
Looking for that final alley-oop backside ollie, puts it down in the pinch. Nicole House, the biggest score of the day, and would go home with the win. Nicole House performing under pressure.
Evening, folks. What an unbelievable day of skateboarding. I am Corbin Harris. This is Andrew Cannon, Paul Zitzer. Firstly, I want to congratulate you two. That was called really well, and it must have been exciting to see that street.
It's easy. They made it easy because the contest lived up to all hype. It surpassed the hype. We're just playing off what we're watching.
That last heat, it couldn't have been a better story. It's so stacked with skaters, and then it was like, oh, who's going to make it in? Pretty much all of them.
Paul, you said that this right here, I overheard you. I've been creeping on you, don't worry about that.
Uh-huh.
But you said that this is one of the best contests that you've seen.
Yeah.
Go down.
Absolutely.
Is that true?
At least in terms of semifinals, hands down. Because the drama built up and the people that we hoped would come through almost all did. At the end, you got guys like Nigel Houston, Kelvin Hoffler, Aurelian Girard, Ivan Montero. They're the best contest skaters. When you see skaters like that have a meltdown, it's always like, it's kind of a bummer.
It hurts you.
It hurts. And we've seen that a lot from Chris Joslin. Not a lot. I mean, it happens at every time. It's like he could have won. Instead, he had a meltdown. Here, he was right on the brink. No meltdown. He played it smart, just didn't quite get it done. But the contest lived up to all the hype. It was a beautiful thing.
Before we talk about those top 8, let's talk about the ones on the bubble. There was only actually one American, Niger, in there. So, let's talk about some of them. Obviously, Chris Joslin to start with.
Well, I mean, Chris Joslin, it came down to those last 2 tries. And I think that, to be honest, I think we called it a little funny. And I think he actually needed a 9.12 if he wanted to make it into the finals. And so he went for that cab flip. I was mistaken, and I was like, man, I don't think he needed to go that hard. And he actually did. So, he was really going for it when he needed to, but he wasn't able to put it down in those 2 tries. Jake Alardi was looking really good for most of the day. But when it came time, I mean, Felipe, everyone really held up to what it was. So, and then Ashad, you know, we all want to see Ashad in there because he's just like, he's one of the greatest skateboarders of all time to watch in person. And unfortunately, today wasn't his day.
He's a skater's skater, and everyone loves him. How about, let's talk strategically. Obviously, this is the Street League type format going forward to the Olympics. We were talking earlier, actually, about Shane O'Neill and having strategic plan going into this. Out of the new skateboarders that you've seen come into this, Paul, do you think these guys are thinking in that strategic mode?
Yeah,
the mode that they need to be to beat Niger?
I do. Well, you can't be strategic enough to beat Niger. You know what I mean? You have to be so good. It's like beyond the realm of reality for most skaters. But a lot of these guys, they've already skated this format many times, and they've grown up watching SLS events. They know how the format works. They don't have a problem with it. They've got it worked out, and you can see from how they approach it, like an Ivan Montero, he's got it dialed.
And we, tonight, I think more than we've probably ever seen in the past, we saw the skaters, even Nyjah, really working the strategy. I mean, we saw that cab back lip from Kelvin. That was like, okay, that's a very, very stock move for Kelvin. He does that in runs, but he knew how many points he needed. It was like a 5.37 or something. And he was like, I know that's going to get me at least a 6, and it bumped him up. Then Nyjah in the same spot, I think he had 3 attempts left. He went cab back lip because he knew he needed something around that 5 mark. And so it was like, dude, a cab back lip is going to get me over a 6, and he pulled it. It was also really rad to see that happen when Kelvin did it, moved up the leaderboard, and literally Nyjah came and did it right after him.
Right, because he knew what he had to do to get to that point.
Exactly.
Let's talk about youth versus experience.
Well, I think it's tough because from a youth versus experience, there's guys that have street league experience that have had the SLS under their belt. But the youth, it's not like they've never skated a contest. I mean, you know, Paul, you work Tampa, Damn Amp. We've been watching these kids for years coming up through that contest circuit. These are some of the best amateur skaters in the entire world. They've got wins under their belt at a slew of amateur events, and then here they come into the pros. They're ready for it, you know?
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Women's Street, let's have a quick chat about that. Obviously, extremely heated as well, and obviously going back to that strategic plan. There was one skater in here, Ori Nishimura, who nearly didn't make it because she tried a back lip going too far when she only really needed a 1.7 or something like that. I saw a couple of her managers and her coaches step in there, and Miles and Carl and all these people are like, you could say they were grabbing
no!
Just go and do a backside 50-50 or something like that.
And she barely hung on to that last attempt. She made it, but she was going toe heavy, and she hung on. But nobody's been smarter with strategy than Aori. She has been like the one skater that kind of set that tone, seeing what Leticia would do. Okay, you got an 8.5 for that? I'm doing that same trick when I need the 8.5. Not right now. I'm going to just put it in my pocket and break it out when necessary. And she's done it, and it's worked well for her. And then you saw Nyjah do that today. I like that. It makes for an interesting contest, like the chess match.
Gents, let's switch it up and go to the men's park today. It was a phenomenal contest that went down. Pedro Barros taking an 80 flat on that, skyrocketing right up into the top. Here are some of the highlights right now.
It was all highlights. That is such a deep field, and there are so many different skaters that could be in the final. I mean, half the guys that I thought were guaranteed their spot in the final, even with their skating, not even close. So it's going to be an incredible final.
This is the final right here. We've got Jamie Matau for Spain just snuck in there. Keegan Palmer, the Australian. Alessia Andrew, we also got in there. Heymana, Luis Francisco, Corey Juno. We also had Ivan Federico in second place, and then Pedro Barros. Corey Juno has to be one of the greatest skateboarders.
I think in the final, if it plays out the way it should on paper, it's going to be Pedro Barros, power and aggression, versus Corey Juneau, all finesse and style and just an amazing technique. And we're going to leave it up to the judges, but it should be a beautiful thing.
How about you, Andrew? What do you think out of this? Do you think there's going to be any surprises at all in the men's park?
I don't mean to sound political in any way, but I'm going to agree with Paul on this.
Right.
I just think, Pedro has that experience. He's done it so many times. And then you've got Corey, who looks incredible out there. He's just so smooth and comfortable. And I don't know, he makes me want to skate,
I don't think we could be more surprised with the final than we were today in the semifinal. Any surprises that were going to happen already happened, like Jamie Mateus squeaking in the last minute with the nollie back 180, kind of a signature move.
Yes.
Wild one. He's just squeaked in. Alessandro Mazzari. A lot of Euros. Ivan Federico from Italy, Spain, Italy. It's pretty impressive international field. Surprises are over. It's go time in the final.
Yeah, unbelievable. You know what the other thing was too was Tristan Rennie. He was just right on the bubble there. Just didn't make it through, but
don't mention his name to me. I thought he skated good enough to be in there. He took it off the Jumbotron, popped back in. I'm still mad that he's not in the final.
Paul was he was heated. I saw him afterwards, and he was like, "No, he should have been in there. There's no world where he was not in the final."
I saw Zitzer, and he walked around here. He was about to walk out. There was steam just blowing through his ears. It was incredible.
The headset.
So Tristan, Zitzer wanted you in there so bad, and he was furious that it didn't happen.
You know what I did really love also was when Pedro Barros did the interview with Pastras. He actually spoke more than he ever has spoken before, and you could tell there was a lot of heart in it. He talked about how he wanted to represent skateboarding in the correct manner. He talked about Brazil. He talked about a lot of different things, and obviously the three of us have commentated enough contests in our time to realise he's a man of few words, and he doesn't normally put that together, but you could tell there was a lot of heart in it.
It's changing. Everything's changing right now. I think with this whole Olympic shift, everyone is really starting to feel that. They're with the countries that are getting behind these riders. They're like, man, I think as a skater, if you're not into sports, it's not something you really care about. You don't think that much about your country the same way.
Right.
Instead, you're just like, nah, man, I'm a skater. I want to go to California or whatever. And then now with this whole new country support, it's kind of like, whoa. You guys acknowledge our existence. You used to just kick us out everywhere.
Yeah.
So I think there's some pride coming through.
There's obviously in this men's park final also we have 1, 2 only USA, 1 Australia, 1 from Spain. It's kind of a mixed bag through this one, but I'll tell you what, you guys, we have got to switch gears right now. I'm going to say. We've got all the finals coming tomorrow. We've got a special guest for you right now. We have Warren G, Long Beach United's marching band also with Warren G. I'm Corbin Harris. Here is Andrew Cannon with Paul Zitzer. We are going to get right into it with Mr. Warren G.
That's real. Long Beach Unified School District Mountain Dew Tour. So check this out. It's only right that I close it out with my LBC family, y'all. So check this out. Can we do this one time for y'all? I said, can we do this one time for y'all? Give it to him, Money B.
Regulators. Regulate any stealing of his property. We're damn good too. But you can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel if you know what I mean. Earn your keep.
Hey. What's up? It was a big black house, a clear white house. Property was on the street. Trying to take a taste of some church for the east. So I could get some fun rolling in my ride. Killing all alone. Just hit the east side of the. You know, I'm mission trying to find the store. Seen a floor full of girls, alright. a better thing. It's a morning trip. I see my homie and select the song in his face. I'm getting jacked. I'm breaking myself. I can't believe they take it forward. Well, they took my ring. They took my broke leg. I looked at the brother, said, damn, what's this? They got my homie in breath and they all around. They got them seeing if they go straight pound for pound. Niggas talking, I can't hear y'all. They start to clown. I best pull out my scrap and lay that mustard down. They got guns to my head. I think I'm going down. I can't believe it's happening in my hometown. Let me contemplate. I glance in the glass and I see my homie 16 in the drip and one in the hole. They go. It's about to make somebody turn home. Now they jumping and yelling. It's a tad bit late. They going for a knee. Just throw your hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. I said throw your hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. I said throw your hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. And if you're down with your homeboy, origin, somebody say, oh yeah. I let my dad explode. Now I'm switching my mind back into freak mode. If you won't go, sit back and I'm sitting. I just never get along over there on the curb. Now they got me freaks and that's a no fact. Before I got changed, I was on the same track. I go back up cause it's on K-A-T-E-N-G. Performing to the beat just like I thought back in the same spot. And needed some desperate. But they called me the deep child was in need of something. One of them legs was sexy as hell. I said, ooh, I like your side. She said, don't be. Would you let me ride? Hey, Lord, it's going real sweet. What's the next stop, yo? The next stop is the hotel. Come on, let's throw your hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. I said, throw your hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. I said, throw your hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. And if you deal with the homies from Mountain Dew, somebody say, oh yeah. I'm cooking into a whole new era. She comes into this, I'll tell you. Come on a whole new level. The rhythm of the bass, so the bass is the devil. Strings, we rings, melody, she comes. For rhythm is life, and life is rhythm. Come on. You know like I know, you don't want to step to this. Come on, it's a G-Funk era, punked out with a gangster twist. Come on, and if you smoke like I smoke, then you're high like every day. Come on, and if your ass is a hustler, 2 or 3 quick. Hey, easy when you listen to the G-Dub sound. Pioneer speakers bumping at the smoke on the ground. If I down for the app, and it's easy to see that. Come on, it's kinda easy when you listen to the G-Dub sound. Pioneer speakers bumping at the smoke on the ground. I got the sound for your ass, and it's easy to see that. One more time. It's kinda easy when you listen to the G-Dub sound. Pioneer speakers bumping at the smoke on the ground. I got the sound for your ass, and it's easy to see that. Much love, y'all. Y'all rockin' with my people here, man. Hey. It's all good. It's all good, y'all. Much love. Can y'all give it up, man, for the Long Beach Unified School District? Yeah. They rock the house, y'all, man. That's real shit. So check this out. Before all of us get off the stage, Money B, let's give them one more thing, man.
Last time that I checked, there was 5 chains on my neck. There was no sweat on my rep. Last time that I checked, 7 zones in the set.
Much love, yo, LBC!
In the streets, voice out west, legendary still made progress. Last time that I checked,